controlling the masses. And now, broadcasting live from our near-Earth hub studio, we bring you this NBN special report.
Hello, hello, hello. I hope you can actually hear me. Yes, we're here. We're here live again. I know, we should be stopping this. We should be not doing anything, right? We should be absolutely not playing more Netrunner. What is this that you're saying? Oh, we do need to play more Netrunner. Hello there, everybody. Hello, Akira, and bows to you. White Blade, hello there. No raffles for you. RCG Shorty, Tradon, ZFGS, also known as Spare 2, Sedated Fork, Deathfear, Heavy 86, Captain Nice, welcome. It is I, Vesper, and I will be joined very, very soon. Very soon, because we're going to be starting bang on time, as Mike said it, in the comes behind the scenes. You are hereby welcome and invited to join us for this absolutely awesome, fun second day of the America's Continental Championships, Nisei 2020. Indeed, the first one ever so far for this, in this particular Continental Series format. And I'm super hyped. I'm also super tired, but I'm generally super hyped. We played. I didn't play anything. I didn't play absolutely anything. But we played a ton of good Netrunner yesterday. People have performed like the absolute juggernauts they are, playing 7 solid rounds of Netrunner. And it was quite something, let me tell you. If you missed the stream, it's gonna be up on our channel soon, but it's just not up yet. I am joined here today by, for the first rounds, by Patrick, also known as Blue HG, and Princess Space Kitten. Dear folks, if you're on audio, please tune in and say hello, and then we're going to be doing some introductions and very quick looks into the situation. If you're not, well, I can wait. Patrick, are you in?
I am. Hello, Vesper, and hello, everyone. Thank you for joining the stream. Very excited for some really competitive Netrunner today. Have a lot of... Just got to look at the deck list, and wow, there's a lot going on here, and I'm really excited for this very varied meta.
PSK, are you with us? Yo!
I am with you!
Hello, good morning, evening, afternoon. Like Pat, for you it's probably morning, right? Or kind of early-ish, like almost afternoon. I don't know even which time zone I'm in. 9 a.m. Nice. Mar, what's up? How's your morning at 6 o'clock in the afternoon? Or evening?
You can't believe the late days have been super hot, and today it's almost about to rain, so it's really chill. But I have to have all my windows closed because there are a couple of pool parties in both sides of my house. So if I open the windows, I can't even hear myself think.
Okay.
So I could be better, but I'm really excited to get going on this top 16 that promises a lot of different decks and really interesting choices. So I'm very pumped.
Perfect. I'm super happy to have you both here. I think we might be joined by Andre. I'm not 100% sure. I'm gonna be kind and rewind, and for now take Andre off the list so that people don't get confused listening for his amazingly lovely professional commentary voice. If he joins us, he's gonna join us. But yeah, we're gonna be running this fairly soon, so let me just dunk people straight into the thing. And huge kudos to Jono for actually making top 16 a reality in Netrunner for Cobra. So here we go, Cobra, here we go. This is a test. If something explodes, it shouldn't. But here we go, 8 tables, pairings by name and whatnot, and we can totally get excited already. Look at this. Dear folks, what do you think we should be looking at in the first round? And also, any spicy things you might want to talk about here, because you know the deck lists.
Okay, it's really tiny.
Oh, it's really tiny. Whoa.
So
No, it's fine. It's my computer, not your
I'm going to
not your showing.
I'm going to use the traditional
So
computer
after
vocabulary. I'm
looking-
going to embiggen this. Sorry, embiggening everything. Embiggening. Here we go. It is embiggened. I have hereby enhanced a bit.
Enhanced.
Yeah, take it away. So tell me what you think. What should be
so,
looking at?
So looking at the deck list, there's some really cool decks that are being played today. On the mod, he's playing Omar, like vanilla Omar, not rebirth into Omar. And it's really interesting. It's the 2018 era Find the Truth Val, but imported into Omar. using Omar's natural ability to capitalize on RNG key combined with Find the Truth. So that's really cool. I'm really excited about seeing that. The Simon Moon Kenny, his Haley is also really interesting. A lot of hold on, let me pull up the deck list. 2 Apocalypse in the deck and a Stargate. And besides that, mostly just like good stuff. Shaper with 2x Englow. And he's obviously a very talented player and has played it to great success. Also, his Asa is a kill Asa. So there's a lot of exciting deck lists in this top 16.
I actually was really rooting to see Omar, and it seems on the mod. How do I get to pronounce that?
On the mod.
I just said on the mod.
Yeah, just
Okay.
just improvise.
Are playing Omar on the first round, so if you're happy to go for that, I wouldn't mind at all.
I would love that. Let's do it.
So we're gonna be seeing again. Sorry, we're gonna be seeing.
Like you. So also, what was also. He's playing the Jinteki PE that I'm really excited to see.
Absolutely.
So, yes. It is
just even the variety between deck lists is really cool in this top 16. You've got good stuff Leela, you've got Anacam Leela, you've got good stuff Freedom, you've got Virus Hell Freedom, you've the Val, there's only one Val, one of 3 in the entire tournament, but they're running all sorts of ridiculous one-of events.
Yes.
We've got click compression, replicating perfection, just so many cool innovative thoughts going into the choices for this top 16.
So,
as a sorry,
go on.
Go ahead.
As a guys player, I have to say that there is one guys on top 16 played by a Spanish player, Jose, and you think like, oh, but we've seen that guys million of times. You're wrong. He's playing with the Cloudbreakers.
So this is
the Jose, right?
And that is just so exciting for me. And the Mirrormore, one of the 2 that we're playing. So just gorgeous.
Okay, that's awesome.
It's definitely very different from the New World Order, the guy style that we've seen played a lot over the past 2 weeks. So it's really cool to see all these conceptions of what we expect from decks kind of bucked by very innovative deck builders.
Well, and you say innovative, but this is the kind of guys that has been around since guys has been around.
Yeah, no, you're right, but you're absolutely right. I just think it takes a very clever and keen eye to remember a deck from the past and realize that it's good now.
Yeah. Oh, 1 second.
So just to make sure, we're gonna be watching Redino on Corp and on the Modern Runner. Yeah, that's the decision. That's table 4. We're gonna be jumping in there.
Correct.
Okay, so let me just very quickly pull the decks up so that people have an idea.
Yeah,
we're
I'm
gonna
already
jump in there. I'm in as well. Hopefully, you can take a look at this. I tried something new again. Obviously, this is gonna be quite interesting to watch. I hope JNet is not gonna laugh in my face today as I try to get into tables and I try to. Oh, guess what? My JNet just froze. No, I'm kidding. We're here. These are the deck lists. We have an Omar piloted by Ondemot and Redino on Corp here. The outfit. They're going to be starting any second now, so I'm going to be turning the music off. I'm going to be handing over the commentary to my lovely co-commentators here, Blue HG and
I'm gonna try to make Jinteki work. Yay!
Yay! Well, more power to you. Let's try and see if this is going to work. My JNet is misbehaving as well, in case you're wondering.
All right, I'll talk about the...
Go for it.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be 1 second behind you in the meantime, because Jinteki is being super slow, sorry.
Okay, so I'll talk about the decks real quick while the players are just starting off. Radino's starting with Ice Too Big to Fail, probably a second Ice, yeah. Ice over Archives to protect against Omar. This outfit has 2 reverse accounts, 2 archive memories, 1 arc lockdown, 2 hard hitting news, 2 DRM, which is basically a faster fast track, 1 engram flush. So that's a really interesting influence spread, pretty different from the standard outfits we've been seeing. Also has 2 punitive counter strikes. So rather than going all in on the kill plan, they've diluted it just a little bit and included Arc Lockdown to buoy their rush plan against Shaper with Clot. And also, I imagine it's been very effective at hitting the Anarchy Breakers.
Absolutely. We see Open HQ in favor of Open Archives, and now a building of the remote, either very bold choice or HQ is really empty, and they're just like pulling out in a very easy and amazing way because we've got an advanced card now with any signs of Omar to be able to do anything about it.
Well, part of this is being able to look at the deck list and know exactly what On The Mod is playing. On The Mod is not playing Turning Wheel. Basically, the only HQ pressure that he has is Find the Truth, getting successful runs off of Find the Truth, and maybe randomly gaining some RNG key benefits. So Radino knows that there's not a ton they can do with HQ accesses, provided there are no agendas in HQ.
Yeah.
We see a Bulwark res, and that's going to crash the Regia key.
That is a very nice ice to pile up on the remote.
Oh, absolutely. 7 credits total to res with the outfit, of course.
And if you have the luck to be against a turtle deck, ooh.
0 going down. So, like I had mentioned earlier, this is basically 2018 Find the Truth Val ported to today, and no small part of that is due to 0 coming back, because you can't really depend on those opportunistic apocalypse or wanton destruction high impact events. Your high impact, it may be better served by being on the board. So that's where Find the Truth and RNG key comes in.
Yeah, Radino is now moneying up after hitting 2 advanced reverse accounts that made the mod lose 8 credits that are easily recuperated by liberated accounts. But I don't think Audemod is having a lot of... Oh, look, okay. I was going to say, he's not having a lot of luck finding the breakers, his breakers, and MK Ultra just hit the bin.
Yeah, but as I mentioned, there's 2 archive memories, 1 arc lockdown, and some number of consulting visits. Hold on. 2 consulting visits, so I would not consider anything in the heap safe. Snagging a City Works product out of HQ.
And while another one is installed.
Right.
Was the Open HQ a very bold choice then? Oh, that boom. That boom's dead.
I think maybe it got drawn into too late. Oh, boom gets trashed. Maybe the City Works project got drawn into after Radino already put his ice down. Never mind. There's ice. Maybe he thought it was more important to start pressuring by scoring and kind of smoke screen the corp out. I do agree that R&D and archives, unless you know HQ is just flooded, are bigger priorities to ice against if you're facing an Omar, especially with the RNG key find the truth combo.
Yeah. More. I haven't seen more played for a long time.
It's
Hey, y'all.
expensive.
It's hello. How are you doing?
Sorry, I just been watching
Hello.
along. I shut in late, but this list is on 3 Ma, which is so refreshing to see.
Yeah,
And
it's certainly
of course
okay.
those extra copies aren't such a big deal to have because they're just food for zero later.
Totally. And this is actually like obviously so that CityWorks project is going to be scored, but this is a big window, right? Like stealing the first CityWorks from hand and not getting punitive means that you only have one more agenda steal that you have to be scared of. And after that, the teeth of this outfit deck is only tied into hard-hitting news.
Right. Real quick, Andre, do you want to introduce yourself to
Yeah,
the stream?
thanks. I'm Andre from the Metropole Grid. I've been making content for a while. We just did a little pre-stream and ran through the decks, and I went a bit long on my on the channel, the Metropole Grid, but I'm super excited to be here today.
Wonderful. We're glad to have you, Andre.
Thank you.
You are not going to be the only Canadian on the stream today because we do have 2 other Canadians who made it into top 16, 1 Italian and 1 Spanish player. The rest are United States Americans. We're seeing an Omar run go down.
Yeah, let's pressure those Rezes. Oh, those Rezekis are not getting much love.
No,
I'm
those
sure
are-
Yakuza is really happy about it.
Yeah, those are on the mods 2 Rezekis. I don't think he has anymore.
No, it's only 2.
You're trading a Rozeki, which is a credit per turn, for bad publicity, which is a credit per run.
Ooh.
Value.
Yeah, it's a credit per run, but it doesn't help you on traces for the corpse turn.
Yeah, on the mod really just needs that barrier breaker. As soon as they have that paperclip, I'm assuming that border control and the maw is just going to absolutely wreak havoc on whatever's standing in HQ. And again, it's an outfit list. Things stand in HQ.
Also, he's sitting comfortably on 20 credits plus 3 bad publicity. So taking their breakers out of his breakers out of the bin would be fairly cheap.
So 12 credits, smashing into R&D, stealing the hostile takeover, that's really big. Now punitive is basically offline. The next 3-pointer you steal is going to win you the game. We're going back, even if this is not a steal or trash maw, fires, randomly destroying a card from HQ. This is big. Also, sometimes like checking an ice when the corp is on 12 will allow them to res the ice so they can bounce down to too big to fail value. So sometimes you want to keep them, right? Between like 10 to 15. But Redino could always like strap an ice on server 1, too big to fail up, but that punitive is now dead. At least maybe the Maul was going to eat those instead of anything else.
So the Maw is a really good card. The only problem is the tempo hit that installing it gives you. Double advancement in server 1. So obviously on the mod has enough econ to make this Maw not such a tempo hit, and it's a really good choice for a meta where the corp is so combo oriented, because Maw, just much like we were talking about with Freedom, just rips apart those combos that you are holding in hand. Not even if you're hitting an agenda, but if you've got a kill threat, if you've got a fast advance threat, Maw is going to rip it apart before you get a chance to play it.
Yeah. So again, full open deck list, server 1 can be one of 2 things: a reversed accounts or the SSL. And the reversed accounts is probably not too bad. There's a chance if it's paired with the dedication, on the mod can lose almost all of his money entirely. But if it's an SSL, that's in some ways even scarier. Redino is now 1 hostile takeover from the game, and I don't believe On has any way to deal with fast advance. Dirty Laundry, that's a border control. Res on 7, keeping that money at the 12 cost just to be able to res server 1. And this is the point where Redino knows, like, I don't need any credits. I could just have the hostile in hand. But those border controls will keep on out.
I'm sorry, I think I missed. How did that find the truth hit the bin?
0.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I think on the mod is reading that it's way more important for him to get to his barrier breakers than play literally any other card.
Yeah, and talking about barrier breakers, there's 8 cards left in the stack, 2 paper clips only in the list. If they're still in there, that's a really horrible place to be in, specifically when there's just border controls on the centrals that Omar cares about with Ma, and they're free to break.
And bulwarks. Literally every server is protected by barriers.
Now, I don't know if server 1's ever going to matter anymore. Like, the best case here is, I guess in theory, you could push out if you're comfortable. You could push out another 5-3 if you really need to. CityWorks project, maybe you dedicate it. Now they need their fractor, and they need to get through maybe on top of that another, I guess they don't really need to get through. No, they do still need to get through a trebuchet. It does have a trace. That actually always does matter.
Yep. You cannot steal agendas. You can still access cards, but you can't steal agendas or trash cards.
Oh, so the paperclip was in the bin?
It's a table.
Again, any of these accesses could be game point if we find a 3-pointer. Anything that doesn't find or steal is trashing cards and archives. Checking archives is not going to be that expensive. It's 7 altogether, but with 3 bad pub, you're only paying 4 to see 5 face downs that were trashed randomly. That's an archive memories from HQ. Scary hit to see. As long as you keep the money up, though, there's no punishment that should show up here.
Yeah.
Going for singles DRM, that's now turned off. In theory, you could DRM the hostile to the remote, but you can't score at that same turn. Dirty Laundry, we're checking archives for 5.
Well, you cannot play digital rights management if the runner made a successful run, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Ooh. 2 punitives got hit, probably by the Maw. I guess Rodino would discard them if they have the option, but SSL is now pushing them up to 11. Double ice and R&D.
oh, this is exciting.
This is where all the agendas are, right? R&D right now. And of course, because Omar is Omar, you need to make sure that your 2 servers are protected in order to properly protect R&D.
Yes.
Yeah. And even HQ slams here, right? Like, you get an access, you thin HQ. So if you want to go back, but I don't know, if Rodino has an agenda here, they just have to play it really cool because there's not really an exit strategy.
Yeah.
Right.
Also,
We're playing
Bulgur is
draw
7th strength because of Ice Carver, so it's actually only 3.
Oh,
credits.
touche. Oh, that's huge.
Oh.
Second hostile. Rodino probably so upset right now. They have to score at another 5-3. No fast advance for an agenda that big. It needs to go in server 1. Woof is correct,
Yeah.
Rodino.
Server 1 is going to be very consequential this game. As soon as he gets a 5-3, he needs to put it in server 1.
Yeah.
And we know 2 border controls on centrals, like that server can't be that much more taxing. I think Trebuchet, Bulwark, and the final border control would be the worst case scenario. But their Anthamod can sit back, throw down that daily cast, just click up credits. They can camp that remote all they want. If not, HQ, again, that's free to check. Free to get a Maw trigger once a turn.
And Redino probably wants to push a CityWorks project due to the 8 cards left on the stack, but I don't think that's going to be a problem for the mod.
You're totally right. I think on the mod definitely needs to prioritize always ending their turn with 5 cards in their hand, because you're right. If there's a dedication on CityWorks, they need to get 6 damage after running the remote maybe twice. That's too many clicks in a lot of situations. RNG key though, oh, that's fun.
Let's get some money.
Of course, we will not see the RNG key find the truth combo since that got disrupted by 0 earlier. But just on the off chance of like accesses,
what do you guess?
Pretty.
Oh, they guess 0 hitting Engram flush. I feel like I always guess 4, right? Horta, mouseless,
Border control. Yeah.
Border control. Yeah, right. Is 4 good?
0 is pretty good between reversed accounts.
Arcade memories.
Yeah. Too big to fail is 0, right?
Yes.
Too big to fail. Yeah.
Remember Sheeta? Yeah, 0 is pretty good. 0 is better. You're right.
One of the big things is if you're looking to trash something and you need to be economically buoyed, you guess the res cost of that card, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't see it, you don't need to trash it. Therefore, you don't need the econ.
So Rodino now icing up archives. If you want to go Omar, it's probably more expensive now than going straight through R&D. But for the first time in probably a long time, Rodino now has the credit advantage. Hard-hitting news, though, at this point is more just a tempo play. Generally, the outfit is a bit bigger at recovering from dumping all the credits into one big trace on the back of too big to fail on its own. But Aunt can always just spend, the whole turn in 8 credits, 6 largely with daily cast. Here we go. I don't know if this works out. That's a speed bump, right? Not a end the run.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 consulting visits in this list and 1 more boom. I think there's a high-profile target as well, so you do need to respect it.
Yeah, and you have the archive memories on in hand.
There's no high-profile target.
Trace 10 is interesting.
Oh, so boom? The only boom is in archives, so really what you need to watch out for is archive memories.
And there's one in HQ, so you could maw it.
Yeah, but I really love when players do the trace into a place where the runner actually has to think about it. Yeah. Instead of like either you don't pull your money or you get tagged, and then I would just get tagged,
but
and pay 8 credits later. But now it's like, are you going to pay 10 credits instead of 8, and you don't lose a turn? And
yeah, I think that's right. You pay 10 to keep your turn instead of 8 and have no turn.
Yeah,
I think so. Especially if R&D is able to get into for pretty cheap, RNG key will help a lot.
I think you can just click for credits, get a free run on HQ, get that maw trigger, because if you hit the archives, your problems are so much lesser. But Redino putting themselves perfectly down to 9, maybe saying that they have a too big to fail in hand for the follow-up.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, that's smart.
So on going in still, it's going to be a free run. They're going to end their turn with 10 credits. So if you do hit the too big to fail, you can trash it. If you do hit the archive memories, you could hopefully trash it.
I think RNG now is 0. Like, it's a 0 bet.
Yeah, 0 seems good. We saw the archived in here. Consulting visit, though, that's a 2. And we're trashing something. So it's worth noting, I'm guessing on here, but if you do trash the card randomly that you're accessing, JNet will tell you.
Yes, it goes into archives face up.
Yes.
Cool. So for those who don't know, it's a bit of a maybe not intuitive way that it functions, but with Maw, you access a card, and then you have to randomly destroy a card while you're still accessing that card. So that card is within the options, but if you randomly pick it with a dice roll, you know what you've trashed. But more importantly, server 1 install advance could obviously be the winning SSL, but also what's the reversed accounts count? 1 in archives?
1? Yeah, so it could be reversed accounts, which could also just be really destructive for the mod right now.
They would need 1 of the archive memories, because 2 hard-hitting news. Mind you, this list is only on 2 of most of the punishment cards, as some of the other outfits are on 3. Omar just going archives. That's the Engram flush we've seen. That's 2 cards in hand. I don't know whether you need your cards in hand in this matchup.
Right, only if you see it in
if at some point you have to contest the city works project, you need your cards in hand.
Yeah, that's totally true.
And Alamo has not been drawing enough, in my opinion.
I get wanting to be really cautious here, just because I think going really aggro when you have the game end insight against outfit is probably the number 1 way that players die. So I get being really I get being more cautious than you would otherwise expect, especially against obviously very high caliber players here.
How many I had words we've seen?
1.
Just the 1. If those 2 cards are I've had words, could Ondemot survive an advanced city work?
If you take all the damage at once, so you would probably not survive.
Okay.
But we actually did see their hand as MK Ultra and Black Orchestra. That Redino took time in the unenviable task of comparing an open list to the heap and the play space to try and figure out what the last 2 cards in hand were. They probably guessed they were. I've had worse. Rashida Jones getting hit on the 0 gas and RNG key.
Oh,
so if you trash that, you're not trashing a Maw. I wonder what's more valuable.
I think you just go in again, right?
Maw's actually, Jones to trash archives. You're right. If you trash that, you could go in again. You'd have to go straight through R&D. But again, we don't know anything about server 1. Redino could just be like pushing out here. Now, if they do spend more than 3 credits rezzing ice on the server 1, they can't score this turn. I think you have to push the remote.
Yeah, and also if you're pressuring there, then that means less pressure, or that means less destructive ice stresses that Redino can push on server 1. So I feel like
yeah,
running R&D is a good option.
Well, I think you would just smash server 1, right? Like, what can they res and still threaten the score? It has to be something that costs 2. There's nothing, right? Like, we've seen the only Engram Flush. Are they on an IP block? That generally doesn't work well with bad publicity.
Very true.
Yeah, I guess, like, they can't res an Archer. If they res an Archer, they lose the game. I think you push it. Are we at, we're at 2 in the bin of stim hacks? How much does On have? I don't even know if you need to stim hack, though.
Yeah, I don't think you run stem hack with your HP so low.
Now we know actually what's in their hand, but we just saw it was 2 breakers. But I think the regrettable thing is now not trashing the Rashida. If you do swing onto server 1, you know that once you deal with the server, you're going to have to run back next turn because the Rashida's in there. Mm-hmm. But admittedly, if they do Rashida, they could be drawing multiple agendas, and those go to HQ. Those don't go anywhere smart after that. Yeah, here we're going. We're charging. 2 clicks left. Lets you deal with the border control res if we find the last one and come back with a click extra.
Yep. Yeah.
If they don't, if Redino doesn't res anything, and that server 1 is the.
This is interesting because at this point, if it's an agenda, obviously you don't need to go through. But the problem is the reversed accounts because that will trade you 9 to 12 credits. Yeah. So I think you need to eat through this twice and just hope that you've trashed the archive memories in HQ, so hard-hitting news isn't a problem. But again, Redino needs to have exactly too big to fail. Okay, not even using the border control. I think that's smart. That builds a remote for the next score that you need to pursue. You need to score a 5-3 here.
So now you go into R&D and kill the... Oh.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah,
okay.
I think you could have killed Rashida for sure.
Yeah.
She's going to be in there. Ooh, archive memories?
For
too big to fail.
And Rashida in the remote.
Yeah, of course.
So now Maws are really interesting, right? Because it's 1 card. You can wipe it, which means Rashida will draw 3 cards. If they draw 2 agendas, I think Redino loses the game.
Yeah, good point.
Ooh, drawing off the top of Liberty. That's really big money that you needed. Going for the Omar run just to see R&D. I guess you maul the card in HQ regardless if you steal or trash. You probably don't trash here. There's not much to trash, right? Like, we've seen 2 reversed. We've seen 2 Rashida. There's probably 1 more Rashida.
Mm-hmm.
Engram. So they called program knowing both of the cards in hand are programs left over. That's, actually only 1 of them. So there's a Hippo in there as well.
On the mod, use 0 to and
right on.
Orchestra got destroyed.
So hitting the CityWorks project in R&D takes no meat damage. This axis could be it. We'll see what the RNG key call is. 0 hitting a Trebuchet, mawing the only card in HQ. So again, this Rashida is going to draw into Trebuchet and then 3 unknowns after the mandatory. And if 2 of them are agendas, that HQ pressure is going to hopefully find them.
So we've seen 1 reverse, or not 1 reverse, 1 archive memories used. We know there's another one in the list. At what point do you just run archives?
Whoa! Consulting arc.
Trebuchet was coming up. Yeah. So wherever you see this ice put is probably don't run there unless you're making or breaking it.
Mm-hmm.
Now you need to install the Trebuchet. You need to install it now so you don't lose it to the maw. And where do you put it, right? Like R&D and archives, you have to choose one of them. R&D already might have a Trebuchet. Trebuchet, for what it's worth, you can trace through it as long as you reinstall your breaker or whatever trash is. Losing the maw is probably pretty bad. Oh, they can lose the Trebuchet here. It's 1 of 2 in HQ.
It's risky.
He probably felt more comfortable with just booing the econ, but yeah, you're right. Trebuchet is a real pain right now.
Maybe there's an agenda in there, so that you couldn't go down to 1 card in hand, because that would be a game loss.
Seen all the economy on the mod side. 3 dirty laundries, the 3 liberated, and the 3 sure gambles. So Animod has a limited amount of runs in him.
So we know it's a Whoredom, which just got trashed, and the Trebuchet survives in HQ. We're Omaring in. It's an unknown card. Again, we know that in the last 9 card agendas in R&D. Sorry, 9 cards in R&D. There's 3 agendas. This is a 33% chance of victory. Oh yeah, right. There could be archives. Engram Flesh now has no teeth.
Oof.
It's 1 in 3 if this is only R&D agendas. Omar swinging over. Call 5, right? Nothing. Oh, they're already RNG queued, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Trashing that blank Engram. Assuming that's the Trebuchet.
Yeah, Trebuchet, for sure.
So what's worst case scenario? Trebuchet R&D and Trebuchet Archives?
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, and also Redino going for the long run.
There's 3 Trebuchets in this list, so if the ice on server 1 is Trebuchet also, then that actually puts on the mod in a really bad position.
I don't think you could you even res an archer at this point? Like, it obviously hits, but the fact is breakers are not too big of a deal, and then you can reinstall them. I don't think you can res an archer. It puts you way too far behind.
No,
Career
absolutely not.
fair and daily casts. Not running HQ here. You could have got him off fire. There's one card that was stranded in HQ that would have definitely gone down.
Yeah.
It was whatever he saw in R&D earlier, so he knows what it is.
Yeah, you're totally right. And they have it. This is where it's the cards don't matter. This is a totally safe Civility Works project. You don't have 5 meat.
It is.
You can't take 5 meat damage.
This is the old grinder Obokata style, right?
Yeah.
I can score this. Do not give a crap. You could have installed this naked.
Oh man,
Absolutely.
they might have just. What about if the dedication was on top of the deck? Like, it had to be one of these two. They drew once and then got the other part. So one of these cards could have got mod. And it actually matters to mod the dedication. Otherwise, you can only get 4 damage is actually good enough if you install advance.
Yep.
But it depends when they drew it, right? If they drew it later in the turn, they could only do install advance, which is just enough.
Yeah, the thing is that Redino only can afford to res 1 Trebuchet.
Oh, did not res the Trebuchet.
Whoa.
Oh no,
That's
then
wild.
you can click. You can res 2 because then it's 1 credit. Advance.
Yeah, I wonder.
And you can leave that City Works for another turn.
Do you think game is in archives right now?
It could be. Again, we're assuming there's 2 and 6 on R&D. Too big to fail. That's going to get you 3 credits. Yeah, you need to check archives. Maybe there's a border control in that. No, we've seen all 3. Like, why didn't they res that ice on archives? What is that? Like, you can res the Trebuchet here. There you go. They res it this time around. And they're resing it on the archives run. So you need to beat this trace.
But you can. Andamod has 25 credits.
Yeah.
That trace is.
So
that trace is dead.
You know that you need 10 credits to get through Bulwark when you reinstall your paperclip. So as long as you can keep 10 left after this trace, you're okay. Because the trace here will stop you accessing cards from archives, which is obviously very important. Now, if you don't pay it, you can still go through the Bulwark, which is expensive, and you can see the cards, like you can flip them over, but you won't access them, so you can know whether you need to run back. I think it's probably just worth it to spend the money first time.
You have 0 clicks left.
Oh, wow, you're right. Oh, you just spent all your money here. You're going to lose.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You just spent 15. Like, Redino can't outtrace this.
Right.
Redino could have spent 4 more credits to push it to 16.
Yeah.
Yes, but then they wouldn't be able to. He wouldn't be able to advance out, and then.
Yeah.
No, you can. You can. Credit, advance.
One just credit. It's click 1 credit.
Oh,
and the Tula. Yeah, Redino should have pushed that trace 4 more credits, and then I think.
Wait! Yeah. Oh no! They're out.
He just realized.
No!
He just realized it.
Oh, that's brutal. If this is the game.
He just realized.
Oh.
Oh no!
Oh crap!
Oh, that's a bigger woof. That's the biggest woof.
Oh, for F's sake!
Oh, that's so rough.
Oh.
Okay. Maybe this is all for show. That'd be so fun. Oh, okay.
I understand if you don't want the undo. Oh, here comes the
This is
absolute
such a
absolute blindness of Netrunner
situation.
players.
One of those situations where both.
Do you absolutely lose because of your opponent has math wrong, or do you give them? Oh my god!
It's
hard.
totally understandable from both sides. I think.
Yeah, because
here.
that undo is the win for each player.
Right, of course. What a weird, what an
If
uncomfortable
Andamon says
position.
no, he wins. If he says yes, he loses. I mean, what a position to be. I do not envy that, to be honest.
Yeah.
And like, okay, I don't know if anybody has strong ideas of what they would do in this position. You would never know until you're at the table.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right. I can pretend whatever, but this is like.
Yeah, the chat is saying that it's a bit rude to ask for this undo because you're putting on the mod in a very awkward position.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that's rough.
Yeah, Radina's just saying that he made a mistake, so.
Okay. So Radino giving permission, basically, to say,
Oh no,
Radino
yeah, I
kind
think
of saying like, I made the mistake, so don't feel bad, right? And I think that's the right way to do it.
Yeah.
You can, like asking for the undo isn't necessarily bad, but also you need to make it clear, like, you won't be upset at anyone besides yourself if they decide to play hard in the top cut, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I think Perkovis is right. Like, Vesper just put the decision back on the player, and that's maybe too bit much pressure.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna go through. We'll see what's in archives. 6 cards down again.
Yeah.
We'll track some of these.
And again, completely do not.
No,
Absolutely,
that
that's
doesn't make you a
yeah.
jerk. No, it doesn't. You're fine.
All my compassion to both players. This is a rough situation.
Yeah. All right, Paperclip coming back again. You can't keep those Anarch programs down for too long unless they are locked down. Bulwark, that's 6 credits with the Ice Carver. On the mod, again, Rodino could have spent 4 more. On can only afford to spend 3 more. That feels bad. But hey, at this caliber of play, right? Like, people are playing good decks. It's if you make one more mistake than your opponent, it definitely can cost you the game, and we saw that here.
And to be absolutely fair, I just posted it in the chat. Sorry, I'm being a bit of a judge here too, because I've seen this happen before. And at the end of the day, if Redino just had made the trace like in a second, it's okay. It might be a mistake, but he actually took some time to think about how much to put in the trace. So at the end of the day, I don't think it was a rushed decision that he took. So I feel
It was a decision point, and
Antonov just decided to continue. Absolutely.
yeah, it was a decision point, and after that, he realized it was the wrong decision.
Yep. So hey, Rodino's not out of the tournament. This is double elimination. They're just going to drop down to the lower bracket on the mod. Going to go on again. If you're not familiar with how this works, you don't play both sides of the table. You play one side of the table. At the beginning of the tournament, it is decided by whoever's in higher seed. From then on, it is decided by whatever side you've played fewer matches in, and then at some point, random will be the tiebreaker. But we're still going to have a lot of Netrunner for both of these players. Hopefully, Rodino just in lower brackets on going to carry on Omaring into R&D.
I think that was the last game going on, or at least
Wow.
I don't see anything else on the Jinteki.
So nobody played GameNet round 1, huh?
Sorry?
Nobody played GameNet round 1 if we're all done on time. That's wild.
I think everyone agreed to not play GameNet.
Yeah, we saw yesterday the GameNet games are Glacier games. They can go to the time limit. We're excited to see how those perform in 45-minute chunks. They're pretty interesting decks to see, like that genuine Glacier we might not have seen in a while. So we'll see how that goes.
What other decks would you really want to see just mentally prepping for next round?
There's some really exciting lists that we didn't get to see at all. If we can see his, I believe he's on a PE list. That's really exciting. I know we haven't seen a lot of Simon Moon on stream, running actually very interesting lists. Again, a very weird Asa list and a very interesting Haley list. One of them has Apocalypse in them. The other one has Harding News Boom. Again, in a Wayland list. I think that's very interesting. I think we saw most everybody else. Maybe we didn't see Greyfield. But Greyfield's lists are also Greyfield's list on the runner side is pretty interesting. It's an Insight Top Hat Hoshiko, which is again something we haven't seen at any time in the whole weekend. So I think those are my two highlights.
I see Top Hat and I want to see it.
Sorry,
I see Top Hat and I want to see it.
Yeah, right.
I do want to see it too. I used to play a very cute Akiko Nisei with Top Hat and Insight, and it was really fun. I'm a big fan of Top Hat, so I'm completely on board with this. Yay!
Top Hat's good because you can ask the chat what number they prefer if you're not inciting, and that's the most exciting. How y'all feeling? 1 to 5, let's go!
Come on, raffle!
But we do have a really good top cut. Like I have no doubt you've all looked through the deck lists. I got to look through the deck list a bit before on our unofficial pre-show, but it's super varied. Now you're seeing like Asa. You're seeing it's more on the Asa side. Like we have 4 out of 5 Asas, or maybe 5 Asas, but most of them are doing something different. I think we have 2 or 3 that are like basically card for card, maybe some substitutions to Chris Ferg, the deck list of the week right now, the one that won Euro Africa's, but some of the other ones are like really spicy and they take different approaches in still a very strong ability.
Yesterday, I saw NASA kill someone with Punitive.
Yeah,
and I was baffled.
I think that might be in the cut. Yeah, there's a lot of Punitive in the cut.
I
Sid's
really love
that
it.
picture.
Because at the beginning, you just see like they're doing Asa stuff. And like you get like a couple batterings and you're like, yes, I've got this. And then it's like, Punitive. And it just comes out of nowhere. I just love this kind of deck that take advantage of a very known stereotype. Archetype, sorry. And then just twitch it to surprise the runner. I'm just a fan.
We've been doing GNKs online in my area, and Sid's been participating, and every time I'm playing against their Asa list, and I'm playing some like max 115, and they've been playing this Asa list, and I'm keep losing to it horribly, and I'm convinced it's the best list, and now they proved me right, so I'm entirely validated. Let's go. Do we have the standings yet? Are we on challenge this time around, or are we back up on Cobra?
Cobra.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries. Please. So, on table 9, we have Jose-san playing the Geist.
We had a request from the stream, from the chat, to have the kid on the stream. So if everybody's okay with that, we could go with table 15. I don't know if you're okay with that, of course.
Vesper, how's it going? Yeah, that's actually that's a top hat runner as well. That lines up really well.
I'm fine. I'm just
perfect.
Just to give you a bit more insight into what I said on the chat. Yeah, that was totally a wrong way to put it. But this is basically the problem of English not being my first language. But basically, the player totally the runner here had totally the call to do whatever they felt like, because it was totally on them. I didn't want to put the pressure on them. I just wanted to make sure that they know that whatever decision they take is absolutely okay, and if they win on that access, they totally should. I didn't press it properly because guess what? I was also doing 3 other things at the same time. So apologies if that felt like I'm putting pressure. Thank you for calling this out, and thanks for everybody who just jumped in and said next time maybe handle it better. I will. And also, I probably shouldn't be doing this. So Mar, as long as you're with us here, and as long as you are on chat and in the log there as well, please by all means do jump in and type it nicely, because you know how to do it better than I do. While I try to click all the different controls here. Speaking of which,
absolutely not. I just understood.
Yeah.
I know you very well, Vesper, and I understood what you were trying to say. I just like redacted it a bit more clear because I had more time to think about it too. So don't worry about it.
Am I just showing you both people on
Yeah.
Corp? This is ridiculous. I shouldn't be showing you both people on Corp. Sorry. We should be totally seeing the runner here. That happens. But yeah, this is a live stream, by the way, everybody. So those things will happen. And of course, we're experimenting all the time with different things. There you go. This is the runner deck for Greyfield. So we have Hoshiko versus the Kid over to use, and they're setting up right now. So you're going to be going in live in a minute now.
All right.
I do want to see both these decks. I want to see this Helheim tier plus punitive Asa list, and I also want to see this APOC Shaper list. In
Yeah, there's some really cool stuff. Do we know specifically whether this is the upper bracket or the lower bracket? Greyfield versus the Kid?
I can check round 1 and tell you if the Kid.
It looks like it's a winner's bracket.
Perfect.
Yeah, it looks
so this
like
is
it's
winner
upper bracket.
brackets. This is the second round, so there's still 8 players right now battling up in the upper brackets. This is just round 2 of the Swiss cut. If you're just tuning in, top 16, a lot of Netrunner to go through. So really quickly on the Kids Asa list, it's very, very close right now. If you go over to Netrunner DB and look at Chris Ferg's winning list from Euro Africa's, I think there's a small change in the ice distribution. I think the Kid is favoring some of them Fairchild 3s over Gatekeepers. It's a 2 distribution or 3-2 distribution, but I think Greyfield's deck might have a bit of a bigger story behind it. It is a one of a kind that we've seen at this tournament. It is on an Insight Top Hat combo, which is, we don't see a lot of that. It's 9 influence to basically be able to see the top of the deck and then make sure you can run in and grab wherever the agenda is in those top, 4 or 5 cards. Otherwise, just a good stuff shell. We have that turntable, which can matter. We are playing Global Food Initiative in this deck. Even Vitruvius with counters can be contested. We do also have a Rebirth and 3 labor rights. So that means that those insights are going to come back and come back and come back. If you can set that up early, I think you can close the game off pretty quickly.
The other influence is really interesting too. It's Boomerang and 3 pad tap. So just going for Econ and the pseudo AI that Boomerang is.
Yeah, also Dory's in here without having that virtual support. At the end of the day, it is another breaker. It's not a heat breaker, but it's not the worst breaker, especially when you have to deal with a field of tour guides. Yep. I think a Dory is like 2 credits for all subs, and we're going to see tour guides in this list for sure. So we got 45 minutes in the round. Hoshiko can deal with those assets. Again, the economy is the basic economy you expect from a lot of these Anarch decks. Dirty Laundry to Stim Hacks. You have the Cast, the Liberated accounts, even Pad Tap. On top of it, no Rozekis though. But the idea is that Hoshiko can always interact with assets while getting that card draw, getting some burst of credits at the same time if she wants to jump into her digital life. Which helps you control the board and build up into your Top Hat Insight combo. Looks like we got Mulligan's the Kid. That is Beckett, one of our youngest competitive players, doing an absolute job just representing their age group.
Isn't he the youngest?
Really good ambassador. I would assume so. And we're off to the races.
Can we risk to assume that he might be the youngest?
I don't know. From what I've seen, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. I think the title of the Kid is awesome.
Yes. It's talking about nice handle. Sorry about diverging a bit of the game, but yesterday Brandon, whose handle is the King, was playing with an Oracle, and the Oracle's handle was Hand of the King, and I think this is the most clever stuff that I've seen ever.
It's pretty great.
Really good.
Great.
Much better than running expert.
Yeah, yeah, expert as it's known. Oh boy, that's a Maryland out in the remote, not res, so it is going to get the full trashed. We do have a Cybernex court up, which 5 credits is a bit hard to steal here or just trash here. But if you do disrupt that, that can be an issue with keeping all those cards in hand. But Boomerang straight into HQ pressure. I think the only 3 ice, subroutine ice, is Fairchild 3, but we're going through. That's a tour guide with single. This axis here does ensure Hoshiko Shiro stays digital. Mumba Temple can't trash that, hoping to see an agenda for sure.
Sorry, I'm just gonna silence my Discord because it just keeps popping. I'm
Yeah,
so
I
sorry.
did that
Can
yesterday.
you hear it?
No, we didn't hear anything.
Okay. Then it's fine. It just bothers me then.
Server 3 getting put in. I think one of the early good cards here is either Rashida or a Jeeves model Biroids, but Gray has double pad tap, and we haven't seen Asa groups deal too much with trashing the pad taps. Their burst economy comes later in the game after some setup. Paying 6 right now is very difficult, so those pad taps will probably stick for a while. I think the only econ cards that will gain credits are Violet level clearance, the Marylands if they stick, maybe a Rashida, maybe the fully operational. And fully operational is looking pretty operational right here with 2 iced
Nice.
remotes with things in them.
That was a nice one.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give you that.
Dirty Laundry in R&D. Zero sniping that Black Orchestra, throwing it to the heap where you want. And that top hat, that's like a medium. Am I right?
Yes, it is.
Let's see the first one. Let's see the second one. Let's see the third one. It's
Rashida hoping to probably to get just some ice to cover that R&D that right now it's looking a bit unsafe. But Black Orchestra has hit in the bin.
So I have no doubt we have hippos in this list. So Fairchild 3, while it seems like a good medium taxing ice, the hippo can eat it relatively well. It's going to take your whole turn. I just also want to point out, because this was a point of confusion, if you read the text on top hat, it doesn't mean that you can see the 5 cards and choose one of them. You have to choose the number first before accessing. So it's not absurdly strong, but it's very good, especially if we have an insight into a boomerang, something like that coming off the top here. But Gray, checking server 5.
Just trying to keep the kid honest. Ooh, and trashing that Jibs. Not a second thought there.
Yeah, Jeeves.
Yeah.
Got to keep that down. If server 4 or server 3 is an agenda, Vitruvius with the counter is a big deal. Even just an SFT successful field test without a biotic. We're smashing a Hagen here. No Rozeki, no Tapworm.
And the run.
No punishment. And you can maybe take a whack at server 3 here. You do have the access to Gatekeeper. Oh, paying 5 to trash the cybernetics.
Yeah, 10 credits gone in a single turn. Just, no, you can't have nice things. Not on my watch.
So Mumba Temple does not give you real credits, so Pad Tap won't fire. So those Pad Taps are just sitting there. I have no doubt Gray would love the 2 credits a turn. Server 6, I think the fully operational might be coming out here if we have it. Kid probably can't keep too many more cards in their hand this turn unless there's another Cybernetics Quartz somewhere stashed away. Ooh, Pad Tap 1 going down. Pad Tap 2 will take him to 0.
I think that's a read that he's definitely pulling up for fully operational soon and doesn't want it to be too much of a boon to the runner.
Server 6 could be Rashida. Server 7, another remote. Maybe the Maryland campaign is coming out slowly. That's why the pad taps can't be too long for this world. 0 into run. Again, Hoshiko going to stay digital, going to keep that card draw down to the cost of money. Jeeves number 2. Boom.
Going down to 3 credits to trash that, probably the right choice, because every time we've seen the kid run the board with this ASA list, it's been in conjunction with the Jeeves. And this list doesn't have the version.
Yeah, just as the Vitruviuses, which you have to work for. Oh, Cybernetics Court. That's going to be res. The hand size is pretty good right now. The kid could definitely pop off with a fully operational. Even a Violet level clearance would be totally good here. And I feel like the Pat Tap is basically showing one of those. There you go, fully operational. You can repeat this 3 more times.
Yeah. Only after clearing the Pat Tap.
Yeah. Kid's money is pretty low, right? This is the list that has 2 daily quests, and none of those have showed up, let alone would probably stick at this point.
Right.
Ooh, lost an insight. There's the other combo piece in the heap. Next to an MK Ultra, and a Paperclip's already been in there. So Insight as a double, not a priority. Pays 0 to look at the top 4 cards of R&D. The core rearranges them, and then they show you how they put them back, which is where your hat collection will kind of kick in.
Which makes the Fairchild 3 on R&D that much smarter, because you can't click through and Insight.
Yeah, totally.
Yep.
Boomerang also only gets you so far. I guess you could always pay 3. Maybe, I don't know if you want to like yeet the 0. That seems like a pretty good card to have, but you do have options. Again, it's only a single Boomerang, but that 0 draw and the Hoshiko draw, you might find it.
Left on Sark.
Greyfield saying couldn't draw a Dory yesterday. Again, if you get that Odori down, it's only 2 credits to check HQ, and with no Lakshmi threat, there's definitely agendas in HQ. And we've seen this so many times with a Lakshmi Smart Fabrics deck. It's really important to start doing damage and stealing one of each agenda type if possible, just because Lakshmi requires multiple copies of the same named agenda. So if you can break up those doubles, those triples, it's a definitely a very big boon for the runner.
Fully operational, hitting the table, and then 2 more cards installed, making it more difficult for the 11 credits Hoshiko to actually keep track and checking everything.
I mean, given how many 5 trash cost assets that this Hoshiko has trashed, that like he's been doing a really good job keeping on top of the board and booing his econ. Like that's 15 credits that he spent doing that.
So great.
Board left alone.
Gray's been doing a cool job ducking in and out of digital form, digital to natural. So those checks there were probably pretty easy to call just because they wanted to make enter the digital space. We did see a Maryland. Now with the pad taps gone, it's a pretty expensive trash at this point, and the money is pretty good with the kid who is in really good fully operational. I think the next fully operational is like what, 9 credits?
Yeah,
Easy.
5 triggers.
Now, obviously, trashing Cybernex Court for 5 is asking for a lot, but even just keeping that around gives the kid options of more things to res during a Lakshmi Smart Fabrics. So sometimes those installs might seem strange, probably better than discarding them, but just having cards you can res does matter. Server 3 also, what the heck is that? It's been there forever. Is that a legitimate agenda?
Does the kid run team sponsorship?
I don't think this list has them.
Okay.
Right. So that might be a Vitruvius, and the kid is trying to stick a Jeeves so he can get a counter on it.
Yeah, that would be reasonable, and sticking a Jeeves is a tall ask. There's only one more Butler in the whole deck.
Yeah.
True.
We haven't seen a single agenda yet, though.
Yeah,
Like,
nothing yet. And again,
HQ must
Beckett
be
probably has.
juicy at the moment.
My Kingdom for an Adore, that tour guide, again, 2 credits is probably the best you can ask for in the whole game. I've had worse going to be used. Not even trying to hit that, obviously, in a big hand size. It's hard to zero it, but you'd love to see it happen.
Yeah.
Rebirth.
Ooh.
Oh, Omar, let's go. The Uncle Keyboards is going to smash into HQ. This is an agenda, right? It's ripe. It's a Vitruvius.
Wow.
Oh, it's ripe. That's
Sniper
the big
power
one.
of Omar.
Liberated accounts, Black Orchestra, thrown into the bin. We have access to all the breakers, and again, full lists. There's not an arc lockdown to play around. But like, we need what do you need? Just need more money, and then the Insight Top Hat combo is online. Now, unfortunately, that combo was boosted back in the day by cards like Freedom Through Equality, and Mad Dash, which don't exist anymore. So if Greyfield wants to pull off the combo, they still need to steal 3 more genuine agendas. And as time goes on, right? Like, assuming there's agendas in hand, if an Insight Top Hat combo fires, you're going to know what agenda it is, which means Asa Group can defend it very intelligently with Lakshmi. Omar,
plus an HQ. Very unlikely Beckett's going to be able to defend that. So yeah, just keeping it in HQ as padding is probably good.
Double Maryland. Again, the HQ pressure seems better than R&D here. You're accessing a random card of the 9 that they're ending their turn with, but again, the agendas have to be somewhere. I would be love to see what's in server 3. If you face check click 1, you're going to have that Fairchild clicks. I don't think there's a bad face check here outside of the Gatekeeper. Biotic Labor. Oh, something cool is going to happen here. Card in server 11 looked like an agenda. There's no Jeeves on the table just yet. It's an SFT with 9 cards in hand. This could be absolutely massive.
All the installs.
Yeah.
2 in server 11. 1 is an upgrade. We know that has to be a Cyberdex Virus Suite. I don't think that has any impact in this matchup besides a Resible for the Lakshmi.
Only 2 installs? Nah, that can't be right.
So server 3 could just be a Lakshmi as well, waiting for an opportunistic res. Of course, that does not protect HQ against Omar until you are resing other things as well.
You would have res the Lakshmi a long time ago, right? Like you would have had like 10 counters on it.
I don't understand what's going on. Okay, just more insults. Because, yeah.
Oh, okay. Some servers.
All
We're gonna
the
have to zoom out. Hopefully your vision is good, because these get small. Server 15, even smaller we go, but Greyfield now has all the options in the world. 13, 14, 15, one of those likely achieves. I don't know if there's an agenda on the table, hoping Greyfield can't find a boomerang. Straight on server 11, we're going to that server that was thought to be safe. If that boomerang hits a tour guide, it's still very difficult. You could MK Ultra through some of it. Maybe that forces some reses. Oh, there you go. It's a Mamba Temple. Mystery solved.
Oh, he just never had to pay more than 2, I guess.
Yeah.
Fairchild.
And Fairchild.
This is fine, right? Boomerang pay 3.
Yeah,
you could even throw out your daily cast.
Yeah.
You trust your cast, right? That's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Single access here, easily an agenda. It's an MC austerity policy, another win condition this deck has. We're going to get that down while we can still click through Fairchild. So I guess on R&D. Gray has 2 clicks left. Omar going to use one of them. Lakshmi might pop up here, but it's uniced. It's SFT from hand. Greyfield getting closer to that inside top hat being a winning play. Only 2 more agendas left to steal.
Server 14.
What is happening?
Oh. Wow.
What is 13? What is 15? Okay, now, like, what can you do? Inside top hat, if you don't get a Lakshmi up, it is going to be a game-winning play. And the best case scenario here, there's 2 Vitruvius scored, 2 SFT scored. So Lakshmis are useless on both of those in case it's HQ protection. The only thing we got here is food. Fully operational. It's not terminal. That echoes 4 extra times. Iceland Archives going to give Omar some resistance. Again, what is in server 11? You could go check, spend your whole turn. Insight's going to start off the top. Here we're going. So
yep, this is a smart time to use it because you can go for broke here, assuming that one of the top 4 cards is an agenda. You win, right?
Yeah. You can always also liberate it once first, right? Now, Lakshmi is the only problem. Is there a Lakshmi in 11, 13, 15? They have a small chance of defending it. But if it's a Vitruvius or SFT, they have no chance of defending it. The only thing that is slightly defensible is food. And then they get the Ice Res probably in R&D. They res the Lakshmi itself. They'd have to res one more asset. It's Tour Guide, Fairchild 3, Drafter, Violet, Whiff.
No agenda.
So we've seen 1 insight so far in the heap. That's the second played. 3 labor rights in this deck.
Yeah.
Omar is just smashing into what's in archives again. This list has more Fairchild 3s than you might expect. It's just a gatekeeper. Still a pretty big one.
Just for this
Yeah.
And we're paying through it. That's a lot of money, but Gray still has a Liberty Camp. This could be it. That's a
food. The kid could not find a Lakshmi.
Nah, dude, those Jeeves getting trashed, you saw. So important. Otherwise, Biotic into anything like could have done it. Like, that's so wild.
Greyfield, why did I even add Adori to my deck? It never shows up.
You give the commentators something to talk about. It's really important. That's awesome. That inside top hat combo obviously didn't do much this game, but you see the pressure of it. Like, the game state is keep the board down, get some points, and then you can close the game off with a combo that's actually very difficult to fight against. I think Lakshmi was the best case scenario there, but never really needed it to come up.
Yeah. I'm voting for Simon Moon for the next game.
Yeah.
This round 2 was winner's bracket for Simon Moon, so no matter who wins this one, we'll get at least one chance to see one of his ludicrous decks.
Do we want to jump in right now?
Yeah.
Right on.
So this is the Apoc Shaper.
Yeah, it's an interesting list. This Apoc Shaper, it's a Haley list, But it's like we did see. Oh, Titans. This might not be fast enough for this to matter. We have a Stargate down, a stim hack. Let's just talk about this play before we talk about the deck itself. We are stim hacking. We have an Angola. We do have a Gauss, so we're going to be able to get through both of this. It is a stim hack run, not a Stargate run. So this looks like a single axis itself. Interestingly enough, like it's Titan. 3 Atlases are out of the game. No more Atlas counters, but there's a Clot that's been arc locked down. It's removed from game. So Simon needs to keep the pressure up. At this point, with this new construction now, we're at that awkward spot where you need a fast advance out of food. Still possible, but very difficult.
Does this Titan play? Oh, okay.
So that hostile doesn't help so much. It keeps Chris's econ down because they would need to score 3 hostiles, which doesn't exist to win the game out. So no matter what, their only option here right now for Chris is to score out a global food initiative, which is a tall ask. It matters where the reconstruction contracts are. So far, we've seen 1 in the heap, 1 revel clearance, and no dedication. So it's probably possible. And again, it's only like a 4 credit play, and Claude has been locked down.
Yeah. So Claude, I think, is what gives this some resiliency against Titan. Titan does not like facing Claude.
No,
Yeah.
Absolutely
Very hard.
not.
I don't know if you remembered if Eric Whiteblade's lists were running Arc Lockdown, but I thought that might have been a different change to this Titan this tournament round. Is that all the Titan lists we're seeing from New York are on Lockdown?
Right. And I'm assuming that's because they were aware of this Haley list being very viable. Our lockdown being foregone in previous Apex because they didn't expect to see a ton, or sorry, previous Continentals because they didn't expect, Gain is in Arc.
That was a Stargate into that. And again, like you can't defend against Stargate. There's just basically no way besides icing up. You need a Trebuchet to tax a Thingolo, but it's going to be pretty difficult. Oh, they had GFI, Biotic Daddy, Rococo in hand, so they had everything if they could have survived one more Stargate. That's wild. And apparently Simon knew that based off what he saw the draw. Yo, if we can talk just about this Shaper list, because I find it fascinating, right? Like, we saw Kit APOC in the Swiss cut, and that deck was an APOC deck, like Armitage code busting APOC deck. But this deck is very, it's fascinating. It's on 2 APOC. Aesop's Pawn Shop is a huge card now that's unrestricted. It lets you wipe or recover any face down cards, give you economy at the same time, so you don't have to worry about playing redundancy. But the biggest thing here is like it's an APOC deck that's running Proco. So in the early game, you can set up like a Shaper with Proco. In a matchup where APOC is good, you can pivot to that, and then you can recover again. But the idea that this can actually play like that mid-range pawn shop Shaper that you're used to seeing, maybe without Rozekis, maybe without some of the other splashy efficiency, and then also threaten the Apocalypse is so cool. And I think there's also 2 other lists that we're seeing in the top cut, which is just a regular Anarch list on NetDad or a regular 419 list with some spice out of Cody that have 1 APOC each as flexibility. And in an open cut where you see the deck lists, how do you play against a list where you know of 1 in the 50 cards is an APOC, 1 in those 45 cards is an APOC? What do you do? That's so wild.
It seems that that APOC it's just like or a first turns play or like the last resource that you want to use. Because mid game it just puts both of you very on the beginning again, right? Or
it's like, yeah, I totally agree. It's like matchup dependent. Like again, all the acid deck lists we've seen, maybe barring some of the more spicy ones, APOC is game winning, right? Like fully operational is offline. They're Jeeves, you don't have to pay the trash cost. Everything goes down. Cybernex Court, they're stuck with 9 cards in hand, maybe not a lot of ice because they generally ASA install their ice. That's wild. Against a game net deck, and we've only seen 1 so far in the top cut that has tag punishment. If you remove all that stuff from the board, what does game net do? Like it takes them 15 turns to spin up to build Glacier, and if that comes down, do they have another option?
I think so.
Hey there. Yeah, I mean, this is all lovely, and I'm really interested in the takes on this. I'm glad we could pull the deck list up as well. But Encoder versus NetDad, and remember, NetDad is seed 1. This is still going on. Want to jump in there?
Oh, right on.
Let's go, yeah.
Let's
absolutely.
do this.
No, thank you. That's important. All right. Oh, hey, it's a game net game, so we can talk exactly about it. Cody has a very spicy list. There's 3 Muertos in here. I don't think this is an Angola list. I'd have to check, but it has hijacked router. It has Muertos gang members, so it does have some both acid hate and some D-res hate, and on top of it, one card in these 20 between Coder's deck and Cody's hand is an Apocalypse. And again, if you Apocalypse this many ice that NetDad spent so much time and credits on, they might have a hard time.
Yeah, and also there's a tool booth. It's always a pleasure to crush a big ice.
Muertos gang member, we did see a bit in the COD. It's a really interesting card. On the turn that you are going to Apocalypse, you can just trash this. You don't care if they free res something. It doesn't matter. There's no more architects in the meta. And that just gives you a bit more tempo. I wonder what this D-resed early in the game. If it's a toll booth, obviously it's the best, but it might just have been a cheaper ice. Maybe whatever is on the innermost on HQ.
Yeah, Muertos, not a card we see often, but we did see it round one yesterday with that Los list. So it's a really clever include the hijacked routers, both getting trashed, obviously, because they're not useful in this matchup, but really smart meta read against the very popular aces that we're seeing in the top cut.
So hijack router is fascinating, right? Like it does something good against acids. On the remote, it's like a 3-credit vamp of some sort. Or on archives, which like we see a toll booth on archives. Maybe that's a hijack router response. Maybe it's just like, a triple Amakua, so you need to ice up everything. But a lot of ice was put on archives for a deck that doesn't have Sneak Door. Again, we do see Embolises in this list, so icing up everything is definitely important. But 8 credits for an archive ice is pretty wild.
Also, I think there's Macler on the bin.
Yeah, this list is fascinating. It's not on Angolo because it's spending its influence on some other wild stuff, but it's on a single Amina, a single Begalter, and a single Makler, so the full accountant suite, and 3 Amakua because we get that 419 tax.
So that means that they're out of a battery breaker.
They do have a labor rights as a single, which is kind of cute with Apocalypse and some of the like falsified credentials and other 419 tech. Deuce is Wild on top of it. But yeah, they're gonna have to spend a lot of time getting that back in if they need to.
Yeah.
They also don't have multi-access besides the turning wheel, like no Stargate, a single data sucker, no Rozeki. So there's definitely some big trade-offs to get that Apocalypse threat and that hijack router threat, which I'm very fascinated to hear whether that paid off for Cody. It seems like it did throughout the Swiss to get here.
Yeah, and labor right just hitting the table because Stream loves to prove us commentators wrong.
Oh, shuffling Muertos gang members using labor rights.
And
because
Macler.
of course it is that huge, powerful D-res on some of these very consequential pieces of ice, such as Toll Booth.
Unfortunately, Muertos is the corpse choice, so as long as you have something cheap, once the Jinja City grid is online, I find Muertos probably not worth it because they just lose 1. But yeah, after you Apocalypse, it can definitely be very annoying. Yo, Gold Farmer on the outside of R&D. We do have an upgrade. It looks like it might be a Jinja City grid. I don't know whether there's Cyberdex Fire Suites in NetDad's list. Obviously very good against an Amakua-based rig. IP block is also going to be an issue. I don't think we have hunting grounds in this list at all. But like that Gold Farmer is in theory a way for you to also farm, but for you it's turning wheel counters. Oh my god, it is turn 17 and NetDad is only now building a remote server.
And not a single agenda.
Yeah.
Score, that's oof.
Double pad tap's pretty good. Will give you value off the game net value, so you can trade your 2 gold farmer credits for 2 gold farmer credits.
Mm-hmm.
NetDad is NetDad on the Ash list, if I'm not mistaken.
There's definitely Embolus. I don't remember if there's Ash.
So yeah, this is the 2 Ash list. So if we talk about upgrades, we're on 2 Ash. You're totally right about the Embolus. 2 Embolus, that's more than some other lists. I don't see a Cyberdex Fire Suite. And that's largely it. So there's a pretty good read that what you're going to need for this remote. Turns out it's actually Rashida. That's going to be pop res to play around the falsified. Falsified, a pretty good econ card, but also does give the Amakua counter, which is a big deal considering Gold Farmer is just 1 strength.
15 minutes in the round, by the way.
Oh, yo, chat is asking whether or not there's an Apocalypse that's already been played. Is there any way that we can check? I gotta scroll through the chat and see whether the world has already ended.
Well, it's not in
It's
the...
not, no, yeah,
It's not
you're
in
right.
the game, and there's only 1 label rights played, so no.
That saves so much time, yeah.
Chat,
perfect.
no. But with the encoder in 8 credits that it's going 3 times the. Sorry, quite a tall order to
Oof.
ask.
So Cody poking HQ, not only are those accesses pretty good, you're getting 3 credits off that turnpike trigger off the game dad, but IP block is the worst case scenario. Not only can you not get through it, not only is there a bad face check, you have to trace on top of that. 419 has a link, but like Cody is struggling so hard to get a single Amakua counter just to run the remote, just to trash the Rashida. Now, Rashida will be giving both players 3 credits if Dad wants to fire it here before triggering the pad taps. But like you saw, we talked about that toll booth on the archives, but definitely the right play here. Cody is relying on the Amakua against a triple IP block list and with all centrals iced up. None of these runs are either cheap, and they all give net dead credits on the way. Hard to get that turtle stacked.
Yeah, also the 3 Deuces Wild having played, so you don't get to expose anything.
I think there's only one more falsified in the list. I believe it's on 2. So yeah, those counters are going to be hard paid for. Net Dad is going to be slowed down, obviously paying 1 credit to prevent the expose. Card and server 2.
Mm-hmm.
And now
Cody needs to find that macler. Yeah.
NetDad is much more comfortable with his credits now that he finally managed to get off a hedge fund. Of course, that does help Cody because of the 3 pad taps that he has now. I'm assuming now that NetDad has some credits to play with, at least 1 or 2 of those will get trashed soon. We'll see.
Cody is in a really rough spot, and that's what we've seen the strength of those these game net lists. So like they play glacially slow, but once they get to the late game, generally the economy on the runner side runs out. We haven't seen a matchup yet where the runner has access to infinite economy cards like Caddy Jones, and those do exist in the top cut. But Cody doesn't have any more econ really to play. Falsified credentials, guessing agenda, getting the Amakua counter, but missing the credits on server 2. That's an unres daily quest. So they can get into R&D, maybe still have to do it might be an Ash, but I think the point here is that Cody is going to run out of money. Like we're 3 bravado down, 3 sure gamble down, 2 dirty laundry down, the deuce is wild. It's like, what do they do besides click for credits?
What's really interesting is that okay, so daily quest didn't get res because it was a mistake. I thought it was 4-dimensional chess. Yeah. Trying to fish out the falsified credentials. Turns out I was wrong. But it did provide some benefit to NetDad, regardless of whether or not he resed it.
Yeah. Speaking of glacially slow, like there's a chance that NetDad will value purging a 1 strength Amakua on the basis that now like R&D is open and server 2 abstractly is open. I guess 9 credits does in theory contest to what's it called? A slot machine, but like you might purge Amakua 1, which is wild. I feel like Cody might just need to slam the gold farmer. Ooh, Embolus now taking up. So now the R&D dig on turning wheel is so much harder.
Oh,
so much harder.
That is such a spicy encode, to be honest. Love it.
This is so rough. The pad taps are coming down here. NetDad can clear 1, not going for the purge, but again, those the pad taps are doing a lot of work, both off of the ability of GameNet and the daily quest. It's basically guaranteed. We have a preemptive action here. Wow, we're going in for the long game, huh? 3 cards going to be shuffled back now again. Who's the highest seed here? Oh, we know it's NetDad, right? So it's on Cody to get points on the board if this goes to time. Because if it does go to time and it is a tie on points, the higher seed wins, and nobody's a higher seed than NetDad.
That is correct.
Yo, this is rough. What do you do if you don't have Caddy? Do you just click 4? NetDad talking about turning wheel being a threat.
And if you don't clear the impulse at any time soon, you're gonna
spirals.
Yeah, you're gonna find yourself out of R&D. Absolutely.
Yeah. The embolus is that blood clot, which if you don't deal with it quickly, it just gets worse and worse and eventually clogs the whole vein. And we're going to see that as a good analogy to what R&D is going to look like. But we're getting a boomerang straight on down HQ at 3 credits on the outermost ice doesn't present to be too much. A gold farmer, the third, you could get through here.
Ooh, a
10-minute warning.
A very petty doof.
That's
A very petty.
That's a really petty dupe. You could see the whole hand here. Well, not whole, almost the whole hand here. IP block, handing out that tag. Boomerang gonna get through it though. Encoder still has to strip that tag off. Gonna get a boomerang counter and make sure NetDead has no money. They should have got the pad tap on the way. It looks like they did do it. Gonna get an Embolus counter down.
Oh god.
Which is nice. Keeping those Embolus counters from getting really nasty is really important.
Yeah,
here.
but either you deal now with the daily quest or you deal with Embolus. Because
So
yeah,
rough.
there you are. You're in the same spot that you were before.
It was either clear the tag or like run the daily quest. And if you don't clear the tag, right, like the Muertos gang member could be trash. You get a free res. That could be a problem. The turning wheel,
but
the hotter target for sure.
If you don't clear the tag, with what money
Yeah,
does
right.
that trash the Muertos? Just
Credit, trash. Let's go.
yeah, but
We're clicking for credits.
Well,
It's game net.
because game net's ability, you know you're going to get money if they try to run.
Yeah. If they run the gold farmer on the remote, you're gonna get 2 back. All right, Muertos gang member, talk about petty. You can de-res anything. Yeah, there you go. Jinja City Grid, NetDead, not falling into a trap there. Muertos gang member was a huge casualty when it came out at the time that Breaker Bait Grid was all the rage. So this card saw no play, let alone Jackson Howard. It comes back against some of the bigger ice we're seeing in things like the outfit, resing some stuff for 10 in the bad pub. But again, in a matchup like this,
seems
as long
like
as you have
Ash
cheap.
hit the remote.
Yeah, I think it. Yeah, you're right. It has to be Ash.
Yeah, Embolus, of course, being unique.
Now, NetDad is playing at a respectable speed, trying to get to an ending that comes with score. Cody, though, has more work to do. NetDad has a remote that has money ticking up in it. Might want to trash the pad taps. I think it all comes down on whether or not Cody can capitalize on the turning wheel. But talking about that blood clot that's just building up in R&D, right? Like, you have to run that or run other servers over and over again. I think we might just see a sweep here with the turning wheel. You could actually see the whole hand if you want to smash into the gold farmer. But no, that's so bad. The response to the turning wheel tokens being used, that border control is going to ensure that's not going to be more than a single axis.
And it's going to kill the boomerang. So to get through any of these, to get through any of the rest of these barriers, 419 is going to need to find the Mockler.
Cody's on triple boomerang. There should be
control?
2 more.
Oh, triple boomerang.
You only use it if the turning wheel is well used, and obviously you know it's in hand.
Right.
So we'll see, right? Like Cody could always do that where you dip your feet in just a bit, be like, oh, whoa, no, that's not a dip. That's a bit of a jump, but you get the counter back anyways. I don't think you're that worried. So this is a leg work, basically. Cody say that's it. You can always respond and kind of up the ante.
Yeah, putting NetDad in a very interesting decision space.
Looks like we're in. Embolus down a counter. We do have 5 credits at least to steal a Bologna if it's in hand. Ash from HQ. 3 to trash. Bologna. Woo, that's points for Cody. That's huge.
Yeah, especially with less than 10 minutes remaining. Another Embolus.
Yes. Now this changes again. We're playing on time. We have less than 10 minutes left, if not mistaken. But now if Cody just camps the remote, they have a chance of winning the game. That Embolus and R&D doesn't matter. You want that Embolus on server 2. They did see one in hand, though.
Five minutes on the round.
Yeah, NetDad's trying to ask for some speed here. They have to score at another 3-pointer. If they do score at a 3-pointer, even a Bologna might be hard for Cody to steal in the remote on top of an Ash. And if that's enough, NetDad will tie, and then they do win because they have the higher seed. So Dad has to play quickly and accurately. Macrophage on the outside of server 2, straight into the purge. Amaku going to struggle to get any accesses. All of these barriers are starting at 1. Now, it's worth noting that you can always pay 6 credits to go through the gold farmer if you don't have the Amaku up to strength, but 6 credits looks like a lot to Cody's paltry 3.
Absolutely.
Time in the round looks about like 5 minutes and 18, but if NetDad drags the Bologna and jams it in, I think they can get it. I think they played both falsified, so there's no going to be burst money. Wow, they're even taking the time to trash the pad taps, which with the daily quest taking every turn makes sense.
I don't think NetDad has another agenda in HQ. Otherwise, he'd be jamming it to try to push the get to tie.
Yeah. Well, they might wait a turn, but yeah, I think the more times that Cody just clicks for credit or finds another boomerang, it's not favored. I think they might actually know.
Cody could try to make a, like, if Cody makes a run, which is a very respectable choice, like, that's suddenly a lot of time sunk, and you don't have that much time.
Yeah, you're right. The runs take a while with all the triggers with GameNet.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know whether we know. Do we know the innermost ice, or sorry, the middle ice on server 2 because of the Jinja? I know we know the outermost is the macrophage, but it looks like we got something replacing here with its double advance on it again. I don't know. Does this list have NGOs in it?
I can check that.
No, it doesn't.
Oh.
This has to be an agenda. And again, if it's a Bologna, Cody needs to get in here and have 5 credits and beat an Ash Trace. And NetDad is going to make money if they run. So while it looks like forcing the credits might be a good idea, there's the Mockler. Ooh, what are the numbers on Mockler? 2 credits, 4 credits again with the refund to get through the Gold Farmer. 2 for 2 strength means IP block is actually 4 credits. A bit worse than the premium, but everything's a bit worse than Paperclip, isn't it?
Want to override the turtle here?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Because if they don't, they need to get an Amina down to deal with code gates. But like, how are they going to get the turtle to 5 to deal with like with Toll Booth? You're just going to
what code
boomerang
gate,
it, right? Yeah, right?
Yeah, NetDad can't res Toll Booth unless that first one gains him a bunch of money or something. Of course, literally just slot machines or something here could really keep Cody out.
Yeah, slot machine can be really rough. The 3 advancements too changes the math on how much money that Dad can end their turn with and still contest the score. But like Bologna to Ash, there's no winning play here unless it's not a Bologna.
He trash the Omakua.
Yeah.
I mean,
So we can
you
go
have
HQ.
you have to put it up to 5. That seems something that NetDad will not allow whatsoever.
And this is a really big deal now. Like IP block, you can trace through. It's one base link for 419, but you are going to give a credit to NetDad.
Yeah.
It's also now the pat taps are gone, so this is just credits one way as opposed to credits both way. We're smashing into. I think it's already 2 credits in total for the Turnpike after the refund from the Galter and the on encounter subroutine or pseudo subroutine. How much time is around? Again, we have to be in chat, and as soon as time is called, the active player gets to finish their turn, and their opponent gets to finish their turn. If it is a tie on points, or the seed that is higher will win, which is NetDad in every situation in the whole Swiss cut, or top cut, excuse me. But otherwise, whoever has more points does get a full win. We're going to access HQ here. You could use some turning wheel tokens. The border control could be popped. But again, if there's an agenda in the remote, and we saw HQ a couple turns ago, this might not capitalize to agendas. Dad can always think to use a border control. They don't have Bologna credits.
Okay, so there is an agenda.
Ooh, border control getting popped. It also protects the Embolus slightly. It stops. Oh, there's no Maramakua. We might score out here. Oh, Cooker's pointing out, yeah, there's not even 3 cards in the stack. So the last subroutine on a slot machine isn't going to work, but hey, now it's on Cody's time to do something, and it looks like there's an agenda in hand. Cody down to 0 credits, not much economy options they have besides click for credits, and the SSL is going to come in for NetDad. Again, if NetDad can just glacier up, R&D is entirely safe. Basically commit whatever ice they draw for free, even with Jinja, if they do res it onto HQ. Cody doesn't have a lot of options here. Boomerang going back onto HQ.
Yeah, just
this is a free run.
Tag me. Just go tag me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, Bologna not safe, but we know there's still Beal and SSLs. 2 SSLs, 1 Beal left in the list somewhere. I wonder if you trash some Muertos to get free reses. I don't know if that's ever valuable.
Okay, round 2 ends.
Oh, that tag does change the IP block going forward, but on Boomerang it doesn't matter. We can see 2 cards here. Do we have to call it in the chat? Round is ended. Cody is whiffing. Oh, get the Beal!
Gosh! Snag the Beal.
Whoa! Ugh, from Dad. Dad has 1 turn left to score 2 points. That's impossible. That is game.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel bad calling time, but
No,
like,
you're
sorry,
totally good.
Dad.
That's when time was called. What can you do? Like, Net Dad
Yeah,
would have
I
needed
mean-
at least 2
Yeah.
more turns to score it, so...
Yeah. If you had called it on his turn, like the situation would be the same, right? Cody would get the extra turn.
Oh, man, that was a... 2
Oh, that
axes
was
and
rough.
5 cards. 1 agenda. It had to be a BL or SSL, and that does not get through to server 2 that is iced up. That is going to be Net Dad's first loss of the tournament.
Oh.
Cody is going to be moving on. Again, this was upper brackets, right?
Yep, that's
Yes.
All right,
So
so...
Net will get a chance to come up from the lower brackets.
What a total battle at the end of all the resources you have. But at the end of the day, Turnpike doesn't end the run. IP block can be dealt with the boomerang. And that's it.
Congrats on the access. Oh. Okay. Wow. That was a game.
And we're going to see this. Like,
Yeah.
I have no doubt this is not the first time we're going to see a GameNet game go to time. And when it comes to time, you need to play quickly. You need to get points on the board. Again, the way that you play to time, in theory, favors NetDad heavily, considering they're the first seed. So any timed game they win, that's a huge difference. Where if Cody was playing the slow Glacier deck and was not the higher seed, where the opponent can kind of play more defensive at this point. And that's a really big deal. But NetDad's going to have to continue playing that game in the lower brackets.
What a finish there. This was primetime Netrunner. A lot of people in the chat going like, yeah, there you go, GameNet. Ha, there you go. I mean, I think it's kind of hard to judge exactly what's a fair play when we're playing time rounds 40 minutes and we have a beast such as GameNet or like, a Glacier deck such as it is on the table. But this was pretty intense and very lucky access there for Cody, for Encoder. And hey, they get the win, so that's really great. We will be going into round 3, which is good. Is everybody on the chat still feeling good? Is everybody in the room, in the commentary booth, still feeling okay?
I'm feeling great. I just need to tap out for about a minute. I'll be right back.
No worries. Okay, so what's the highlight for today so far? Was it this game? Was it something previous?
This game was very entertaining, but I think we've been seeing really good Netrunner today.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, chat, do tell us, just sorry to cut in, chat, do tell us what you think about the current state of affairs. We have the results on the screen. I'm just going to read out very quickly what's happening. So Hose-san got beaten by Esengin on table 9. Then we have Isra beaten by Redino. We have Stoppable Force winning against Sokka. Elder Mason winning against Arundel. Encoder, we've seen that with that timed win on points though, legit points with NetDad. On the mod, getting defeated by Sid7's Corp. The Kid, unfortunately, losing to Greyfield with their Corp. And Simon Moon beating Analyze Chris, which we've also seen on the stream. A very short part of that, because, of course, it takes forever to get into those rooms, and we do have a lot of spectators with different streams as well. Okay, Mar, I think you will be heading off to keep running the tournament and making sure that everything is fine.
Yeah. I have not much to do, so I'm just gonna go on the back seat and just help when I'm needed.
Thank you so
much for having me
well,
again.
Always a pleasure. Any shout outs, any messages? And you don't have a SoundCloud account or an Instagram. You have to advertise, this is the primetime television everybody's watching right now. Hundreds of people literally.
No, just keep posted, because soon I'm going to be taking out the new rules for the Fight Club that I'm going to be running.
There we go.
And I would love to encourage everyone to participate. It's a very fun, once a week kind of event that I want to promote with Vesper as commentator, if he still will have me. And again, thank you so much. Lovely to share mic with such amazing people. And thank you for having me again.
Thank you for joining us, Mar.
Thank you so much. After a very long night.
Always a pleasure.
Indeed. After a super long night yesterday and a super long morning today, because it's 7:30 in the evening here for us. But yeah, definitely Fight Club. If you haven't seen it, it's a very unusual, very cool, very exciting, very team-based and kind of sporty, I would say, format. You can see some of the streams for Fight Club online. They are online on YouTube. If you just look for Fight Club Netrunner. Fight as in F-I-T-E, of course, not F-I-G-H-T, F-I-T-E. And yeah, you were taking a break with Fight Club because of Continentals. I was taking a break with Lockdown as well, but we're going to be coming back because Continentals are going to be over soon, so then we can just come back straight into it. So definitely Fight Club, do check it out, dear people. We have the pairings for the next round, and we have Raja joining us. Hello there.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
I think we can hear you.
Raja. What up, Raja?
Hey.
So,
Nice to see you both again.
Yeah, can you
so
quickly remind us who you are and what you're up to, so to speak, here? And also, straight into after this, do tell me which table we want to see, because there's still quite a few exciting games going on.
Sure. So I'm Raja, or Ajar. You might know me from StimHack or from being on what we're now calling the Standard Balance team, formerly known as the Most Wanted List Committee. I'm a Canadian, longtime Netrunner player. I've written some articles on StimHack and stuff like that. Just trying to do my part to keep the game alive.
Wonderful. And you've also won something like 50 regionals, correct?
According to you, yes. One regional last year. However, yesterday, I believe I finished 5th from the bottom, which is my second worst tournament performance ever. So it didn't go my way.
You're on the balance committee now, so you're always playing like not real meta now.
I played nothing but Gagarin for literally 6 months, first 6 months of this year. So all that practice went for nothing except getting Gagarin banned, which, you know.
That's an accomplishment.
Exactly. So which table should we do here? We're getting pretty close to the round start, I think.
Yeah, we're getting requests for table 22, Greyfield on Corp versus Simon Moon on Runner. Would that be okay for you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, see the Haley list from the beginning.
Yes,
the APOC Haley. Oh, and versus the game, that's going to be really interesting because Haley can like genuinely set up versus Glacier decks.
Yeah, this is a really cool list, right? It is an Apocalypse list at heart. It has 2 copies of Apocalypse, but it also is a legitimate, that sort of like a pawn shop, Proco, Haley list, Harbinger, like all the bells and whistles. Just a small bit less because you have to spend that influence, but there's a Stargate, there's a Clot. Clot probably is not going to matter in this matchup, but it's neat. It's an APOC list that doesn't need to APOC and will still have a pretty good backbone as opposed to some of the Anarchs that are just clicking from credits if their play doesn't come through.
Right.
Simon Moon in the game chat saying sad to see 2 Crisium grids in this GameNet list.
Oh, woof. Oh, actually, Greyfield's list is pretty interesting. I think it's the only GameNet list. It's slightly glaciary. We have no real glacier upgrades. We do have some of that good ice, 3 border control, 3 surveyor, and then all the usual suspects. But the biggest deal here is that there's actually 3 hard-hitting news. We've seen no tag punishment from any of the GameNets we've seen so far on the stream. We're on hard-hitting news. We don't have meat damage, but we do have a single psychographics, and of course, at the end of the day, you can trash resources. Let's see if that pays out. Because Shaper can build big money without interacting, and once they get to that point, it can be hard to keep them down.
The Shaper also has some very valuable resources to trash, but on the other hand, it also does have misdirection. So that tag backup is not going to be as useful when misdirection can just come in and clear everything.
Yeah, when it comes to like that spicy matchup, again, these are public lists. This is the only deck I think in the whole top 16 that is running Crisium grids, and there are a couple APOCs out there, which is pretty wild and unfortunate. But again, this is also the only misdirection I believe in the top cut, and there's a couple hard-hitting news lists, so they definitely do have good counter tech to one another. We'll see how that plays out.
3 ice flop, as we used to call it when playing Next Design.
Now, we see that like iced up pretty heavily against Apocalypse that matters, but this isn't an Embolus list. This isn't like an Amakua you have to keep out. So that is just, a lot of this ice makes you economy when they interact with it. So you never feel too bad about that. Shaper setting up with an explosive hyperdriver back onto standard tables. And hyperdriver pretty good.
Also super useful for the APOC turn.
Yes. Yeah, we were quite happy to free that card after after making sure by testing in the diaper labs that it wasn't going to lead to any
Any
totally broken combos. I mean, there is that that one combo deck that's very fragile, the Nat one, but it hasn't really made a splash.
Hyperdriver is such a cool card. Very glad to see it come back. Thank you for your work on that, Raja.
Yeah, it's just fun, right?
It's
Getting a whole
fun
bunch of
when
clicks is
it's
fun, like Amped Up and Hyperdriver and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Talk about Hyperdriver 1 replacing the second. I don't think we got a Haley trigger that turn, but that Hyperdriver lets you set up. I have no doubt Kenny is drawing for a Proco. Wants to get them down early enough, a pawn shop as well, to go with the Harbinger that is taking up no MU, but does represent 6 credits offloaded there. And Greyfield doing that game net thing again. We are playing a timed game. I feel like with the teeth of hard-hitting news, this deck probably has a more consistent economy and might want to go a bit faster. But I have no doubt in the late game, the hard-hitting news is still a legitimate threat. Let's see if we can force out some self-modifying codes for early misdirections as opposed to breakers.
Yeah, I don't know that Simon Moon's going to run too much for a while, though. Knowing
Right,
about that HHN punishment being available.
Do you think they've written off entirely Apocalypse in this matchup and they're just going to play more standard Shaper, or do you think that's always an option that Kenny is going to consider?
I think if you have that option in your deck, you are always keeping it in your back pocket. It might not be plan A, but as we can sort of see by these hyperdrivers immediately getting used for value and accelerating setup and wanting to be able to contest remote plays. But just knowing that until Chrysiums are on the table, knowing that you can do it, sort of, especially when you see how the corp is committing to their board, you just sort of keep that plan in terms of like how much value will you get by removing their board versus what it will cost you to do it. But there's a Chrysium probably on R&D, which is not great.
Yeah, it has to be the Chrysium.
Yeah, and you know that Greyfield is going to have to telegraph all of his scores. There are 3 NGO fronts in this list, unlike the last game that we watched. But like standard Shaper just plays remote lock, right? So like Greyfield is definitely going to tell Kenny when he's going to score.
Also, interestingly enough, like I have a note down for a couple turns. Both players are just going to set up. Obviously, that Chrysium grid being a big setup. Kenny just finding the first Proco. Definitely excited to see that, considering how many clicks for draws have showed up so far. But if you look at Kenny's list, the Breaker Suite, there has to be some sacrifices made, right? Because we're spending 6 influence on Apocalypse. So we're looking at 2 copies of Ngolo, a single Gauss, which on its own isn't the best Fractor without like reinstalling it, that turnover, and a Nanotech. We're not looking at any Palangis. We're not looking at a Paperclip. We're not looking at a better killer. Nanotech, not the worst on Glacier builds specifically, but sometimes not the most elegant Breaker Suite. I don't know how poorly it lines up. Gauss breaking an IP block or a Gold Farmer, I imagine Gold Farmer is not that much different, but IP block is a bit worse.
Yeah, the Chrysium on R&D, we neglected to mention, also protects, besides against the APOC, also the Stargate that Kenny has in his list.
Oh yeah, right on. Yeah, that's you want some sort of multi-axis to capitalize. This also list doesn't run Turning Wheel. Turning Wheel can be a good way to capitalize off of some of those still pretty taxing runs. Maybe you bounce off of things like border control, maybe an end the run you want to jack out at some point, but it's all that. It's only Stargate or Apocalypse, and otherwise we're camping the remote or going for those hot singles in your area.
Oh my gosh.
Turnpike res. Yeah, I would also have to think about how I want to handle this.
This is last click, right? You can't bear yourself a tag when you've got stuff like Proco and Aesop's on the table.
Right. So are you paying the trace or are you getting a program?
That Nanotech,
it's like he's going to pay the trace.
Massively expensive, right? Like comes in at 2 strength. You have to boost. It's like 4 to install. Yeah, the trace will be 5, giving Greyfield a credit. No pad taps in Kenny's list. But again, like you just see how taxing some of this ice can be. And even like that's a really smart play here. A single Turnpike, if you know the list only is on Nanotech, like there's no good way through that with Ngolo. There's no good way to deal with that with Nanotech. It's just the trace I think is the cheapest.
Yeah.
It's cheap for the corp and it's obnoxious for the runner, like much of the ice in this list, ranging from Turnpike to Gold Farmer to all the way to Surveyor, which is only 5 credits, and when it's rezzed, it's probably going to be quite large.
Yeah. Archives, like a single turnpike on Archives makes it that much harder to APOC in any scenario for Kenny.
So Kenny knows, though, if he does need an APOC, he can always float that single turnpike tag. The punishment, I think, is only psychographics. Right. But, like, again, like, what does Kenny do? Halfway through his stack, the economy is good, the Aesops is there, the Beth is there, the Proco is there. But again, Stargate needs to trash.
Who's the high seed here?
Good question.
Greyfield, I believe.
Yeah, Greyfield.
Okay, so Kenny does have to score at least one, or steal at least one agenda.
Right.
If he wants
I think
to
so
win.
far, all the game nets we've seen have luckily been on the higher end of the seeding, which again, just as you said, is so important for a game that can go long.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a tie on points or lack of points, the winner is the highest seed for those watching at home. So Greyfield will just automatically win the game if nobody makes any runs.
Isn't so I don't know what Greyfield's runner is. NetDad, I think, is on Geist, which is also not the fastest.
That's on Val. I think it's the only
okay.
Val.
Okay. I was thinking that GameNet Geist would be quite a combo.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greyfield's runner is the inside top hat Hoshiko that we got to see last round.
Okay. I watched that game. That's cool. I enjoyed that deck. I've enjoyed a lot of these decks in this cut, actually.
There's cool
they're
stuff.
They're not boilerplate.
Very much.
Some of the maybe, but even like the CTMs have a little bit of spice.
Mm-hmm.
The Titans are pretty boilerplate.
I think some of the talk we were hearing after APAC and then after Africa Europe that the meta was more or less solved was quite premature.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. We've seen 419s fall. There's only one 419 in the cut, I believe.
That's right.
So and only 2 Leela, I think, right, or 3.
Yeah, and after seeing the top runners of the last 2 kind of get taken down a notch in North America, or maybe it's just Americans liking Anarch. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Greyfield pre-res the Chrysium, I don't know if there's anything in the list that mandates that, but there's no secrets on what it is. But you saw last click, Simon Moon just clicked for credits. With Proco in the deck, does not care, just clicking for credits. And I feel like they have no play in this game, unless they want to check HQ now. Again, it's been some dozen turns, but like you can't Stargate, you can't Apocalypse while that Chrysium sits there.
Yeah, this is where it comes back to what you're saying earlier about the deck being tight on influence because you're paying 6 for 2 Apocalypses. There isn't really room, not even for a third stim hack, let alone something like Political Operative to try and deal with a Chrysium grid that's in your way.
So Gauss coming down on the turn is installed, gets +3 strength, which is really nice for the IP blocks. We have 4 ice deep on R&D, but for the rest of the game, it's 2 for 2 strength. Again, IP block now, you're paying at least 5 credits if you don't want to do the trace. Trace shouldn't be too bad as long as you're okay giving Gray 1 credit off that game net fire.
I think Kenny is comfortable just sitting here remote busting.
That's exactly what it looks like. I agree.
Attitude adjustment, going to cycle through the deck. The agenda suite in this deck is the same as NetDad, so we're on 3 Bologna, 3 SSL, and this isn't like Euro Africa, so we're not on that re-education. We have a single Bologna, a single Beal, Project Beal, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Card and server 1.
There is one question I have, I think, about Apoc, which is Greyfield's only got 14 credits. So of all this ice that's on the table, how much of it is actually resable?
Well, more than you would think because of GameNet. Like, GameNet makes the math so much fuzzier.
Right.
Like, that 14 is probably actually 20 or something after you run
Gold
through the
Farmer is
server.
only -1 if they break it, and so on.
Yeah, IP block for 1, like Turnpike is 1. It's wild, but hey, we have a preemptive for 2 unseen cards. Greyfield might have actually just offloaded agendas. They did attitude adjustment 1 away, but double advance in server 1. Now the 2 options here are agenda, even Big Beal, Bologna, Simon Moon with 49 credits. I feel like I can contest this, but the only other option is the NGO front.
Yeah, but with, like you just said, Simon Moon has 49 credits. Contesting this remote, forcing the corp to make some investment in resing the ice, even if it's not that high because of the GameNet payback. even if that doesn't end up playing into Apocalypse later, it's still a reasonable move.
This definitely makes the later juicier.
Either R&D or Server 1 probably has Surveyors in it, and Nanotech actually does line up pretty well against Surveyor.
Right.
I was going to say that Kenny does have that pocket hyperdriver they've been sticking on the table for a while. Definitely good if they want to go for the Apocalypse, but if they want to go for a turn where they have to run the remote multiple times because of border control, it's a pretty good tool to have. Ooh, Stimhack going straight in.
I think
now this damage could hit an APOC if possible.
I like this though. This is interesting because you're pressuring. If that's not an NGO, you're pressuring the server where like you're still threatening with that hyperdriver to be able to run the remote multiple times.
And one of the two preemptives are gone now. So if you trash a Crisium grid, you have to play around the second Crisium and another preemptive. Otherwise, there's no recursion. We're going through here. Border control definitely strong on Centrals against that Apocalypse, but again, that hyperdriver could give you the extra clicks necessary. Even on this turn, in theory, if you can run it back, that is okay. We're hitting an F2P. If you want to pay to play here, you are going to give credits to GameNet, but GameNet down on 3, maybe keeping their credits away is not the worst thing. We also got to check out if there is an Apocalypse coming up, what is the A-Shop pawn shop count, right? Like there's one already on in the heap, one on the table. If this one is in hand, maybe it was drawn up by Beth on accident. Like that is going to be an issue if you lose that because you have no more ways to flip over your cards.
Here comes
so that last A-Shop ship is huge. Nanotech dealing with the F2P for only 2 credits, and Golo also coming down at the same time. We might have APOC this turn. I feel like Kenny's going to APOC this turn. Oh, no.
He
Border control.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gray's on 2 credits. You could definitely run server 1. NGO front is the problem here. But Simon Moon now on 5 credits. You know you can run HQ. They probably can't res anything. So you can get some free HQ runs. Make sure there's no border control there. You can run R&D twice. It's probably pretty cheap. Now the F2P a bit harder and run archives. I think we get a board wipe here.
APOC is definitely on the table.
Very important also, the stim hack hit a clot. A very good hit from the hand considering what's possible. Simulchip gonna go in her head and I think recycle the Gauss. So that it comes in at IP block strength. Gonna save some credits. Harbinger. Whoops. Looks like we want something else there. Yeah, if you APOC 10 ice on a deck that's setting up with surveyors, that's very strong.
I do like Simulchip quite a bit, and not just because I actually wrote the flavor text for it.
It is an NGO front. That's going to be more credits then. The Turnpike is coming up. We can now threaten border control as the innermost ice on HQ. This Turnpike, though, is only going to be 2 credits. Nanotech plus the on-encounter ability. This is putting Gray up to 7. Again, 4 is the magic number. Border control here would be absolutely astounding. Kenny played this perfectly, just masked the money, waited for a turn where there's a push in the remote so the APOC brings more down with it. It's only a slot machine. I think the APOC, you have the money. You definitely have the money here.
Mm-hmm. Goodbye, board.
A tag. And what does GameNet do? Again, this turn, we're looking at 11 ice with the border control. Mm-hmm. How much ice does the deck even have? It only has 20. Okay, so there's 9 more ice in the deck. Still
20
ice. 20 ice is a lot.
Yeah, oh my 20 God. Ice.
I guess when they function as your econ too, you can run more ice, huh?
Right.
This list doesn't even have Jinja.
Yeah, it's all the influence is all what surveyors and border controls.
Yeah, Crisium.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
Math
everything.
Time. Yep. This is gonna.
That means Kenny doesn't have stim hack again.
And using stim hack if you're going for an APOC would be kind of dangerous considering it has a 1 in 3 chance of hitting an APOC out of hand.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, totally. And even if you have 2, I think you want to hold on to the second one for later in the game.
This is actually some serious arithmetic that needs to happen along these 2 R&D runs as far as like how much money you're going to give the corp.
Well, that shouldn't matter too much, right? Because like the worst they have is hard-hitting news.
Right. That's true.
But it's definitely fascinating. It's a lot of math.
The tag punishment next turn, like if you do keep that Turnpike tag, all your cards are going face down anyway, so it's not like your stuff is getting trashed.
Yeah. And that last ace-ops is super important. There's a really big window here. Like Kenny could spend a lot of money just destroying everything, or could just hold on to it and threaten it later in the game. So Greyfield doesn't know what they do. Do they enforce server 1 anymore? Do they keep enforcing centrals? Right. Again, the Crisium Grid is still there. If a second shows up on HQ, it's a bit of a harder ask. But once everything's destroyed here, if Greyfield just jams into remote, like I have no doubt that Stargate comes from hand.
So real quick, I think I just did the math and hashtag did the math. And it costs 24 credits total to get through R&D twice, trash the Crisium Grid, get through archives, and play the APOC. So and I think he does have to do it.
And you're only going to give the runner, what? Jesus. No, you give the corpse so much money. You give the corpse like 9 credits doing it.
Mm-hmm. But this deck is built around Glacier and has no scoring plan if their Glacier falls apart. If their Glacier is global warmed, as it were.
Yeah. Nice.
9 ace left to build up that Glacier. It's going to be pretty difficult. And we know like 2 of them are slot machines. There's another F2P somewhere. The 2 gold farmers getting trashed is obviously huge, but there is still one more preemptive in the list. If you can Stargate that, I have no doubt you're feeling pretty comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also worth noting that all of Kenny's breakers are on the border in the trash, and all of the simul chips are the same.
Greyfield.
So even if you get Aesops out, you don't have any more breakers.
Oh, that's totally true. Yeah, it's just one more Angolo left, right?
Yeah, and this is the last symbol chip.
Oh, all the Angolos are out. What do you do? Oh, you can compile. You can compile an Angolo.
Oh, compile. Yeah,
nice.
Compile Angolo. That's a good call.
And you theoretically don't need that many more breakers after apocalypsing.
Yeah, right? Angolo Stargate win? Question mark?
Right.
Simon says, I think I did the math wrong, Kenny. So this is 5 to trash.
You were saying you thought they would end their turn on 7 credits after trashing this, running back, running archives, playing Apocalypse, taking a tag, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, you can definitely float the tag on turn back. You don't need to deal with that this turn.
That does leave you vulnerable to hard-hitting news unless he has misdirection in hand, though.
Right. But then, like, what do you do with hard-hitting news? The only punishment is psychographics, which means you need 5 credits. Oh, Gray will have way more money if the apocalypse goes off. Never mind.
Yeah, of course. Oh, no, I did do the math wrong because I was thinking the math with the border control still on there. So, of course, Kenny needs to boost if he wants to break free-to-play.
So you can take 1 tag on free-to-play if you want to save a credit. Adding an installed runner to the card to the grip is definitely a problem.
Is it?
Oh, wait. Oh, well, then you'd have to Angolo through the gold farmer, which makes it 6 to break. So it's definitely cheaper to break the FTP in the long run. Unless you want to simul chip something. No, that doesn't make sense either. And again, like, sacrifices had to be made in this list, right? Like, Gauss is not a particularly good fractor. Now, it's huge that you can install it on the turn and it's 4 strength for the 1 turn it matters. Now, Kenny has to go basically take it. Is this credit perfect?
It's credit perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Flow 2 tags, credit perfect. Oh, yeah, we just got a shout out. If you're spectating on Jinteki.net in this room, you please watch on the stream itself. There's a big chance we'll take down the room if there's too many spectators. That's definitely appreciated.
Of course, I'm assuming some of these people are also doing other G6 streams, so there's hard-hitting news. Going to be a really cheap 4 tags stick to a total of 6 tags, which of course means that 1x psychographics is very live, but it's only 1.
Oh, Crisium back on R&D, so even if you get a Stargate up, which is expensive, even if you get through what I believe is a gold farmer, still going to have a lot of work to do here. HQ is wide open, but you don't have the Bologna credits. But again, if Greyfield doesn't have the Psycho in hand, that HQ is going to be open for a bit. Again, still 8 more ice in the deck. But as well, an equal number, or actually only 7 agendas. So the ice to agenda ratio nearly 1-to-1. I don't think Kenny can't clear the tags, right? The misdirection is long gone. Oh no, they still have it somewhere.
Misdirection is still available, and so is the 3rd pawn shop.
Yeah, that pawn shop needs to come down stat, but you need to clear the tags first, of course. A misdirection install 2 clicks. That's going to be your whole turn and 6. If you do that and follow it up with a pawn shop, you're in an okay spot. Attitude adjustment. Greyfield might just be drawing for the Psycho and an agenda to score out. But returning a Beal and an SSL, Beal, you could get actually a 7 advancement Beal. That's a 4-point Beal if you really had everything you needed.
Mm-hmm. So that's 3 of the 9 remaining ice that are now on the table.
Simon Moon has no access to any breakers. Now the compile can be a pretty good surprise. Lets you install the Ngolo, or even, I guess you need the Ngolo at this point. Lets you install it for free. Mm-hmm. And there's a misdirection.
Nice.
Just clicking up to 10. No market forces, no closed accounts. So next turn, we can get rid of all those tags. And that means that Greyfield's window is really... Oh, we're just rebuilding! Yep. Can we build it again? Daily quest behind 2 ice. Greyfield not getting that Psycho, not in time. So they're going to have to build back up. But again, Simon Moon definitely on a back foot with access to only 1 breaker for the rest of this whole match. At least it's a flexible one.
I had been wondering if the attitude adjustment play suggested that the HQ ice was kind of soft, but no, it looks like they're just setting up for the long game here with the daily quests, exactly like you're saying here.
18 credits, double ice on R&D. Again, the only multi-access we know here is the Stargate. The attitude adjustment might be suggesting that the game net has nothing in hand worth protecting. Beth is coming down. That's going to give you 5 clicks. Pretty good stuff, but we're looking for a last Aesop's Pawn Shop. Could be in the bottom 4 of the stack. But there's a lot of credits tied into face-down cards. It's all advance. Again, Greyfield just needs to get onto the board. They are the higher seed and just keep Kenny out. 6 credits. Beth on 5 clicks. 2 ice on the remote.
Even with compile, it's really expensive. And if that's a Bologna, he, of course, won't be able to steal it without a stim hack. Right. And you can't play 2 run events at the same time.
Yo, besides the border control, there's actually no hard end the runs in the list, right? Like Surveyor is a trace, IP Block is a trace, Gold Farmer you can pay to play. The placement of ice is actually very important if Kenny can get the economy up. Getting the pawn shop down. Scoring out here. Greyfield now on the board. Not even. Slow roll Beal, slow roll Agenda. Maybe just not wanting to discard a card.
Interesting.
That makes me wonder if there are some agendas in HQ.
Could be. Beal's also very, very interesting, right? Like if you get a 4-point Beal, that puts on the pressure on Kenny to steal 2 agendas. Now, if you did 3, I guess it's the same thing too, right? Because you're the higher seed.
Mm-hmm. How many Beals are in this list? Just the one?
Just the one.
Kenny,
he would have had to shuffle
running
it.
HQ.
Oh, here we go.
F2P, not too bad of a face check there. Yeah. Installed runner's card to the grip, doesn't matter too much. But the tag, you can always shake that away. Now, Hard Hitting News is technically on live. You just let this fire. That's a pretty rough res into an empty board state or near empty board state. Whoa, Kenny paying 2? Or paying 4? Bologna! Not even having the credits. Oh, no, they do. Excuse me. I looked at the 4 after they stole. That's huge. Trading Bolognas. Greyfield needs to jam 1 more. Again, the Beal could be the unadvanced threat.
That's a 10 credit swing with the runner paying 5 to steal 1 and the corp getting 5 back for scoring the other one.
Of course. Yeah, this remote looking kind of fearsome.
Surveyor's the real threat on top of a border control.
Pile now.
The thing is, like, the Angola only goes so far, right? Like, if it's Surveyor into Surveyor, you have to trace through one of them. There's no option. Right. Unless you want to put down a nanotech and bet, but, like, you can't play the whole game with a single nanotech.
There's no recursion in this runner deck other than the symbol chips, right? Which are gone.
Yeah, and the one of compile, I believe.
So it is just leaning. Here comes compile. We'll see. Surveyor.
I believe didn't one surveyor get... No surveyors got trashed. This could be like triple surveyor or something.
One did get wrecked.
Oh, I must have missed.
I think it was the face down card on the remote. Angolo getting compiled out. It is going to be returned to the stack after this run is over. Now Angolo still, it's not the worst way to deal with a high strength sentry. You have to paint it and only boost once. It's actually pretty okay. But it's going to leave Kenny with not too many credits to continue the run. Double Surveyor would be the nuts, let alone a border control here would be a hard end the run. Oh, you don't even get the Angola encounter.
Oh.
Of course not.
Right.
So this doesn't even matter. This is just recursion, so you could have done this on any run.
Yep.
Oh, that's really rough. That's a very important rule. The win and counter ability isn't going to fire because this card wasn't installed when that trigger happened.
So Trace will fire.
Yeah,
I don't think you can pay. I don't think you can pay through this.
no, you can't, and you probably have to take the tags there. You can't spend all that money. Misdirection, let alone, does make it cheaper if you want to clear them. This is upper brackets, by the way. Question? Like, is it? That's meant to be a question. I think it is.
I believe so, but
Yeah.
I'm also not certain.
Yeah, Greyfield won last game, so this must be, right?
And we also saw Simon Moon win.
4 advancements on the card in server 2. Again, that surveyor representing another surveyor behind it, or even a border control. There's very few ways through this. That trace is trace 6. Now, the tags might not matter, but a psychographics could be something really cool here. If this is a Beal, you could win, right?
Yeah, threatening.
Triple events Beal?
Greyfield carefully
That's a full win.
threatening these hyper Beals every time, regardless of what's actually in there.
Right.
Kenny on 12. HQ is the only server you can get accesses on. That F2P technically doesn't matter, right? Oh, they're tagged, so they can still get through that. They could just return everything to hand, take on the tags, get some accesses. But again, if that's the Beal, that's definitely the nuts. Now, there's only one Beal in the whole deck. If you get a 3-pointer here and Greyfield scores out whatever is in server 2, like, it's still on Greyfield and strength of schedule. Kenny definitely thinking it out. Could be the last turn that they have. 4 clicks and Ngolo in hand. If you do the math, you can figure out the other 3 cards. But I don't know how valuable they possibly could be. Is this Stimhack?
Yeah, one of them.
Oh, that's
Live.
definitely interesting. And for what it's worth, on R&D, we don't know what it is, but Crimson Grid won't prevent the access, will prevent the successful run. But that shouldn't matter if you could rip something off the top. But again, if Greyfield just trades whatever agenda you steal for agenda in server 2, like, Kenny needs to figure out a plan that gets 2 agendas and or hope this is not a Beal.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the other cards in hand is also the other APOC. And the other one is Stargate. So it's
so
we
there's
know a lot of options.
Ngolo, Stargate, Apocalypse, Stimhack.
Now, that 4 advancement card is you can't deny them enough credits to the point where they can't score it, right? You can always credit score. So just like rushing R&D and forcing a Crisium res won't do it, let alone, again, a lot of this ice interacts poorly in terms of the econ denial, giving Greyfield money no matter what you do. Everything's a pop-up.
Yeah, having 9 ice left in the deck after that Apocalypse has made it feasible for the Corp to rebuild.
20
Just
ice.
enough. Exactly.
Yeah, 12 minutes left in the round again. Kenny still has a lot of work to do. 10 minutes actually just called in the Discord.
Yeah, one way or another, they're gonna.
Yeah, they'll get there.
This game will be over.
Now, 2 Bolognas are out, so that definitely colors Kenny's decisions here. You can access with fewer credits and have a bigger chance of being able to steal the SSL or the Project Beal. Bologna now needs 5 credits to be stolen, and Ngolo not the cheapest breaker, let alone to install or use if you're outside of the code gates. I don't even think this list has code gates that you care to Ngolo, right? Like, it's only Slot Machine.
Yeah.
And Slot Machine and subroutines don't matter too much when it can't get the 3 advancements. They're going to get the credits. I guess you could spend 1 extra to deny them 3 if you want to break, but we're using an Ngolo to break anything else. There's a chance that Ngolo... Is Ngolo even the right return here? Could you get further in? I guess you need to deal with border control no matter what, but maybe even returning a Gauss with the compile is less flexible. But again, with the amount of code gates here, who knows? Ooh, we're going in. Stimhack. I don't know. Do they trace the surveyor here? I think you have to, just because border control will be a problem.
Yeah.
Now these traces will game net 2 more credits. The tags you don't care about. Just charging
It
the
will
remote.
mean that you can't just pay through an IP block.
Oh yeah, that's totally true.
And that pawn shop was otherwise going to keep paying credits every turn if this isn't a Beal, a game-winning Beal.
Yeah. There's a slot machine again. This doesn't matter too much. It's just a loss of 3. You can let that fire for sure.
Right.
It's also 3 to break, so you deny the credit. Why not?
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. You might as well break it. And there's an IP block. They can get in here.
Yep.
Yep.
Now then, Golo doesn't boost too elegantly. It's 5 credits to take another tag. That means you don't have the Bologna money. But again, Bologna is the least likely agenda in this remote. If that's a Beal, Kenny figured it out. How to get it? It's the Beal.
Whoa.
It was the
Wow.
big Beal.
Oh my gosh.
That is huge.
Smash HQ.
Yeah. The A-subs is going to get trashed, and then Kenny's going to be clicking for credits the rest of the game. Stargate going in the bin, so that last card is the APOC.
I think you need to get accesses again. Bologna, 3 SSLs, 1 Bologna, 3 SSLs. Could it be an HQ? We're running R&D with 5 credits. There's some things they can res, but what can end the run here? It's only border control. I guess another IP block. We have to do the count so far. There's 1 more IP block left. That is the final turnpike.
Going tag me here,
There's
turning
1 more
psychographics
gold
back on.
farmer. Totally true, yeah. But they only have 1 credit so far. That is the last gold farmer, so you can Angola through that next turn for single access. This turn, you don't have the 6 credits just to pay to play.
Right.
Should
it
Grayfield
does-
take the time to trash pawn shop? Probably need
Okay,
to.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go. But they have
It's too
0 credits.
But every ice is res, so you're
Yeah.
somewhat safe for 1 turn.
Yeah, if Kenny starts making runs, then they get money, right?
Right. Kenny does have time to get an HQ access on this turn if he wants one.
Yeah,
But he
HQ
can
is
also-
largely blank, but it does bounce the Angola, which would be a bummer. Kenny just clicking to 6 again. Once Grayfield is on 4 credits, Psycho could be alive and well. Server 2 not res. If that was Rashida, would you fire it? Server 3 looks like an NGO front.
Does look like an NGO front.
But server 2 looked like it was an agenda. Like, I think that was in hand the last turn that Kenny could have smashed through FTP. We're running that to deny Grayfield another advancement. That's denying them an extra credit, converting 1 into 3.
It is
Do you
worth
think-
noting that psychographics you can score from hand right now.
hmm
Install advanced psycho.
I was going to ask, do you think that you do eventually want to misdirect these tags?
Oh, preemptive. I don't know. Yeah, probably.
Take at least 1, right?
Like, the remote is kind of, I wouldn't say it's garbage, right? Because like you need to get through a surveyor trace, which isn't amazing. There's no more stim hack, but preemptive action, putting back in a gold farmer and attitude adjustment, another ice on HQ. But what is in server 2? Like, it has to either be Chrysium, Agenda, Rashida, another NGO front. Doesn't make too much sense.
But
They're
Grayfield does
acting up
have to
HQ.
somehow score another agenda in the time remaining.
And they're kind of set up to do that, right? As long as they have enough money from the surveyor for the surveyor.
Right.
It's worth pointing out these preemptive actions as something that really sets GameNet apart apart from Asmari, because of course Asmari did run a little bit of recursion, maybe a 1 or 2x preemptive action, but recurring your ice in a very APOC heavy meta is also recurring your economy. So that's definitely an advantage that Asmari did not have. So he gets to build his defenses and build his money at the same time.
Hedge fund into IPO. Grayfield very comfortable with that trace 6 on the surveyor, let alone, again, we have seen there's only 18 cards left in circulation. 2 of them are psychographics. If you draw psycho in any agenda, that is good game. Not exactly, but in terms of time win, yeah, that's good. And Kenny will need to find another axis. Now the big Beal is out. Psycho Beal, it's not going to happen. With 5 advancements, it's not that much better than a 5-3 here. So Gray still has some work to do. Kenny not playing it slow, just clicking for credits, making sure we can get to the end of the time here. I imagine there's only 5 minutes left in the round. Attitude adjustment can be an econ card, can put the cards back in R&D. Now, Kenny can go in for singles on R&D. There's a Bologna and SSL back in R&D. I feel like this is a pretty good window for that.
I feel like he's digging for the psychographics, right?
Yeah. We have a timed warning. We have 5 minutes left in the round, but Gold Farmer Turnpike does not end the run. We know that there's at least 2 agendas in R&D's 12. That's a 1 in 6. Whether you want to take those odds, Kenny might want to. But what the heck is server 2?
Are there any defensive upgrades?
Nothing besides 2 Chrysiums. One in Archives, I believe, one on R&D.
So it's either a daily quest, an NGO, or an agenda. And there's 1 daily quest and 2 NGOs in Archives now.
Kenny's going in here, just needs to access with 5 credits. And Goloing through the Gold Farmer is as cheap as paying to play, but you give the corp less money.
Mm-hmm.
But it keeps your flexibility off of the kicking machine.
Is he going for an APOC here?
Oh.
There's a possibility. Like, we'll see if Greyfield reses the Chrysium. Yeah, is going to respect it.
Yeah. You definitely have to respect it.
Single access, this could be the whole game again. It's about nothing. And not even trashing the Chrysium. So APOC definitely not a plan. Simon clicking for 3. Did they see a Psycho off top? That might change their plan. I think if they see Psycho, you have to slam HQ. Oh, it is an agenda. Now that Surveyor's 8th strength. Trace 8, Trace 8.
It could still be the 3rd NGO, but it probably isn't.
Yeah, because that turn they installed 2 NGOs, which would be weird.
Mm-hmm.
Greyfield keeping that credits up again. That's really important if you have to contest a trace on the Surveyor. But again, R&D is wide open. Kenny can go back. We're assuming there's at least 2 more agendas than 11.
Yeah,
Wait,
game
what's the agenda
going
count?
up above 15, so it's a 5-click turn for Kenny.
This is a 3. There's 3 agendas left, right? If there's nothing in HQ, that's 3 and 11 in R&D. Those are not the worst odds. You'll take those, definitely.
Yeah, 100%.
And especially because it'll probably be open next turn.
Gold Farmer is cheaper to just pay through than it is to break with Angolo.
Oh, isn't it the same?
It would be the same, except that you would lose 2 additional credits. So you have to change, you have to boost, you have to break. Oh wait, no, you're right. You do not have to boost.
No, interestingly, like Kenny is not actually breaking it, which means that you get the same amount of money to Gold Farmer to the corp anyways. Actually, I was mistaken about that, but this keeps the flexibility on Angolo, where if they do see psychographics, it could always slam HQ and get through whatever the unres dice. This could be it. No, nothing. Chrysium is staying. Kenny again spending about 7 credits on that run, taking the tags up, just clicking up to return half that money.
And this isn't game either, right? Like
Ice on R&D easily could be that Surveyor, the last Surveyor. I imagine that's what came off the top of the deck, and Greyfield feeling pretty comfortable, just slow rolling whatever is in the remote server. And I love this triple advance. It means that if they draw an agenda next turn, they'll have extra clicks. They don't have to spend a whole turn scoring. They can just put the agenda into the remote.
Yeah. It might be, might have to pivot to HQ at this point.
Oh, if the Psycho's not shown up, there's 2 and 14 cards left. I wonder if you have
only
1 in hand. Oh, there's only 1?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's huge. I thought there was 2 the whole game. Okay, only 1 psychographics. Beth again. Kenny is up on 5 clicks. This has to be a 5-3 agenda, so if Greyfield scores that, Kenny needs to find 1 more before time is ended. And even if time is called now, we had a 5-minute warning a couple of minutes ago, so not too much in the round. Kenny definitely needs to get desperate access. HQ looks like the only option. 15 credits, anything can be res on a remote server. Border control will be, you can get through it. Sort of. Surveyor, the biggest issue.
There are also 2 border control. No, 1 border control left.
Oh, that's it. So you can get through this. You can force the pop. Now, if they pop it, you can always run back the turn after. If they don't have what they need in hand, you might get another turn left. Again, when Tom is going to be called is so important here. Gold Farmer, again, that's 6 to get through. Border control, you don't need to break all the subroutines. That's 3 to get through. Turnpike is just 1 and take the tag. Kenny down to 3 credits. I have no doubt this border control will be popped.
There's a 1 in 10 chance because, of course, Kenny cannot steal the Bologna.
Oh, that too. Kenny clicking up. This is good. This ensures that he'll get another turn if time is called. And that's an SSL, more money. Oh, returning ice. That's not what the slam into server 2, but that means that R&D is so out of reach with 4 credits and a card in server 2.
So no
Simon just playing as fast as possible. Psycho could be ripped off the top here if server 2 is an agenda. That could be a full-time win. Draw 1.
Digging for Psycho.
Another ice on R&D. Again, you don't need to res that if you just want to get your surveyor stronger, but I've no doubt Greyfield can afford it. And Daily Quest, why the heck not?
Sure. I don't know. That's this turn. It's okay. I guess yeah, because you're gonna pay your credits to res ice, and it's not gonna be
Drawing it again. If you hit the agenda, it goes straight into server 2. If you hit the Psycho and you have an agenda in hand.
Yeah.
Trashing the Beth, then sure the
There we
5-turn
go.
current is off. You're going to throw out 2 here. What does that mean? Is there an agenda in HQ, or is it the bottom?
It's in HQ or in archive
Is it all
or in
R&D?
R&D. I think that's what's happening.
Simon just going to push it. Last click, 15 credits. That's a gold farmer. That's 6 for you to get through. Again, doesn't straight up end the run, but there's another 6 coming down the line with another gold farmer. You're going to have to pay 1 for the turnpike. In theory, it's not a full 6 on gold farmer if you break. Oh wait, so this is solvable, right? Because the last
No,
gold farmer is 4. I don't know if you can get through this. What a nice. No further actions. That's an end the run. Calling GG.
yeah.
Time has been called in the round. Has
That's
it been
rough.
called in the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's time. And that's it. Greyfield taking it. Strength of schedule not entirely mattering how they play, but 6-5. Again, Simon Moon's deck did pull off the Apocalypse, which against the game net means so much. But at the end of the day, with double Crisium, the only matchup with Crisium on it, and let alone this amount of
Are there
ice.
any actual Kenny's asking for an official judge time call.
Right. It's
are there
important to
any
know if he'll get another turn.
Yeah, Vesper, can you tell him when time was called?
Austin's hopping in.
Yeah, we do have people popping into there. I believe the time was called. I'm just looking at the timer around a minute ago. So I think Austin's gonna be checking this. I think it was during Kenny's last run.
Hmm.
Yes, it would have been a good idea to put that in.
Sorry, I just have to
Yep.
type into a very slow chat.
We have the timestamp in the Discord, so it should be pretty provable of when that showed up. I don't know whether you can get timestamps on messages in Jinteki.net, right?
Okay, it was called correctly. Cool. Okay, so we're good.
Yes, this is it. This is the end.
All right. Well, Greyfield pulling it through with some pretty interesting lists. Again, the only tag punishment we've seen in GameNet. GameNet games are going to game time, while Simon Moon is going to be dropped down to the lower bracket again. Just needs to win or not lose another game. Could make it all the way back to Greyfield for that rematch in the finals if they can follow that road all the way. Good games to both for sure.
See the kill Asa though. Hopefully, we'll have an opportunity for that.
Oh, Kenny's Corp.
Yes.
Yeah, that corp looks fascinating. That's definitely the last result that we were waiting for. So I don't know if we have a visual bracket to look at, but I'm not very good at this. What this means of who has been dropped from the bottom of lower bracket and who is continuing on.
Is there a pinned? No, it looks like the bracket is being done on Cobra.
In the meantime, I'm just gonna tell you, we also have a manual version of the bracket happening, just in case something happens with Cobra. I mean, it is pretty stable, but we've seen, historically speaking, things happen every now and then with a lot of players. Well, fortunately, it's just the top 16 bracket. But yeah, if we get a visual on this somehow, I'll definitely update you here as well. And for everybody on the stream, for everybody in the chat, we will be running a 15-ish minute break. And in the meantime, Raja, you said you're going to be doing a Q&A about the standard ban list 2006.
Yeah, I'll stay on. I did this during the African European Championships. Unfortunately, during Asia Pacific, I was asleep, but Guy Patching was on, who's also on the standard balance team. So I figured that it would be helpful to give people an opportunity to share their thoughts and positive feedback, negative feedback. I mean, obviously, Greyfield in the chat there calling for a Gold Farmer ban. That's certainly a card we have our eye on. Yeah, thoughts on the meta, thoughts on the ban list. Anybody has those kinds of things, I will be staying on and answering those questions.
Thank you so much for taking the time to do it. And how dare you sleep during the APAC Continental? Seriously. You should be always on, always available. Well, anyway, we're still waiting for Cobra to be updated, and we're gonna be running a short break any minute now. So yeah, I would just say maybe for all the other co-hosts, do take a break, do hydrate, do stretch. I'm gonna definitely do that. I'm gonna be away from the keyboard. So Raja, the floor is yours, so to speak. I'm just gonna be dropping a screen in here so people know what's going on. And yeah, well, let me just put this. I think there's gonna be a timer in what's his name again? Discord in a second as well. But in the meantime, yeah, would you like to start talking about Gold Farmer? Like, what's with that card?
Yeah, sure. Who else is staying around?
Oh, I'm definitely down to ask some questions from myself and chat if that helps structure this.
Sure, sounds good.
Okay, cool. Over to the two of you then, and yeah, I'll talk to you in a few minutes.
All right, yo, Raj. Just to get everybody on the same page, can you just basically explain your position and what that entails and how the sort of most wanted list balancing stuff, or excuse me, the ban list balancing stuff now, how does that work?
Sure, that sounds good. So there are, leading up to the 2006 standard ban list, there were 5 of us on the committee. That would be myself, Manverupt, Guy Patching, Knuckle Guy, and Seamus. Seamus resigned after the 2006 ban list was finished. Just didn't have the time to continue to dedicate to testing and keeping tabs on the meta and all that kind of stuff. So we'll be adding a 5th member to replace him, but for the time being, it's just the 4 of us. And essentially, what we do, there are 4 objectives for the standard ban list that are published on the Nisei website. Which, as I recall, are approximately in order. Reduce negative player experience, which obviously is a broad term that has many interpretations, but we try to agree kind of on what that means within the committee. Balance between the 2 sides, Corp and Runner, approximately. Balance among the factions, again, approximately 3rd, and then last, I think, diversity. Of identities that can be played within the faction. So those are the 4 objectives, and we basically look to curate standard from the available card pool to try and satisfy those objectives, to maximize them in approximately the order that they're ranked.
Before we jump into like particular cards, I know people are definitely interested to hear your thoughts on. You mentioned that the win rate percentages is something that definitely is balanced around. A lot of people have different ideas on where they'd like that balance rate to land, whether it's 50-50 or slightly favoring the corpse. I've heard that to be very popular. What's currently the Nisei's opinion on that? Is 50-50 the ideal number?
I don't think so. And it's obviously the difficulty there is, of course, it's hard to pin down within any reasonable margin of error without having a truly vast number of games, because there are so many factors that go into determining what the tournament win rate is for the 2 sides. I've certainly heard a lot of people say during this run of these 3 Continentals that it's really ideal for the Corp to be up slightly overall in Swiss, and then for the 2 sides to be approximately even in the cut. I tend to think that line of reasoning is pretty sound. It's fairly reasonable. It's a good way to look at it. We do expect those win rates to be different between Swiss and the cut. Between the players making it generally being stronger than the overall field, them having made good meta choices, and having deck list available. Right, that changes a lot, and in particular, it makes things a little bit worse for the Corp when the runner knows your deck list. So all of those things being together, I would say yes, we do expect Corp win rates in the cut to be slightly lower. And so if we want at the very top level the sides to be about 50-50, then Corp win rates overall need to be slightly higher than that.
When it comes to looking at Sorry. When it comes to looking at numbers and stats, like I know R&D interface. I'm not sure exactly who put it together, but it basically looks at all the stats pulled from Always Be Running, a nice website where people are posting a lot of their reports. Does the Nisi team do that sort of like big numbers, the big data digging, or is it more internal tournament reports looking at on a more manual level? What does that look like, that process?
We do both. I actually am a professional data scientist. I'm an engineer. I do data science and renewable energy as my day job. So I'm used to looking at data and understanding what kinds of conclusions I can and cannot draw from it. Even with all of the data that's available to us on Know the Meta and R&D interface and the various other tools that are out there, it is often the case that there isn't quite enough. If one player has a great day and they win, 7 games with a runner that's not played that often, that has a huge effect on the overall win rates for that runner. And so the error bars are pretty wide a lot of the time on this data, but that doesn't mean that you can't take anything from it at all. So we do look at all of that stuff, but it's not the only thing that guides us. We also do a lot of internal testing. We have a ton of very dedicated, hardworking play testers who, particularly for 2006, worked through many different revisions of the potential ban list before we released it with us. And so we very much appreciate all of those. We look at the results of those games, but we also they write detailed playtest reports for us about the lines of play that were opened up or not by cards that are available or not available, how the matchups felt overall, that kind of thing. So we take the data as sort of hard feedback and use it to the extent that we can. We also take that soft feedback as far as testing reports and whatnot.
Super cool. I need to give a shout out to Errant Mage, which chat has corrected. That's the person who put together R&D interface, which is definitely a really cool tool.
Yes. 100%.
Okay.
Real quick.
No, go ahead.
How much data is there on banning Parasite as a counter to a gold farmer?
That's a fair question. I actually did a fair amount of testing of a Chisel Charm Hoshiko deck before this tournament, before concluding that it sadly was just not good enough. And so obviously while Hippo is pretty great, you can play around it, and especially you can play around it out of an ID like GameNet if you have 20 ice and a lot of recursion. So the relationship between ice breakers economy and ice destruction, I think it's not really controversial to say that it is a little wonky right now. What exactly we should do about that, again, considering the current card pool, remains to be seen. Obviously, we cannot unban Parasite. Parasite has rotated. So that's not within the remit of the standard balance team. Do I like Parasite as a card? I do. Obviously it's a very powerful, very splashable card that's way above the curve. And I do like that there have been multiple attempts made to redesign it to kind of implement its role in a different way. Unfortunately, those haven't quite worked out, with the exception of Hippo, in the way that players might have hoped. But yeah, ultimately the standard balance team can only work with the cards that are not rotated.
Right.
So otherwise,
but you gave a very good answer to my trolling question.
I think it's a fair question. I mean, I really don't mind. Obviously I can only say what I'm allowed to say in public, but I don't have a problem with those kinds of questions. I think that it's good that players really think about the meta and about historical cards, and what sorts of effects those cards have versus cards that are in the pool right now have, because at some point, there will be a system update, functionally a new core set that will have a bunch of pre-existing cards in it, design and development are able to bring cards in and out of standard by doing that. And people pay attention to what players think those cards should be. So yeah, even though you may have meant it in a trolling way, I actually think it's a very valuable question.
When it comes to the tools that you have to enact balancing on the game, right? Like we've seen other models before with like universal influence. We used to have a restricted list, of course. I just want to ask: does Nisei still consider like what are Nisei's thoughts on functional errata? It's obviously something very difficult to do on a physical product that people have paid money for and people have printed or what have you. Is that at all considered?
Yes, but only as a last resort. I would say that we really like to avoid it. Overall, within Nisei, my observation has been that there's a strong focus on the new player onboarding experience. You can see us taking a lot of time with System Gateway, which is a new player focused product, wanting to make sure that we really get it right. And so I think that things like functional errata and even having a restricted list, or before that, the influence-based most wanted list, all of those things are confusing to newer players. And so trying to minimize them to the extent possible is desirable. We spent quite a while. This is part of the reason that the 2006 ban list took as long as it did, was that we were trying to determine if we could do ban list only. It was definitely considered to be desirable from a complexity standpoint. But the question was, with the size of the card pool, with the wide range of power level in the cards that are in the card pool, can you curate a viable standard meta with only a ban list? Hopefully, these tournaments have shown that the answer is yes. I mean, it may be imperfect, but people seem to be enjoying it. There's quite a bit of diversity. The side balance looks fairly reasonable. There are the number of cards that people actively hate is relatively low. So far, so good. We'll see how it goes.
When it comes to specific cards, I have no doubt everybody has their own, bugbears of things that they personally have strong feelings about. Can you give your opinion on maybe looking at, we saw Gold Farmer do a lot of work, obviously a pretty efficient ice at a low cost. Mm-hmm. And I think at this point, I can't really tell if it's a meme or not, but also Rizeki comes up a lot in conversations. What can you say about those? What does the team consider about these two cards?
So Gold Farmer is, I sort of touched on this a little bit in the, I see a question in chat also about Jinteki. So I'll try to address all three of these if I can in the short amount of time that remains. Farmer, I talked about a little bit already in the context of the relationship between breakers and ice and economy and the strength of those things. I mean, breakers and ice and economy have all sort of been powered up over the last few years of the game. After, there was a dip when there was that first sweeping ban list that got rid of like Temujin contract and all that kind of stuff, and then since then it's kind of been slowly creeping up again, with ice getting bigger and more impactful, and breakers getting better like Bugalter. And Farmer is another example of that. It definitely is well above the curve. Whether that means it should be banned is kind of you sort of have to try and see what happens to this game net deck, right? Does it become unplayable if Gold Farmer is removed? And if so, then what is the NBN deck? Is it just CTM? Well, CTM is also playing Gold Farmer, so does Freedom just run it over completely then? So that's the kind of thing that we have to think about there. But it definitely is on the list of cards to look at. The second one was Rizeki. Rizeki is definitely another card that we have our eye on, and it's not obvious at first glance, and it's quite popular. In particular, it's actually quite popular among like design and development as an elegant card, right? It's a simple card. There's not a lot of text on it. It has an obvious effect. It's very easy to play, and it has a large effect on the game for its simplicity. So you sort of get a lot from it. But there also is very much right now a critical mass of runner drip economy. Much more so than runner burst economy, which is basically like StimHack. And that kind of, pre-2006, that kind of pushed the game into into more like longer games, grindier games where runners would have this like inevitable late game. And post 2006, we're still seeing that, and we've seen it in some of these games, but that's the result of that has been that it's pushed corps to go fast so that runners don't get this late game. So you get these decks like Titan and Asa floating up, and even Outfit that are just like rush or die, basically, right? I actually wrote an article about that last Christmas time. So I'm not going to say we will or will not ban Rozeki, but I definitely will say we are very aware of the drip versus burst situation in terms of runner economy and the effects that it has on the meta. And what, if anything, will be done about it is to be determined, but our eye is definitely on it. And then the third question, I think, was Jinteki got hurt pretty hard by the potatoes bans. Yes, that's true. We tested many different combinations of targeted bans for that deck, and unfortunately, we couldn't get to a position that we liked as far as where that deck would be situated in the meta without doing all of the bans that we did. We were definitely aware that in particular decks like Spiky Palna, which I really enjoy, like the Costa Palna with Kakugo and Obokata and Border Control. I mean, I took that deck to top 8 at US Nationals last fall. I love that deck. But Kakugo was unfortunately a casualty of having to deal with Potatoes being arguably the best corp deck pre-2006.
Does your team favor on sort of these design holes that you feel like some of the banned cards cause to the people that are developing new cards, or is that totally separate spaces?
I'm not sure I follow that question. Could you maybe rephrase it a bit?
So the idea is like Jinteki having a net damage ice that is pretty ubiquitously playable or archives traps, for instance. Those are things that they don't do anymore. It's just the idea of like once Parasite rotates down the line in the Qatar cycle, they had a new pseudo Parasite. Are there conversations where you say like, hey, we can safely rotate, or we can, ban Breached Dome, but maybe you tell development that Jinteki now, in terms of its identity, arguably needs some sort of archive.
Oh yeah, actually, the way it ends up happening a lot of the time is the reverse, because we see we have the ability to look at the sets that are in development, and so we sort of know what's coming, and we can be thinking proactively about what changes we would want to make when those cards enter the meta.
Super cool. That's very interesting to hear. Is there anything specifically, maybe one card you can shout out that you were trying hard to return, like unban it, or something that maybe you were on the edge of banning that didn't get to that point? Like,
we talked about Sensi Actors Union in the 2006 document. That was actually not a card I was really pushing super hard for, but I was the one. We did playtest with Museum of History Unbanned. Shout out to Cranked. We playtested with it. It was immediately broken by 3 players, including me, out of Gagarin. And that led to a long cycle of banning cards to try and rein in Gagarin until eventually we did ban Gagarin itself. We did not test with Museum Unbanned after that. I'm not sure we want to go through that again, but there's a card that I'm not 100% convinced absolutely has to be on the ban list.
And with this, I'm just going to jump in. This was a great Q&A. Thank you so much. And I'm just going to jump in and tell you that we are getting slowly people setting the tables up. I'm going to prove to you, by the way, that we do have a bracket running on paper. So just saying, in case you're wondering what's going on. Shout outs to Austin for actually having a piece of paper and a pen in these modern times and running this. But, of course, this is not the only thing that's happening here right now. We also have Cobra running things. So there, people in the chat, if you have questions to Raja, I think you're gonna be around, and there's more people, of course. There's Kanakal as well on the chat. Like, you can keep chatting about these things. Very big questions, very interesting questions, of course. But we are going to go into Cobra right now because people are setting up, and we should be choosing things. We have a champion to find, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. So if those who can follow that graph too easily, basically in the last matchup, Cody has been Is this correct? Yeah, Cody has been dropped down to the lower bracket and needs to wait for an opponent. Why am I saying this? I'm never confident about how this works. I believe Cody has lost their last matchup and has been dropped down to the lower brackets, waiting for the other two games to finish to get an opponent. Otherwise, we still have Sid7 from Canada against Greyfield from the States up in the winners brackets. And NetDead and Stoppable also both bounced to the lower brackets, as well as Yasengrin and the Kid. Again, those two matchups, both of those will result in one player going home. Again, NetDad was the higher bracket, is still fighting for the position, but Sid and Greyfield definitely much more comfortable at the top.
Indeed.
Was that correct? I feel like that was
absolutely
close.
correct. And if it wasn't correct, nobody's gonna mind because you said it in a very convincing way. So I'm going to follow your narrative here, Andre. Don't worry about it. One of the reasons why commentating is so much fun is to just, people listen and then they will correct us in chat if we need to be corrected, obviously. But yeah, question is, which of these three very exciting pairings are we going to take a look at?
If I want to suggest something, I know Greyfield's deck is the inside top hat, which is interesting, and we haven't seen Sid7 on stream so far, the whole top cut.
Fair enough.
I would do that. Have we seen Freedom?
Not today.
Freedom at all, because I would love to watch Freedom. But if we haven't streamed Sid7 at all, we should probably do that.
Cool.
Okay, table 27 it is then. We're gonna just hop in there very quickly. And we will actually be protecting the games with passwords now, just to make sure that we don't have too many spectators, just to make sure that everybody can enjoy the stream. There are several parallel streams running at the same time, so by all means do join these. They're also available on our chat with the command ! Always be streaming. Sorry? Oh.
I can hear you. So real quick, it is worth noting that Sid7 is one of the two Canadians who made it into top 16. So definitely good representation.
Awesome. And it's also cool to see some. Well, isn't Sokka the Canadian national champion?
Yeah, Sokka just was bounced out last round, if I'm not mistaken, but they are the reigning Canadian national champion. Sid is the remaining Canadian in the tournament, so definitely going to get some support from maybe the Canucks on the stream. How's it going, Raja?
Yeah, cheers.
Okay, we're getting ready.
About that Sid7 then, eh?
Yo, Sid7's Corp deck, we gotta talk about this before it starts. I've actually had the pleasure of playing against versions of this while it's been in the brew, and it's a different Asa list than we've seen before. It's on punitive Counter-Strike, it has some bigger ice with tier, it also has Helheim servers, which is an interesting way to make sure that your ice have more teeth. There's some cool combos where you have like Helheim servers, throw away cards from your hand just to boost up maybe an unexpected low strength or even a high strength gatekeeper, and you can recur those cards. We have some also taxing mid-range ice like Eli, which we haven't seen before. Also, we don't have access to things like Lakshmi Smart Fabrics. We don't have access to things like MC austerity policy. So this is more about just like Asa tempo and building up a scoring server that has defensive remotes, getting a lot of money, and punishing a punitive Counter-Strike.
This is again another example of how Asa really lends itself to varied styles of core play, because of course with Helheim server you are actually attempting to build a scoring remote, quite different from the tempo recursion Asa we saw last week at your Africa Continentals, and also different from the very fully operational focused corp decks that we've seen from the likes of Beckett and the Kid.
Greyfield's list also is pretty spicy. We're playing Team Fortress 2 here. You gotta pull your hats out because we're gonna get some accesses with insight to see the top 4. You can come back and pick out the card that you'd want to see. Now, we did see Greyfield face up against some other Asa lists. Now, their strategy, they would keep the board down at the beginning. Seems very important. You get that card draw with Hoshiko, and then once you're good to go, you can set up that top hat insight combo. Missing Mad Dash, missing Freedom through Equality. You are going to have to steal 4 agendas, so that might just be a late game threat once you're on 2 agendas, on 3 agendas to close the game while still holding down the board.
And I think that's what you saw when this deck was on stream last, right?
Yeah, very well played from Grey. Now, there's a big difference here. We've talked about this so many times about how Corp, in fact, Raja, you just mentioned it, that in the top cut, Corp loses a bit more teeth with open deck lists. If you're playing against this Asa list in the Swiss as if it was any other Asa list, I have no doubt you're not going to respect punitive Counter-Strike. And now Greyfield knows what they need to do. If they're going for the inside top hat, if they're going to go steal a big old Vashron, and is there SSLs in this list, like you'd have to keep your money up.
Vashron is especially rude, right? Because you got 0 points for all that trouble.
Super rude.
And then you need a punitive.
Zero coming down, Dirty Laundry to see the top. Server 1 is not looking like a daily quest or Rashida too soon. That's generally the best things to start off here with, but also definitely building up servers in the way they will. I wonder if Greyfield is going to be scared to run while Sid is threatening those 10 credits. Tier is 7 credits on the refund, and if you click through that fully, I believe Sid can fast advance out a 5-3 agenda. We got turn 2 fully operational. Ooh, it is a daily quest, just res 1 turn later. We're up on 9. 1 short of tier, but definitely something can be res here.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty nice start for both players, actually.
Server 2, again, we have no biotic labors in this list. The agendas on the table are going to have to be scored fully out. I don't even think we have Jeeves. Oh, we do have 2 Jeeves model Biroids. That's an Eli. You can double click through this. That's really important. Pay 1 credit in total to trash the daily quest. And a lot of Sid's money is tied up into that card and fully operational. This list isn't running hedge funds. It isn't running IPOs. And we're talking about a punitive list. That money is so important.
It is. And this Liberated is just sitting there with 16 credits on it.
Yeah, Sid really needs to balance the speed and the way that they can pressure Greyfield to interact, because you're right, in the early, even with that, just with that Liberator round, they're not going to win the econ game if they're not forcing them to interact. The agenda suite is also pretty interesting on the Corp side, right? Like a single sandbox, a single Global Food Initiative, 3 Vacheron, 3 Vitruvius, and you can see the sort of list because we're not on Lakshmi Smart Fabric, so you don't need to keep those 3 ofs of everything. And the sandbox has some utility. With Jeeves, it's even more flexible. The food is a food, and the Vacherons are not real agendas a lot of the time. Server 2 looks like either Vitruvius or a sandbox, maybe even that's a Jeeves, so we can get a 5-pointer on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's the only agenda, I think, the sandbox that actually gives them tempo back on score. There's no successful field tests. Vitruvius with counter is a bit of a different deal. The foods don't do anything. There's no SSLs, so Sid's going to be probably spending real money to get this out.
Yeah, that's tempo with the daily quest in the bin, and like you said, no hedge funds, no IPOs, no other source of economy other than the fully operationals and the asset econ.
Maryland's in.
Maryland.
Turn table in a card that really takes advantage of the disparity in core points between their different agendas. Worth noting that you swapping in a Vacheron that someone else stole will not accrue counters.
Ooh, and we're going in right now. The Cyberdeck Sandbox scored. No CVSs in the deck, but insight off the top. Greyfield is going to look at the top 4, rearrange them, reveal them. Or sorry, Sid's going to rearrange and reveal them, put them top on the deck. Now with that top hat, you can make sure you see it, and no agendas. This is the second insight we've seen today at Swift. Slot Machine into Crisium, into Helheim, into Preemptive. Crisium Grid is actually an answer to top hat, but 5 credits, you can trash that. We're going back just for that Axis. Top hat, seeing the 5th unknown card. Might as well take a shot, huh?
Yeah, sure.
New remote, again, fully operational. Wants as many remotes as you can, and that sandbox, that cybernetics court is going to give bigger hand size, a violet level clearance. There you go to follow it up. Sid not having to discard anything. Charging the court 17 to 14. The ice rest here is just a drafter. No MK Ultra in the bin. This lets you recur a card from archives. Could be a fully operational, could be the daily quest, even the violet level clearance. Oh, just an abundance of options. And you get to install something, giving you the Asa trigger. Drafter, very cool. Putting a daily quest back into server 2. Oh no, into server 4 with an ice on top of it.
Nice.
Fully operational, looking really good. Return to hand.
And of course, Asa managing to trigger on the runner's turn means that they get an Asa trigger that normally you don't take into account.
Yeah, I think Drafter is a little bit underrated as an ice in that, there's the obvious comparison to Architect, but Drafter really behaves quite differently because you can return anything.
Now the huge counter argument, hold on, I think we might have a Vitruvius here. There you go. The counter argument to the Insight top hat is that you know the top cards of R&D. So the runner, you don't need to protect R&D. You can make full decisions of what is going to be coming up. So if you know you have a Rashida, you know what you're going to be drawing into. Poking HQ here again, sit on 9 credits. That's one short of the tier. Single access on HQ. That's a fully operational. Probably just recurred.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, though. There's less need to worry so much about the inside top hat combo when the runner doesn't have any points yet.
Black Orchestra getting installed. I don't think there's an arc lockdown to play around, but the slot machine just making the 3 credit loss. Daily quest going down for 1. Pad tap also giving you some money on that. You leave that.
Board is almost empty, and there are still 8 credits left on that liberated account.
Yeah. But Sid is on game point, mind you. Helheim Cerberus protects. It boosts the strength of the ice, I believe, for the whole turn? Or is it just for the run? But if you get a Vacheron there with a Helheim, you can throw out your whole hand if it's going to secure the Helheim or secure the Vacheron until the end of the turn. It's just for the run, excuse me. Prisium on R&D, we saw that come off the top 4 of Insight. That gets you that efficient Asa Group install. So now the Insight, I think, will hit at least 3 new cards, maybe 4? And you have to respect that. Again, this list does run 3 copies of Labor Rights, so those Insights are going to be coming back again and again.
And it's also
needs to like top hat.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Good point.
Adori getting trashed. Probably better to deal with tier than the MK Ultra. That's my guess. Not 3 virtuals in this list, but definitely get some good tour guide tech. Something behind the Eli.
Now, Greyfield has been complaining in past games that we've been spectating, running games that we've been spectating, of his that Adore never shows up. So this time, it did. It just wasn't useful.
I think we missed that Maryland shuffle actually does mean for sure the top of R&D is fresh for an Insight.
Oh, yes.
2 cards into server 2. That has to be the Helheim grid. I don't think there's other upgrades besides what we're assuming is the Chrysium on R&D.
Mm-hmm.
Fully operational. Echoing twice more. That is 4 credits and 2 cards just for 1 and a click. Now again, Helheim Cerberus, that Vacheron is going to need advancements on it. Server 1 wasn't rezzed. Actually could easily be a Jeeves, which does threaten out. I don't think there's other 4-2s in this list, and there's no Biotic, so if it's a 5-3 threat, it's not going to be scored this turn.
So there's no way to fast advance a 5-3 in this list, is that right?
None whatsoever. Stimhack going to smash into 11 credits worth of Resible Ice here. The tier, we do have an answer, right? An MK Ultra in the bin. Helheim Cerberus.
That suggests
a tier. That hurts.
Yeah, does going in the tank here to think about this res suggest to either of you that it is a tier?
There's 2 in the list. It is unique. Only one's going to be res, but also Helheim Cerberus, I think. It doesn't necessarily have to be the tier because there's some math here. Mm-hmm. With 24 credits, I don't know how much math gets you, but like the idea is that you can make any ice harder to deal with Helheim. Right. Sometimes Gatekeeper recurs those cards you tossed, but that Helheim is going down this turn. We got to figure out whether we want to use it on the way. There's a tier. It's going down to 1 credit. MK Ultra needs to get up to 7 strength, 3 subs, so it's going to be a couple boosts. 12 credits altogether.
That is not cheap. But again, there's still 8 credits left on that liberated account.
Yeah. So it's a Rashida into Helheim. So again, the fear there, and with only 1 credit, Sid isn't threatening a lot, is if you steal a 3-pointer, you have to deal with punitive. But again, only 1 I've had worse out so far. R&D wide open. That Chrism grid's probably going down here.
Yeah, see
Sid
the top
single access.
Makes sense.
Hoshiko is going to be digital next turn. Sorry, I misclicked into top hat. Oh, it wants to be a regular access.
Right, because of course, if you top hat, you are not able to access the upgrade.
Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, that's huge.
Actually, yeah, because it's instead of accessing cards.
Crazy good going down and a Violet level clearance. Again, another trash. A couple credits away from scoring that, let alone having the hand size. I feel like HQ pressure might be okay here. 6 cards in hand. We only have 2 agendas out and 18 left in R&D. Double install again. I believe it's Helheim into, well, obviously a question mark. What is server 1? Probably a Jeeves?
Yeah, that is a good question. It could be a Cybernetics Court.
I don't know how many in this list.
Fully operational.
Full 3, yeah.
Back in the game.
Yeah,
Oh, that's a huge hit.
it's massive.
And this list doesn't seem to be floating archive memories. So those operationals, I think we have 3 out. Oh, only 2 out. So you know how limited the recursion is. And a deck without any recursion outside of a preemptive, like they need both punitive counterstrikes to be even threatening lethal. And against Anarch, what I've had worse, it's so much harder.
Another fully op on top.
Insight into 4, no agendas. Operation Crimson Trail Drafter going in for the punitive from HQ.
Yeah, well, they have to be somewhere, right? There's 9 in the deck. Scored area, 7 left.
Might be in server 2.
Uh-huh.
Oh, how did we lose a rebirth? Did that get hit by 0?
Yeah.
Oh, it got hit by the labor rights.
Oh, it got milled by labor rights.
So it went back in with 2 other labor rights. Now the single Mummud Temple is rezzed behind that Eli, getting a free Jeeves res, giving Sid 18 credits. This is the first time I believe they had a credit lead in a while. Rebirth going to be straight to Omar, no questions asked.
Mm-hmm.
HQ seems good. Well, they know what R&D is too. There's no shuffle here, right? Is this a weird access? You can top hat. Ooh, Vacheron.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was either Trash the Chrysium or if they wanted to access a fresh card. Oh yeah, because he'll have time here. Like if the Corp doesn't win, that Vacheron will tick down.
And server 2 is not threatening a winning Vacheron. There's no biotic into 5 advance with the Jeeves, but this easily could be Vacheron into Helheim. Sid would need to throw at least 1 advancement, 2 if he doesn't think that the Jeeves is going to stick. And again, like, there's no good way to deal with that tier. It's 12 credits. Like, how do you run through that and protect yourself against punitive if you can't keep I've Had Worses in hand?
Yeah,
no, I've Had Worses
12
you have to
win.
Yeah. I've Had Worse is also really fascinating when it comes to labor rates. Sometimes you could just get that back in your deck to make sure that you can live forever. Now, Sid needs double punitive and needs more money, but we know we have 1 in hand. Drawing 3 times, hand size is going to be 1 card lower than what they have, but they have an extra Jeeves click to install if they'd like. Ooh, behind a drafter again. That's only 3 credits to check, but we no longer have Hoshiko value where those axes are giving you more card draw, let alone some credits. Greyfield, Dirty Laundry. That's not an Omar run, but we're going to check 5 in archives face down. We get to see what those are. They've been there for a while.
Oh, good call. Oh, no.
The Hoshiko link bug.
Yeah.
When you rebirth, while you have the flip side of Hoshiko who has a link, you actually keep the link.
Yo, some wild discards there. Like, it's 2 ice. I believe it was a slot machine and a gatekeeper. It was a preemptive action, a cybernetics court. So there's only 1 more left. Ooh, it looks like daily quest in server 3 behind a drafter. That's only 1 credit to pull that down. Pat Tap, though, getting the money from the daily quest as well. And Sid and Greyfield on Super Corridor, equal credits, if you know what I mean. It's still drawing up. Only 10 left in R&D, and there's still a fair few agendas. There's a food. There's 2 more Vitruviuses, 2 more Vacherons, making server 2 even more taxing, maybe just waiting to double advance once they're happy with the Helheim. Getting the Cybernex Court is also very important, because if you have 10 cards in hand, my god, can you do damage with Helheim servers. Single advance. Now Greyfield needs to get in, needs to win, or trash the Jeeves.
Going to go straight in.
Straight in. Credits are favored. There's the Helheim servers. Again, every card you trash here for the rest of the run, that ice is +2 strength. Throwing out 1. Throwing out 2. Now again, HQ pressure after this can be quite strong. You white-hatted yourself in some ways.
That tier up to 13 strength.
12 Gatekeeper. Oh yeah, this is every single ice. 12 Gatekeeper. And again, if this fires those cards that you put into archives, if they are agendas, you can just put them back. Fire all. That Jeeves has to go down. Sid probably want to spend another advancement. Otherwise, they're going to have to Helheim the next turn. But that Gatekeeper replaces the cards that you threw out. It's still safe for Helheim the next turn.
Going after the Jeeves to make sure that there's no 5-3 getting scored, of course.
Oh man, if that hit the triple, if that did pull a roll of the bones properly, you'd have to break all of it. Otherwise, you threaten the Vacheron.
Right.
Running back HQ again, 2 of those cards drawn were unknown. So again, the density in HQ could be way higher than thought at the beginning of the turn. That's a G's from hand. You want to trash that? Oh, not even.
It's the last Jeeves, right?
I think so. Omar into R&D, unseen card. You could top hat that if you want. Nope, not seeing anything. Sid needs to advance that. What we're assuming is a Vacheron once more, and then hold on.
There is only one face-up Jeeves in the trash.
Yeah,
Six
so there's
cards.
2 more.
Six cards in R&D, right? Like, where are the agendas? If you insight, you're going to see most of the deck.
Absolutely.
And you can come back, right? Like, you can top hat twice. It's not once per turn.
And there is one insight somewhere.
Vacheron not even ticked up. Greyfield still on 0 agendas. Wow.
Threatening the game-winning score with the server 2.
And what do you do? That tier could become literally 17 strength.
This is what I was talking about when I was saying rush or die earlier, right? Where on turn 13, the Corp has 6 cards left in R&D. In this sense, rush or die is very much literal in that if they don't win now, they're going to deck themselves.
I mean, you could click through tier. I don't know how much you want to do that, but you could click through tier.
Oh, we're actually just going to go check all the top hat. We don't see the top hat calls here on R&D, but that's a Vitruvius. You can turntable that. The sandbox gets less value. Let's go back again. Now, you need to hit all the non-Vacheron agendas here to win. There's another Vitruvius and another food. They need to hit all of those to win. Every single agenda you need to hit. It's not a Vacheron, if I'm not mistaken. That's a Vacheron, so that's already a hard start, but that's being rotated in. That's still 5 agenda points for the Corp, right?
Right. If he can
back here,
he could hang on for just return.
Yeah, turntable, you're right. You don't need to actually, it doesn't matter what you steal, does it? Another axis here, top hat. You have one more click. Again, server 2 is off the table, especially when you can dump your whole hand and they can't run archives to check what you've thrown out. They have to run HQ. Do they know everything? Stupid Vacheron. 1 click short, 1 turn short of the Vacheron win.
Mm-hmm.
R&D, top hat.
Oh!
That's only 6 points.
Oh, wow.
Vacheron. Turn those clocks back. Triple advance in the remote. Again, they needed to hit everything, and they almost did.
Wow.
There's one more Vitruvius somewhere. That's exactly what they needed. Oh. Sid, gonna have that 3 clicks left to score what we're assuming is the final Vacheron in the remote. And hey, the clockmaker waits for no one. 7 points, Sid pulling it out. Greyfield going to be thrown to lower brackets. Sid, our remaining Canadian, is now on to the finals, right?
Well,
I don't want to say that wrong, but Sid's in the finals, right?
I think this was the winners bracket finals.
Oh, the last agenda was in HQ, so Greyfield's line of play was not going to win him the game.
Sid had full faith. They knew every single card in R&D. Again, there's no HQ pressure for this Omar list. There's no multi-axis, right? It's all just inside top head. I don't think they have even a turning wheel.
I think that's true.
1 turn short.
3 cards.
Again, only 3 cards in R&D, yeah.
Wow, well played.
If you figured out what the list was, right, you could have ran and stole everything and maybe trashed every card and decked the runner. But again, I think you had like 2 clicks too few, let alone if there's an ice or an operation. Woof. Good games. Wow, that's exciting. We still have time in the rounds. What table do you want to jump to? We have the Kid versus Yusengrin, and we have Stoppable versus Dad. Looks like if we do Sengrin Kid, we don't watch GameNet. I don't know if that colors anything.
Yeah, and we do watch Freedom.
Yeah, let's do that, huh?
So we're going table 23, just to confirm. Trying to get in.
That'd be
here,
great, Vesper.
Of course, yeah. I think they just finished. Oh no, they're still there. Sorry. Might take a while to connect. Oh, I'm getting the black screen of absolute no watching anything.
Oh, I got it.
I am also black screened.
Can you stream, Pat?
So right now, Sengrin on Freedom is on 6 points with a GFI successful field test and Project Vitruvius. The Kid has a single GFI scored and a board state that isn't. Nope, Sengrin just won. Stole a Vitruvius off the top.
Oh well, that saves us going in. That's good. So we can jump onto the other table.
So that's the end of the line of Beckett making it so far. I think that's the quarterfinals for the loser bracket. So really well played from both.
Yeah.
Now we have NetDad facing off against Stoppable Force. I think one of the 3 game nets that are left in, maybe 2. And NetDad knows this matchup. We'll see if they have the economy to brave that glacier.
Actually versus CTM.
Oh, wow. Never mind.
We saw the NBN in the same game net, but this is the first time we've seen CTM this round, actually. Valencia has quite a solid board state. Regikies, all the breakers. CTM looks like they're struggling a bit. A lot of their big, strong assets have been trashed. A Jeeves, a team sponsorship, 2 temples, 2 daily business shows, pad campaign. So it really looks like Stoppable Force is on the back foot.
Now they are up on 5 points, which means they do have, I think, 2 calibration testings left in the list. We see none in archives. So the fast events threat technically on the last spiel is still alive and well. They're up 5, but again, all their money is tied into the single Maryland campaign on the remote. NetDad, not only the bad publicity, not only the Citadel Sanctuary, but the Archivist even throwing a link into the equation. Definitely the proper board state to deal with controlling the message.
Yeah, I want to talk about the CTM for a bit. It's the purple CTM that we've seen floating around for the past 2 Continentals, and I believe that won the Black Lives Matter tournament with Rongidog. It is an outgrowth from the Russian CTM from 4 years ago, I believe, which was played out of NEH to similar sort of effect, just constantly using the purple cards to leverage tempo via team sponsorships and do big scores with Jeeves. Problem is that you would need to go fast enough to set up your board state and keep it up and outpace the runner. If they manage to stay on top of you, it makes it really hard to claw your way back.
That Citadel Sanctuary with the Archivist is a perfect combo because now Valencia is clearing that tag for free and for no clicks at the end of the turn. Mamba Tempo going down before it can get more value. Now the tour guide is only 1 subroutine. That's only 3 credits from MK Ultra, and that's exactly where you need to see it. NetDad on 5 credits, still 8 on the Liberated, and again, those tags are going to be removed clicklessly. A really good setup. I think NetDead also has access to Wanton and a single Apocalypse, not something you need on this board state, considering how set up you are. Maybe the Wanton seems a bit better, but it is in archives. We are labor rightsing back. Looks like a turntable, a pad tap, and Dad is going to make a final selection here. Oh, a falsified actually, instead of the pad tap. This is really cool. Now, Stoppable Force, it is a CTM deck. It is running 3 copies of Hard Hitting News, but in terms of the tag punishment, NetDad is very aware that it is not, in fact, meat damage. It is not boom. It's not high profile target. It is just psychographics. I think it's 2 of and a single market forces. So as long as Stoppable doesn't have the money after a Hard Hitting News lands, if it does, which it doesn't look like it's close to at this point, they know that they can't capitalize on too much.
Yeah, that 2 psychographics 1 market is really nice as the tag punishment. I actually played this against this not from Stoppable, but in round 2, I think, or it was round 1 actually. Did you guys streamed that game?
I think we might have.
Yeah.
And that second psychographics was a huge deal. I just could not get it out of HQ with the Freedom ID before they were able to use it to score out. I got 1 psycho in the market forces, but that second psycho, just having that 3rd card helps a lot against both Freedom and cards like Wanton Destruction, Embezzle, so on.
So both centrals are only 2 credits each to get through with the bad publicity, accessing with at least 7. You can steal the Bologna. Now, Hippo are still alive and well, but you have to watch out for that CTM trace. That Maryland campaign going to shuffle the top of R&D likely. So NetDad is going to, or Stoppable is going to draw a different time than card than NetDad. But that Maryland representing basically a Maryland campaign for both sides of the table with the pad taps. Stoppable is trying to build up a remote server, but this deck has pretty low impact ice. It's all just gold farmers. It's all tour guides that have very few subroutines. It has enigmas. I don't think there's an upper end. This is not the data ravens you might have seen at Worlds years ago. It's actually pretty lean.
That said, every card installed in server 6 could be the winning deal. Also, this Valencia list is running a one of APOC, so the central servers, I believe, are very soft right now. So that building up a large remote server, which is not this CTM's preferred style of gameplay, it does put you in for. It does leave you very vulnerable if Valencia can get that APOC off.
Right. Normally, as CTM, you're thinking, okay, well, you can APOC me, but good luck doing that without eating a hard-hitting news. But right now, with the relative economy state and how weak most of this ice is, with the obvious exception of Gold Farmer, this board is very APOCable. I don't know that you need to do it, but you definitely can.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to do it is a big question, right? Like NetDad set up on Link, on 2 Pat Taps, on Citadel, they load all the breakers and Rozeki pretty comfortable. But again, you're right, this remote server can be the winning Beal. Now, if Dad does hit any other agenda in the deck, there are 1-pointers. You can swap the Bologna over and ensure that that Stoppable won't be winning it this turn. Ooh, NetDad doesn't only have 1 click left. Did they run HQ that turn? Did we miss it? No, they installed Turntable, so it's no APOC this turn. Again, that could easily be the winning Beal. NetDad did trash the Rashida, could go back. The tour guides are actually free this turn. Yeah. If they hit a 1-pointer, if they hit a 2-pointer even, that Bologna is going to come out of Stoppable score area. We're charging the remote.
Checking server 6 just to be safe.
Yeah. This is only 3 credits to run. Again, that tag at the end of the turn, even if it's a Mumbad Virtual Tour, I think you're getting rid of that tag for free with the Citadel Sanctuary. There's only 1 MVT in this deck, so not too many traps to deal with. MK Ultra. Why is MK Ultra breaking the tour guide? There's no subs on it. Oh, they're figuring it out.
Yeah. I'm sure.
To your res. Preemptive. Yeah, so that'll save NetDad 3 credits. They already used their bad publicity, so they can just pull back 3.
Yeah.
We'll see what this is. Again, MVT or Agenda. If it's a Bologna, it's just a Cali testing. You need to trash that. Well, you technically don't need to this turn because they don't have the requisite, 5 credits to fast events out, but you did pay the cost already. So tour guide, yeah, only cares about res assets. Who cares about your upgrades? So that's 1 to trash. Again, the Trace, you'll get rid of that for free with the Archivist and the Citadel Sanctuary. So not too bad of attacks. Only 3 real credits from Dad and a click to check this remote.
Oh, he's leaving it.
Yeah. Again, that's a really scary card with Beal, but there's not too much burst economy. If that's on top of an Mumbad Virtual Tour, it can get a bit awkward, but you can always access it in the right order, maybe even boost into your Trace a small bit, so you don't have 5 left over on the second axis.
Right,
but R&D wide open.
You can access it first, but right, R&D is free. Well, if that is an MVT.
It's about 10 minutes left in the round. I have no doubt we will find the full outcome of this game. Stargate coming down. That's 2 MU. Eating the paperclip. Just the paperclip. You have the extra MU. Stargate. Now, the paperclip, you need that for the Gold Farmer, interestingly.
Right.
But you don't need to close the game here.
Yeah, and it's not... Farmer isn't on the servers that you care about right now.
Beal, Amani, Bologna. So that Beal is going to be a flip of credits, but NetDad doesn't have an easy way to get through that Gold Farmer. It's 6 credits either way with their breaker or without. A Stimac here would be pretty good. There you go. That's liberated accounts.
Hit the lib. You could...
He could have trashed the Bologna and then just ran back in after the Beal.
Yeah.
Or run R&D here would be another option. Go through the tour guide for free and pay the 5 for the Bologna, leave the Beal in archives is another option. But this
I think there's an Amani on top, though. You'd have to trash the Amani, then run R&D twice back. Yeah, I feel like it's a much better play.
Order right.
You could have trashed the Amani, run back.
Yeah.
Why would you throw this in archives when it costs you money? Paying 5 for the bad publicity, but that's a huge flip. Stoppable, first time ahead of credits. If that's like a Rashida in server 6, a hard-hitting news might happen here. I think we've seen 3 Rashidas, though. Stoppable drawing up.
Really wants that HHN. There it is.
HHN. And still, tour guide, no subs. We know where the Bologna is, so this doesn't matter, does it?
The reason that NetDad... Yeah, so the stealing the Beal swapped the Bologna, so now Stoppable Force needs to score 5-3 to win.
Yeah.
There it is. That's heads up. That's very smart.
Yeah.
So the Bologna's in hand. We're just going back for the Stargate. Again, it looks like there's no assets that are resable or choose to res in server 6. Psychographics, 15 minutes Jeeves. That 15 minutes is a turntable trigger. That'll win you the game.
It does win, doesn't it? But need to get through the gold farmer.
Stimac will do it.
Never mind. Yeah, there it is.
Howard. And that 15 minutes, a liability when it's traded in for a Beal. NetDad is going to find it. Good game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well played.
Stoppable removed from the bottom of the lower brackets. Definitely a very, very respectable run, but NetDad has a chance to return to the upper brackets they were recently pushed down from, as the top seed in Swiss has a lot to fight for. 50 minutes from Archives turntable. Can get a record scratch because that's now a Beal.
There it is.
158 credits for the runner. Again, that's Val. A lot of that's bad publicity, but
Right.
if you keep down to that CTM economy, there's not much they're doing with the credits.
Mm-hmm.
Well
Yeah.
played.
That-
Corp, 55 credits and 59 clicks. That's tells you that their board was controlled for the entire game.
That turntable was a one of in the deck that was in the heap because of probably zero, maybe early game you throw it out. In this matchup, probably not, but it was labor rights back into the deck. Obviously, NetDad knows how powerful that is in a list where the spread of agendas goes from 1 to 3 and playing out so well. A very smart decision
Very
a couple
nice.
turns ago. I think that's it. For that was the winners finals and the losers semifinals. We have Cody waiting in the wings for another opponent. I think we have another match at the same time in the lower brackets. Those two have to square off into a losers finals, and from there they will face off against Sid for the winning. Again, if you don't know, this is double elimination, so Sid only has to win one game against whoever he's matched against, while the whoever comes from the lower brackets has to win 2 in a row, seeing both sides of the table.
That'd be pretty exciting to see a Canadian win the America's Continental. Continentals.
We're part of
Oh,
Americas, right?
Continental.
Yeah.
I'm going to step away from the stream for just a moment. I have to take a call.
Sure.
Right on.
Okay, everybody. So we're waiting
This is
still for
exciting.
the round to be wrapped up, and then we're gonna make sure that we're gonna follow the next game, which is gonna be a single, right?
I think it is actually a double.
Which
I think
one
it's
is
Cody, and then there's another lower bracket.
All right, you are absolutely right.
So it's interesting to know what identities are left in the tournament. What are we looking at? Like Cody is the 419 representation, and oh boy, I think on HB we know Sid is on the Spicy Asa, and oh man, these are some of the players that we actually haven't seen a lot of their decks. My Cobra is not loading quickly, so we can pull this up.
Yep.
Sid is on Asa and Hoshiko. We have left NetDead obviously on the game net and the Val that we've seen many times before. Well, I need to see the bracket. Excuse me, I can't even make smart calls here. Is Sangrin on an Asa group and a Freedom Kamalo? And we have a couple other players left. Excuse me, I don't know exactly who. It looks like the New York contingent is no longer running in the tournament. So those are no more Titans left. I don't think we have any more straight fast advance. Right now we have Cody versus Yasengin. Cody on Corp. Yasengin on the runner. Again, that is the very interesting insight top hat runner we've seen. NetDad is going to be hopefully not taking to time. No, I'm totally not right on that. Kenny is still in the lower brackets facing off against NetDad. That is some New York representation. Excuse me.
So which table should we jump into? Decision
Uh,
time.
Well, NetDad's on Corp, so it's going to be the full time probably for the game, and Simon Moon is on the APOC Shaper. If we want to do Cody Yasengin, we'll probably be able to see both tables. I don't know whether that's better than seeing one full table for the full 40 minutes.
That sounds great to me. I think Encoder versus Sengen on table 25 is going to be just fine.
Cool.
Andre, can you hear me?
Yo, what's up, Eric? How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you, man? It's good to be back.
It is. It's been quite a tournament. Have
I
you
just
been
wanna point
watching?
out- Oh yeah. I mean, like, I just want to say that 9 ASA entered this tournament. 3 of them are in the top 4. Draw your own conclusions.
We have been calling some of the calls that you made earlier, even like a week ago, 2 weeks ago, talking about the representation of regular Anarch for what do you want to call it? And hilariously, it's been like the majority of the top cut here in Americas. Really good meta prediction there. Asa, yeah, I think it was 5 out of the 9 made the top 16. Maybe 4 of 9 if I'm not wrong. But the cool thing, though, is, Eric, is they're different Asa lists. Very few of them are similar. We have 2 that are very close to Chris Fergs, but we have Punitive Asa. We have Hard-Hitting News Boom Asa. There's a lot of options. We have, like, Rikoko Asa. It's at least a very varied, but definitely a very well-performing identity.
It's kind of like that. It's like the CI in 2017 thing, where, like, you could play 4 different you could play 4 different combo decks out of CI, because the ID plus, like, the economy package was so good that you just, like, drew a bunch of cards and did a bunch of things, and, like, eventually you figured out a way to win the game. Asa is, like, in the same boat of, like, you just, like, fully opt for, like, 8 cards and you have Cybernetics Court, and you're basically CI then. You're, like, fake CI.
Yeah.
And you just draw a bunch of cards, make a bunch of money, and you figure out a way to win the game.
Yeah, we
and
haven't.
I think that's
No, sorry. Go ahead, Eric.
I think that's what's leading to, like, all these different builds. It's like the Econ shell is just so flexible.
Yeah, for
that you can play whatever you want.
And the ability with the click compression feeds into a lot of different strategies as well. Encoder is playing a pretty standard Asa with daily quests, Lakshmi, no recursion style. And Isengrin will be playing, I believe it was a Hoshiko.
No, Isengrin's on Freedom.
Yeah, this is the self-modifying code consume one. So less the New York City style.
It's like a midpoint. It's got, like, the bad European parts, which is consume and Pelongan stuff, but it's got the good North American parts, which is, like, all the red cards. So it's not, like, unsalvageably bad like the Europe version is, but this is, like, still pretty solid. You have
Eric, before you start throwing out too much really spicy comments, you at least want to introduce yourself to those who might not know who Whiteblade is?
Also, I should say I'm hopping off.
Hey! It's such a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks for having me again. And so the 3 Canadians are back, but I'm going to be dropping off, so...
Hey Jar, thank you so much for coming in, and Whiteblade, shame on you for sneaking in unannounced, you ninja. So introduce yourself and off we go to games.
Yeah, so I'm Eric Keelback, also known as Whiteblade 111, and yeah, I'm the current U.S. national champion and the current APAC champion.
Right on. We have a matchup here now. Cody from San Francisco is on an ASA list. It has an early Cybernetics Court. This is, I believe, card for card right now if you look at Chris Ferg's deck list of the week on Netrunner DB. But this is a hard matchup. Freedom, Kamalo, Imp. That is going to be a lot of destruction. And so many of these assets. Yo.
We're going to snap run this Cybernetics Court, right? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think so. And, like, I was going to say this, like, we haven't seen any matchups where I think Freedom is favored against Asa. There's so many high trash cost, low res cost things that you want to deal with. Like, Cybernetics Court has to be iced up in this matchup. And we haven't seen that line up too well. I think we saw one good match in Swiss where Kirsa absolutely just ran over the kids' Asa, just keeping everything down. This is definitely not a favorable matchup for the Asa. Again, Cybernetics Court, Jeeves, MC Austerity Policy, Lakshmi, they're all 1 cost to trash, maybe 2 cost to trash. And Cody does have to ice up Centrals even. That destruction will come from all ends.
I think this is a super rough start for the... I think like basically this is like a Netrunner truism. You want to see 0 in your opening hand, more so in this matchup than other matchups.
Yeah.
So not seeing 0 is rough.
Freedom does have 0 now. He did have it in his opening hand, but determined that getting Daily Cast and Imp down and trashing something important like that Jeeves was more important than just getting started with 0 early. Real quick, one thing I want to note about this commentary team is if we had Joseki, Johnny, Trev on here as well, we would have all 3 last U.S. national championships.
Yeah.
Oh, super cool.
Sick. We're alumni, Pat. It's lit.
All right, we got Hippo down, we have 0 down, but no access to breakers just yet. There's Yusuf's kicking around this list. Not too many barriers to deal with outside of the Hagen. Hagen's an interesting face check, right? Because it will take down the Imp without a purge, but we do have the Yusuf. It's going to still be a couple counters. Yusuf does let you know deal with assets a lot easier. That's 1 counter on access. So the Maryland campaign, you're 1 counter short. You could Imp it, I guess. But
I was
that money
about
is
to say,
probably not
like-
the most important.
I was about to say, how does Freedom start winning this game? And then it's like you get the Yusuf and the Zero down in the first 3 turns, and it's looking pretty good.
Yeah. Paladin Poemu providing a lot of drip for the rest of the setup that this Freedom list does lend itself towards. It is using Consume as its late game econ card, which may not be super necessary because most of your econ is going to be invested into trashing assets in this matchup.
Yeah, but it gives you tempo because it means that you can like you can trash the board and like click it for 3 and like make 6 instead of having the 0 or like click off the Liberated or something.
Correct. Absolutely.
So this list isn't on Nobkiri, it is on Keiko, which again is sort of like a drip economy card. It gives you that free install sometimes, even giving credits back on that Puemo hit. But yeah, Senkin has some work to do, and Cody is getting really lucky that they've been finding ice for all their remotes because their remotes are not safe at all if they don't have ice protection. And Senkin not showing any breakers so far. This list has Palanki? Not even, does
Yeah,
it?
it's a 1 of Palangi.
Okay. So they might have some flexibility, the Street Peddler.
That's a good flop for Cody. Getting
Rashida
and Bumba Temple and Jeeves. Yeah.
Cody's on 25 credits. They have the cards in hand. Cybernetic's Court not getting contested just yet. You want to keep some extras around so your hand size doesn't drop down too hard. Keep those in HQ. But Cody's at the point where they can probably start setting up either an austerity policy to tax out Yusenkin's clicks or even a Lakshmi rolling. What's the bad face check here, though? Like Gatekeeper?
It's Gatekeeper.
Drafter?
It's Gatekeeper Drafter, but like I think you're fine with a Gatekeeper. Drafter's not that bad. You pretty much trash with it. Like they get back to fully up, which is bad.
Yeah.
The Freedom's on 1 MK, right?
Think so? Let me check.
Yeah, I gotta bring up the list myself.
Yeah, single MK Ultra. I don't see an Adore, so that's going to definitely limit their accesses.
Adore.
Yeah, we've seen Adore do work, right? Because tour guides are around. It's one of the better options to it.
Is Adore been played in this set?
Trash a lot.
Yeah, Adore has been played.
Oh my god.
Rashidi Yahim in server 7, that can get a virus or 1 credit. I imagine the credit is probably fine. Consume now on the table. That's 5 influence from Apex. And there's a card advance in server 1.
Well, I think this is a successful field test, right?
It also could be a really big Vitruvius with that Jeeves around. The Vitruvius might get more legs here when it comes to dealing with the destruction from Freedom. Also, getting enough Vitruvius counters means you can just like cheesily biotic the same biotic over and over again and fast advance out your last points.
This is a successful test. This is definitely
fully operational. Yeah, fill your hand and just put everything down here. Let's install. We need to get down 17 cards in hand. Hand size is 9. Let's CI out. What, 8
If you
cards?
close your eyes, it's CI. Close your eyes. Say it with
Yeah.
me. It's just CI. It's just CI. It's just CI.
Cody saying hang tight. It's gonna be a second.
Okay. So like this is like basically the worst outcome for the Freedom deck.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's bad.
So Andre, you're the Freedom player. How are you gonna win this game?
How are you going to win this game? You don't have Stargate. You don't have a lot of central pressure. I think you just have to smash the HQ. You need to find a breaker. Trashing the Cybernetics Court probably won't do it. There's definitely multiples here, but now with all these installs, also like Lakshmi is definitely online. There you get the HQ double res. You need breakers. You need to find your breakers. There's no obviously other way to deal with most of this ice.
Yeah, the lopsided breaker suite is really going to harm him with over half of Freedom's deck left. Trying to find that one of MK Ultra, even though Drafter isn't the worst thing to hit. But trying to find the Black Orchestras too, it's rough.
I think right now, if you're Iskan, you are looking to hunt Lakshmis.
Yeah.
Lakshmi is the way.
Well, no, I don't know.
Because Lakshmi means that you can't convert central pressures into agenda scores.
You have Imp though.
But you still can't steal it on that same turn.
Yeah, but you just imp it to archives, right? Like the recursion's very limited. It's only Vitruvius's.
Sure, but what that means is that like the game goes on an extra turn, and then they can reveal another copy of the agenda from hand, and you still can't steal it from archives.
Oh, for sure. At
Because
some point,
we're
they'll run out of the counters. But yeah, I think you're right on that.
After this,
We're just running like the game's only going to have like 4 more turns, basically, right?
Yeah,
That's the
it
goal.
could be really bad. And there's probably multiple Gs on the table. So if you even trash server 3, like biotic into another SFT, like you can biotic into Vitruvius counters with 2 counters on it pretty easily, and that means that you can biotic out of food. Server 8 getting checked. Again, also install didn't really matter this turn. But again, we have access to nothing besides Street Peddler and some barriers. Ooh, Heigen, we have enough counters, right? Because you can use the consume counters, the imp counter if you really want to get through this.
Right. Yeah, there's enough
clip,
counters.
right? Yeah.
But the subroutines of this technically have teeth. You could trash the imp. You could trash the consume if you let this
I think
fire.
you're spending the consume counters. You spend the consume and the Yusuf, and you go through, you get a Yusuf counter, and you imp whatever in the remote or something.
Hippo taking that down, breaking all of it. Server 8, let's see what that is. It's an austerity policy. You can trash that for imp. You can trash it for one consume counter. Oh, using Yusuf instead. I guess it doesn't matter. It's more flexible.
You just want to run the other remotes now, I think. Run every other single remote.
For sure. You need to check everything.
Server 9 to Maryland, that's safe. That's a Yusuf counter, though. 0, that's not a run. Server 10, 11, 5. 3 things unchecked. I imagine here we're going to get out of Vitruvius with a counter. Another SFT is probably not too much value.
Right.
Sengen needs to produce breakers. Again, at some point, you're just going to panic.
They have to have a super flooded hand, right? They have to have a super flooded hand. Like,
and
that's
we
how
haven't
I
seen a
read this
Lakshmi.
board.
Like, is it Lakshmi in Server 5?
Yeah, but even with a super flooded hand, Freedom doesn't have the breakers to get into HQ, even if it is just 2 barriers. Like, the Yusuf isn't charged up enough.
How many cybernetics core are we on?
3. 1 so far. There you go. That's a Vitruvius with a counter. That's a big deal, right? Now you can double Biotic with the Jeeves out a 5-3.
Yep.
Cody has the money. That's a 14 credit play? Yeah, this is huge. You need to trash the Jeeves. You need to trash the Biotic if you can find it. That's 4 advance. And Simulchip having now a Clot in the bin. Ooh, CVSs, though, are, I'm pretty sure, in this deck. Only a 1 of, though.
I think you want to go HQ just to get them the res ice. And I would also trash the Maryland here. You need to get the... Like, I think money actually does matter in some sense.
Oh, it does. Absolutely. Because it reduces your scoring windows for the 5-3.
It's like a tough call whether you just like I think it's like pretty even on whether you decide money doesn't matter or not anymore, but I think you want to trash
Trashing Daily Quest. Yo, so much of this matchup now that they have a fast advance threat out and a Clot in the bin. There's no arc lockdown. It's where is that single copy of Cyberdex Virus Suite?
I don't know about that one, folks.
Actually, no, this list doesn't even have one.
Why are we purging? I guess we're waiting for Imp?
You get a Jeeves.
There's a Clot.
Clot, yeah.
Oh, the Clot. Okay, yeah, sure.
But yeah, this purge is, I think, interesting. But the Jeeves click lets you install in Server 5, which is still purge, pretty good.
Was the Clot installed?
No, it's still
okay. But the purge doesn't matter then. Like the purge gets the counters off, but like there's a question about how useful is the purge.
Well, so I think at this point you purge, you get a Jeeves click, you install a food here, right? If they can't get into the food, you basically have Jeeves Biotic, you can score it from hand. In fact, even with a Biotic and a Vitruvius counter, you can score the food from hand. They need to get in here.
I think there's a Hagen in Server 5, and that's why getting rid of the use of counter mattered.
Again, Cody only on 17 credits, 2 more coming in from the Maryland. Hasn't rezzed any ice this matchup besides the 1 Hagen that got hippoed. But again, if this is a Biotic in hand, that is a food scored on the table. Jeeves or not.
But it costs you 9. It costs you 9 with the Biotic.
Yeah. Or if you double Biotic without Jeeves, it is some money. That's a second Jeeves in Server 10. So now Sengen knows that if he needs to deal with the Jeeves, he has to deal with 2 of them.
Yep.
I would manually trash this and then like pivot to Server 3 and try and get a Freedom trash.
So if you get both Jeeves though, you still lose the single Biotic food.
Oh yeah. Is the list on StimHack?
There's a list here. I'll throw it to you on Discord.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to like play catch up here a bit. Yeah, we've StimHack. StimHack the remote feels pretty good here.
Yeah, if he has it. All of the breakers are in the bin, so the lockout is not as powerful as it once was.
If it's G5, it's game.
Yeah. And this is it. Cody has the money. If they do have it, it's only a single Biotic in the list, if I'm not mistaken. But
you might not see the double Biotic line. Right? Like, that's hard to see necessarily.
I don't know. Cody's gotten so far on the list.
That's a typical trick, right?
Yeah. The Vitruvius counter for the Biotic is huge in this matchup with Jeeves. Again, if that's a food, you have it here. You just need the Biotic. Again, it could be an 11 cards left in R&D. We're pretty sure it's not in Archives.
It could be a Smart Fabrics.
Oh, we don't have it. Fully operational, drawing back. All right, we get to echo this 4 more times. That's a lot of value. Just watch out you don't draw all of your deck.
I guess fully operational is kind of like Storm. from Matt.
MC austerity policy.
No one knows.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's a deep
No
cut.
one knows.
I'm sorry. Wrong community. It's a deep cut.
So this MC austerity policy is actually kind of fascinating. It's one turn away from it being too valuable, but this actually does let a coder a way of fast advancing from hand and then gaining austerity policy clicks to manually purge if they need to. It's a bit wild, but with 23 credits, they can definitely get away with it. It's just not going to be this turn; it'll be the following. And Ysengrin doesn't have access to breakers. Oh, they do now. They have the MK Ultra and the Black Orchestra. That's a drafter. That's a 5 credit break, right?
Yeah, but they don't have enough they don't have a ton of economy right now.
No.
Once they charge up the consume, maybe.
Ooh, hippoing down. That's not an architect. That does go down like the rest of them. Oh, gatekeeper. That's a bigger one.
That's
now, if
expensive.
this fires, I don't know how upset you are about that, but that's what 9 credits altogether. Ysengrin seems to be a bit short, unless Street Peddler has a plonky answer.
No,
Fire all.
Fire it.
Yep.
I'm gonna be honest. It's not very clear to me how the freedom wins here. I just don't think you have enough money, and you just don't have enough money.
Next turn, gatekeeper will be 0, right? Like 0 strength. So you can run HQs for singles. You have to get very lucky, but again, yeah, you still need 4 agendas.
Like I think that's a Lakshmi in server 10.
Yes, I think so.
And so
But I think
like,
you would have rezzed it, right? So you would have got 2 counters.
Maybe I just don't know what's going on. Like it's.
It's
It's not clear to me what the line is on the
Wait,
court side.
no, we know server 10 is the second Jeeves, no?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay. So they ice second Jeeves. Maybe like the Biotic and both the Lakshmis are still in a deck.
Yeah, the Biotic had to be the deck. Either that, or they were not confident about jamming the food, and they didn't want to Biotic it out from hand because of the threat of Clot. But
Well, stim hack. That's like you have the corp. The runner has outs, which is like mostly stim hack on the remote.
yeah, but I feel like you could lose the food in server 5 if it eats a stim hack.
I agree. To me, it doesn't make.
Shuffled in 3 agendas, so R&D is really fat with agendas also.
Whoa, 2 SFTs with food. Yeah, what ice is that behind? Like Fairchild 3, I think is the biggest ice that could be here. And Cody did have some pretty good positionality after the SFT fired. Like they can choose where that goes if it's the outermost. And that's hard to deal with. There's only 1 more hippo left. So it's not going to get hippo too soon. That Lakshmi is pretty difficult. And again, if you just Lakshmi out counters, like Imp can deal with it if they have a way to recharge it, which they do with a Simul chip, costing the Claude access. Maryland campaign, again, there's 3 agendas, maybe an R&D 7. GG? Wait, no, it's not GG. Unless server 10, no. You have a Claude. Careful, Cody. Can you purge this turn? Is this going to be a goof?
Points.
I think it might be good. I think you forgot about the Clot.
Oh, her from chat. Oh, no. Oh, you hate to see it. That's a goof. 1 Biotic down, 1 Vitruvius counter down. You can pull the Clot out at least, but that's a goof.
Oh no!
Oh, that hurts. He does have the Biotic Labor in hand, so he can click off MCA austerity policy next turn, but it needs to survive this Ysengrin's next 3-click turn.
Yeah. Oh, that's so
It's
rough.
a flex. It's about the flex. This is the
Flex
flex.
warfare.
Server 10, wait, if that's installing over the Jeeves, and that's a really big deal, because if you have Jeeves, I think that might be necessary for the purge play. Like, you can do something where you, like, purge... no, you have to purge later in the turn, but, like, Jeeves, austerity, Biotic, yeah. He did just trade away a Biotic token for nothing and spent 4 credits, but still might have the option here. But again, Ysengrin has to deal with Jeeves and the austerity, because next turn, I don't know how many clicks you need for it, but it's possible.
All 3 No, wait a second. All 3 fully ops are down.
Yeah,
so
and
we're playing with real money now. It's not Monopoly money anymore. And
yes.
So resin this ice is actually like semi-expensive for the corp.
Yes,
yeah,
and that gatekeeper on HQ is like really bad right now, right? Just 3 credits to go in, but Ysengrin has some options. Now let's talk about scoring out. Like the food is going to be 5 credits at a minimum. If you need a Biotic, that's 9 credits. So Cody can spend up to 5 here. Austerity policy, that's just what? A click? Okay, let's do the math. Austerity policy, that's a click. You fire the austerity policy. Now you have 6. You can install advance 5, and then you only have 2 clicks left. Are you short of a purge unless you Biotic? Yeah, I think so. So altogether, that's a 4 plus 5. Yeah, it's a 9 credit play. Yeah, that you can do it.
Are we stim hacking? Stim hacking server 10?
Just running server 10. Wait, that doesn't stop anything.
Well, if the GFI is in there.
Oh, it could be. You're right, but I think they did put one GFI in R&D. You can still score GFI from hand if you run server 10. You need to deal with austerity more than you need to deal with server 10. 3 subs is all it is. Server 10 not being rezzed.
6.
That's a very good number. That's 6. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you have Palangi's in the bin. If you have Palangi on one of these peddlers, you really want to pop it.
Palangi doesn't even do it, right? Like you only have. I guess he has a Palangi counter plus Yusuf plus the consume.
Yeah, Palangi in the barrier, spend all your counters.
Yeah.
And then that gives you money to like be able to break. I guess you don't have paperclip.
No. Oh
yeah,
man.
If that's a Hagen or something, then
If that's a Hagen, you can't res it, right? Because you can only res, like, if it's a gatekeeper, you can res it. But if you're spending more than 4, you're not going to be able to score out next turn if that's the food from hand.
Oh yeah, gatekeeper would be a better shout here.
Thinking also could bounce here, but Cody definitely has an out. We know they have a biotic in hand. They did throw a food into R&D. They could draw it here. They could have another copy, still 3 in circulation. And I'm pretty sure with austerity achieves, I did the math pretty quickly, but I think you can purge and score in one turn. Tour guide, we're going through for 6. Oh, gatekeeper, perfect.
So this is going to be credit perfect.
You have to have a Black Orchestra on the second street peddler.
Also, if they don't have the food for some reason, this gatekeeper can help you draw into it.
Oh wait, no,
but...
I'm wrong. No, you can't get in there.
Yeah, having the Black Orchestra wouldn't help you. You would need a boost twice.
Yeah, because you get the Black Orchestra in for cost, not profiting $1.
One of the street peddlers has to have a cash.
That's true.
I don't think there's tricks here, right? The single Palangi doesn't do it. 6 strength. No David. No cash no more. Wow.
Wait a second.
What's up?
If you can Palangi it in and spend $1 off the Paladin and get the Kaiko dollar?
If they didn't install something this turn.
Simula chip it in. Simula chip the Black Orchestra in.
But then what do they break it with? Like, they're going to still need a lot of virus
tokens.
Up
$1. They go up $1 because they used Kaiko this turn, and they use a Paladin dollar.
Oh, and then you break it with MK Ultra?
Yeah. No.
MK Ultra's 9, though. They just don't have a Black Orchestra installed.
No. Andrew, you have the Black Orchestra in the bin. You pitch your input to the Simula chip, install the Black Orchestra for free. You install something off the street peddler that's like, let's say, $1.
You
like
can do
$2 using the Paladin dollar, which triggers Kaiko. And now you're at $6 with a Black Orchestra installed, and you can break the Gatekeeper.
Yeah, you could do it. But then you're accessing with no threat to Clot, and you only seeing what's in Server 10. If that's a food, it might not matter. But you're right, you could probably get through. Yeah, Isenkin's saying it. If I could find a way to get a credit off Paladin. Yeah, but you would have to expend your Simul chip, which is your Clot threat. I don't know that's a winning play. Like, Server 10 could easily be the food, but there could be another in hand. And at that point, they can biotic out whatever the heck they want.
Yeah, getting rid of your Clot threat, because that is the only Simul chip, right? So you could get in, you could deny the win, but even then, I don't think there's much of a winning path after that.
Oh, Cody's GG flex last turn kind of paid off. Wow. Let's see if they have the whole combo there. Oh, it actually just is in the table. It was the food, so not stressed there. Not having to biotic and purge in the same turn, though I think it still was possible. Sengrin gonna find that's it. Top 4, top 6. Oh boy, I don't know the standings, but definitely a really good playing.
So that puts these guys are both in. This was
loser semis
finals,
I believe. Yeah.
No, sorry, losers quarters. There's 4 people in the lower bracket still.
Who's on the winner side?
On the winner side, it's Sid.
Oh, yeah, Sid didn't have a matchup. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Do you want to jump over quickly to Dad and Simon?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, so Cody's going to have to face off whoever wins this matchup. The winner of that is going to go on to the actual finals, facing off Sid, who is still undefeated in this top cut.
Correct.
Playing a deck that I don't think anybody thought...
When Canada wins again, it's gonna be so good.
Oh, I'm black screened out. Can y'all get in?
Yes,
I'm in.
Okay, I might have to cast off of this stream. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, NetDead getting the Embolus Hell going on R&D. We have seen it been doing some nasty work, just turning off any multi-access that depends on, like, Turning Wheel being one of the most popular multi-access tools, and Embolus is such a good counter to it. Yeah, it's just been really gross to watch Emless in general this tournament. But Kenny managing to run centrals
He's
enough
gonna
to
APOC this turn.
click off the Emless counters.
It looks like he's gunning for the APOC.
Yeah, very possible. No Chrysium
He's
in
made
this.
the HQ run and the archives run. And I guess it looked like the Embolus was at 2, and the HQ and the archives run shut off the R&D Embolus, and now we're looking. Yeah, he's not resing. That's not resing the ice because he knows he can't keep Kenny out.
Right.
And we're gonna see a lot of cards flip down pretty soon.
Yep.
I cannot access the game, so I will be doing a 6-second delayed commentary. Woof.
All good.
It just
So
said you
the
left the game on JNet.
that was obviously off of a hyperdriver turn because he did have the extra click or Beth. No, there was no Beth. I don't think. Yeah, this is I don't know what NetDad does to climb back from it. Although we did see,
I think NetDad's in a fine position because like you have 20 ice in the deck, right?
right.
How many ice just got trashed there? Like 8.
1, 2, 4.
There's like only like just under about half your ice is in the bin. Yeah, we're playing preemptive. We're going into extra innings, Pat. This is like buckle in. Like get some drinks, put your feet up. We're going for the long game.
The deck is also a ginger deck, and both of the two gingers are gone. Not both of them.
What's the access that Kenny has to breakers? Is it like what's the simul chip? Because that's the tie up that we saw in the last matchup, where if you don't have access to simul chips, there's only so many breakers you can bring back with pawn shop.
Kenny's on 2 Ngolos.
Yeah, so he has one more Ngolo. There's a Euler, Gauss, whichever one.
There's an Euler.
And Nanotech just got flipped down. Ooh, Stargate coming down, doing a bum rush into R&D. Toll booth. Woof. I wonder.
There.
I feel like NetDad was intentionally saving the toll booth for this exact.
Yeah. A good line is to like if you're playing against APOC as Glacier is to hold 1 to 2 ice in hand when you know that you can't keep them out. And just to like ice up because the APOC runner is in a vulnerable position post APOC 2 because they don't have access to any resources either. Right. So early ice can really like slow them down as they have to like rebuild their economy. But this is why the Shaper list is so good is it just gives you so many more pawn shop triggers.
Yeah. Pawn shop, of course, being a big benefit of playing APOC out of Shaper vice any other faction. We've seen a lot of APOC in other factions, less so in Shaper. But Aesop seeing all those face downs, great feeling. That's food for the rest of the game. Kenny just pounding HQ, hoping to get a fun snag. We have seen half of the deck of game nets and only one agenda so far. So I think Kenny's making a right call on the likely density of HQ.
This is rough because it looks like HQ's soft and then like doesn't have agendas and then also does another preemptive in hand.
Right. Yeah.
And so like it's just we're gonna go for a while.
I believe that is the first APOC, so we can expect at least another one. And versus a deck that has no Chrysiums, you can almost certainly guarantee that'll go off.
Yeah, the cards he NetDad shuffled in with the preemptive were notably the cards that stopped APOC. So like Embolus, Border Control. Definitely NetDad is in the position of like I understand that we're doing the second APOC thing and he's buckling in for another APOC.
And the other one was Gold Farmer, which is one of his best econ cards.
Yeah. ISIS econ, what a time to be alive.
I mean, that's how these GameNet decks can afford to run 20 pieces of ice, is that ice is their econ. That's what makes it so different from the Asmari list that we initially compared it to really similarly. Very similar playstyles, but you can run a lot less econ when runners runs through your fortress of ice is what's making you money.
It's exactly that. It's like there's a lot of factors. The ice is really taxing. The ice is cheap, and it is semi-porous. But the fact of the matter is, you have 7 agendas in the deck.
Yeah.
3 of those agendas you have to have 5 credits when you access. So things like Slot Machine that care about credit differential suddenly turn online,
Right.
and it just means the games grind out.
Absolutely. And we've seen that with these game net decks going to time pretty often.
Yeah, exactly. This is very much like a, a Call Me Ishmael kind of deck. For sure.
Yeah.
Like NetDad, like the fact of the matter is, this game is going to go to time, right? I think I think it's going to go to time, and so NetDad has to score some points.
There's 15 minutes left in the game.
15 minutes left. You have no remote, and you have to guard against second APOC, and you have 13 crits as the corp. Like, this is going to hit time.
Right.
Okay.
Now
we just start stargating R&D for a lot of money.
Yeah, every server is porous.
So it's 6 total, and NetDad gains $1.
Right. A sell endorsement. Ooh, that's a big hit.
So the argument is you can trash the IP block. I think you probably go for the SSL here, just because you want to I think pretty much you want to start mobying the corp, like you start taking time on your turns and just like grind them out, because their game plan is already super long.
Right. And they have to build back up to it. They can't initiate their game plan now. They need several turns to get there.
Exactly. Like Kenny should be clicking for, like Simon Moon should be clicking for credits. It's pretty soon.
Yeah. He has everything he needs. He just needs to click for credits, keep stargating, right?
Yeah, exactly. The pawn shop triggers are pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So Embolus is basically, I don't know if it's a dead draw. You probably the problem is you want to Embolus R&D, but it's not great there in terms of like helping you win the game.
Right. Especially like the whole point of Embolus in this matchup is stopping the second APOC, and when archives and HQ are so lightly defended, that doesn't seem like it's going to be an effective strategy.
Yeah, it's problematic because there's 4 cards left in Kenny's deck. Probably has a second APOC. And Kenny can kind of just slow down, click for credits. NetDad has to build a remote, score a 3-5, score another 3-5, and then who's higher seed?
NetDad.
NetDad's seed 1, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so you have to score 2 3-5s and hope it goes to time, is your out, I think.
Yeah.
Because in cut games, higher seed wins in time.
Right. Of course.
What's your favorite deck you've seen in the cut so far, Pat?
Favorite deck I've seen in the cut so far. To like click through these lists and figure out what I've seen.
The PE deck's kind of cool.
The PE deck is cool. We didn't get to watch it.
I think there's a certain level of bravery in which like 3 net damage cards get banned from your faction, and you're like, I'm gonna play net damage anyway.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely heroic. Good job on the mod. I really like NetDad's Valencia deck. It's just like, let's play every good card, right?
I'm like sketch on this list. I don't know.
It's so bizarre. It's so eclectic. It is so, you have no consistent game plan because you have so many one-ofs.
This is like a peak American Anarch list, which is just like the Anarch shell and every tech card we can fit in the list. This is Worlds 2019. This is Worlds 2018 like flashbacks.
I like this APOC Shaper list is one of my favorites too. Honestly, the one that Kenny's playing, APOC Shaper is my favorite deck to APOC out of, just because Aesop's feels so good with it. I really the punitive aces that Kenny and I think one other person are also running is something I haven't gotten to see, but it's something I'm really eager to.
Yeah, that's actually
Yeah.
Sid's list, and I think Kenny, we haven't seen his Asa yet, but it's actually hard hitting news. Boom.
Oh, right. So punitive is Sid. So 2 kill aces. Of the 9 aces we've seen Upgrade Helheim, we've seen with the typical combo, we've seen tempo, and we have 2 different flavors of kill.
You go
Just
for
in
the
9,
APOC on this turn?
those 9, 4 of them made it into the top cut, and 3 of them are in the top 4.
I don't think you can go for the APOC this turn because of the Embolus. That's
Well, you
actually going to
can run-
stop Embolus.
No, but you start.
Oh
with
yeah,
two.
yeah.
Yeah, you run
totally.
everything else.
If
Yeah.
Embolus gets so 10 minutes warning. We're looking for the good line is a Moby from Kenny, I think.
Why don't you run server 3 here? Like, what could that possibly be? It's like what Ash and
Gold,
what?
if it's Gold Farmer, it's pretty bad for you.
But why? You pay through it.
Yeah, but the game is about money, in some sense.
Sure,
So you have to
sure.
have
But like, don't you want to trash Ash before it matters?
I think in some sense, I think you think it's Ash in the remote.
I think it's the only upgrade that makes sense. Jinja probably would have been rezzed by now.
So this is interesting in that NetDad knows Kenny has the APOC right now, right? Like that everyone
Yeah.
knows that. So going for a score is incredibly risky. Does NetDad have NGOs in his list? I don't
No,
Yeah,
no, he
one-
doesn't.
one NGO.
But like, this is the exact window where APOC is going to be offline soon. Embolus with 2 counters you can do. It means you have to run Archives first and then HQ. Once that Embolus is at 3 counters, you have to spend a turn preparing by removing Embolus counters before you can APOC.
Yeah,
so you need to go HQ Archives on. Oh, yep, that's rough.
I think you're right, Eric. Kenny's just remote camping now.
46 credits though, a single Ngolo. There's some things you're going to have to trace through. Again, Gold Farmer is kind of like an Eli. You can still get through it if you don't have a breaker.
Look at this, and look at
Kenny
NBN.
finally-
After 2 runs, he's going to be on 5 credits. You watch. Like-
Kenny finally Aesopsing the Harbinger, saying that he plans to install something with Simulchip
Yep.
this turn.
Toll Booth, a big one. That's out of the front. You can Ngolo through that pretty well.
Oh my god. And it's nothing. It's just melting.
Well, Ngolo's pretty good.
Yeah,
Gold Farm
Angola.
is the best res you have here.
This has to be game, right? Like Ash Trace doesn't do it. Anything advanced is an agenda. You'll have the Bologna credits.
Triple
Yep.
triple advanced NGO. Show it to me.
That's it. Right? Yeah, Bologna. Game. Good job, Kenny. Knocking first seed out of the cut.
Yeah, the Epoch Shaper is in a good like anti-meta position.
Yeah. I'm not sure I expect to see this deck be particularly strong going forward now that everyone knows to look out for it and include Chrysiums to tech for it, right? But as a meta call, it is really clever.
Yo, Eric, what do you think about the idea? We've seen so many lists like NetDad's Val list and Cody's 419 list that are just, good stuff lists that have a single APOC in it.
Yeah, so that was something interesting. That was something like our testing group did right when the MWL came out. We were like, we took our Reg list and just slotted a single APOC because like the influence doesn't matter. It's all in faction cards, right? Like it's turning wheel and then whatever influence. I think it makes sense. I think it's like preying on unoptimized game like Glacier lists like this, and I think once the list gets tuned up and like you just put like a Chrysium, it suddenly becomes really unoptimal to play like a random APOC.
Right on. I think we've only seen one list in the top cut that has Chrysium, and I think that list is gone now.
I think you're right. It was another game net. And the last ones remaining are some aces and 3 aces, right?
Yeah, I think we're out of game now. I think it's 3 aces and a CTM. Is that right?
Whole third of the aces that entered the tournament are occupying the top 3 slots in this tournament. Looks like Ace is a good deck, everyone.
They're all doing different things.
Yeah, they're
Right.
all doing different things. Yeah.
The Sid's
Encoder's
ASA list is
straightforward MCA. Sengrin's is punitive, and Simon Moon's is hard hitting news boom.
yeah, we have Rococo, Hard Hitting His Boom, and Punitive.
Yeah.
So okay, do you think that's interesting? I don't think anyone thinks Ace is bust. Like maybe people do. It's interesting because I remember when I won APAC with Titan, everyone was throwing out the ban Titans in the chat. But I'm not seeing a lot of ban Asa, you know what I mean?
I feel like the ban Titan stuff is like, obviously it's been good for a really long time. Ace is a bit fresher, but I feel like a lot of players, specifically like on a casual field that might not be teched about it, I see why Titan's a bit more frustrating to play against. I think that might be more about the ban Titan.
Yeah, sure. I think like basically it's interesting. Really, the card I think that is powering all of this, I don't think in a bad way. It's fully operational.
Yeah.
Is like driving every single one of these decks.
But like legitimately, okay, Mirror Morph isn't running that card, but that card doesn't exist. Does HB have a compelling economy?
No, it doesn't. It's fully operational is propping up the faction.
Yeah, for sure.
And whether you think that's good or not, sound off in the Twitch chat. I want to hear ban Asa.
There's also like some issues that need to be addressed with HB. Like Creation Control just rotated. They have the fewest amount of identities. That's non-scientific. That's my guess. They probably have the smallest card pool as well. A lot of the earlier HB cards that did rotate are, a bit solid, but that's something that definitely the designers in Issei are looking to change going forward.
I don't know. I think like it's fine. Like I like the Asa deck because I think it's fun to have high-powered decks. And I think it's interesting.
Ceiling. All of these decks are like a new player can pick up Titan and learn to play it in 10 minutes, right? Asa, all of these decks are very complex. There's a lot of outs no matter what way you're playing. So it's a very high skill ceiling deck. After this tournament, I fully expect to see a lot of Jinteki.net players trying out the Asa decks and completely falling on their faces because it really is it's wide open the choices that it provides you. It really gives you the rope to hang yourself with,
Yeah, I think I don't know. I think when I was talking at APAC, I was like, I don't think the meta is that healthy. But I think actually the meta might be healthy.
The meta might be healthy from Eric?
Wait, hold on.
The meta might be in an okay place.
That's humble, Eric. That's interesting.
I think I've been thinking about it a lot. I have a new that's basically I've been thinking about it a lot. I've been looking at deck results. I've been like talking to people like who are good and people who aren't good about like what they think.
I was kind of despondent after APAC because it seemed like two very linear decks were the best decks, and then Euros came around and kind of like cracked the door open, and then North American just like everyone came barreling through that door, right? Like there's so much deck variety up at the top tables right now. I mean, it's all different decks.
Eric, I don't want to blast you too much. If you have any other like ideas that you need to walk back, we will. If modesty, we'll never laugh at your modesty. It's quite okay. It's okay to admit things.
I will say the only other thing I was talking about this with my testing group. This is not a fully formed take. Okay. So I don't want to be put on blast for this.
Okay.
But I do think that maybe we should really start reevaluating how the structure of Netrunner tournaments work, because I think 2-for-1s are warping results in a way that is not good.
It makes it hard for data collection for sure.
I think like it's a problem. I think there's like a bunch of small problems and a big problem. I think the big problem is like if we think that one of the reasons people like we enter tournaments is because we want to determine who is the like most skilled player. Like not that tournaments are a perfect like reflection of that, because they obviously aren't. Then 2-for-1s are bad because they increase variance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have like a solution. It's just something I was thinking about. I think a lot of people are like, I think like there's like a lot of like smaller problems. Like we want people playing Netrunner. I think based on the current tournament structure, you basically always have to allow 2-for-1s. They're a natural outcome of how the tournaments are structured. And I think like calling for 2-for-1s and a ban on IDs and a ban on 2-for-1s in this
It doesn't
climate
make
is ridiculous
flourish.
because it doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense. But I do think that there would be a lot of value in actually like seriously sitting down and thinking about like we could maybe question some of like the fundamental questions about how Netrunner tournaments have been run for the past 8 years. I think asking questions like, can we run a tournament that is all single-sided Swiss?
Hey,
And
real quick, Eric, not to interrupt your thought, but Swan from San Francisco just posted something very interesting on Stem Slack. Not that it's a competition, but if it were, Project Nisei currently has more viewers than FFG Live.
Lol. Nice.
That's hilarious.
Yo, speaking about being live, we have a game. We have 2 players idling in a lobby, and this is going to be a fascinating matchup. Cody has, on the 419, has a single Apocalypse in the list. Has some additional anti-asset spam tech. There's 4 influence spend on hijacked routers. Going to make the remotes cost a bit more. We'll see how that plays into it. Amaku also easy to get counters, but we've never seen Kenny's list playing Corp so far on the whole stream. It has hard-hitting news, economic warfare, boom. On top of MC austerity, there's literally no way to clear all the tags if Cody does get credited out.
So this is something I've said about the hard-hitting list in the past. Because we knew it was a known quantity going into this tournament. It's really good in Swiss when your opponent doesn't know how the deck works.
As
soon as you know they're on Econ Warfare hard-hitting news, it's like it becomes a lot worse. Not to say like you can still pressure them out and stuff, but you aren't going to get like the sort of like free wins where they like walk into it early because they didn't expect it.
I totally agree with you, and I think what's been surprising us is Sid7's list is a similar idea, punitive counter-strike out of Asa, and even in the top cut, the opponents knowing what's going on and having perfect information, they've been able to pressure it out into a way where you can make either a no-win situation or force lethal, and I'm assuming Kenny can do that, but I totally agree. The strength of information when you have those spicy win conditions attached to your deck, a really big deal.
I will say hijacked router probably makes this a bigger uphill battle than would be otherwise. That is a pretty potent tech card for this matchup.
Simon installing a Vacheron naked in server 1 saying it's not good, not preventing the expose. I think that's after a mulligan. Let me just double check.
Yeah, no, that's not good.
That's a mull. That's a what from Cody. Drawing it to violet level clearance, having to discard 3 cards here. Diversion of funds wide open. Diversion into steal Vacheron. If you diversion, though, you're totally okay, I think. There's no putative. Getting that Vacheron as early as possible is definitely ideal. Does this list even have embezzles on Cody's side? Yeah, it does. 2 embezzles. Like, there's a couple tech cards that you have that can deal with a potential operation heavy board state. Dirty Laundry, gonna go take it. Now, we're gonna be up on more than 8 credits. We're on 9. Econ Warfare dropping it to 5. Cody still has 2 clicks left. Just clicking for credits, taking that Vacheron. I don't know how Simon can riposte here. If you have to do Economic Warfare into hard-hitting news, that's going to be most of every player's money.
Yeah. It seems like genuinely Kenny had a rough start.
Yeah, Rashida, though, that's a bit better. Behind an ice, server 3 also getting out. If we want to talk about the ice suite, it's similar to what we've seen before, but 3 Fairchild 3.0s, those are some taxing face checks until we get an Amina down. A wraparound, which is really good against the Amakuas that are in the list, as well as the Hagen, but the vanilla is not so hot. And then we have 2 drafters on the Sentry side. Turning wheel coming down early, archive memories from HQ. That means that you can't really trash the boom safely. Rashida getting rezzed. But if you have an Amakua here, you can get through this. Even, I guess a Boomerang is a click too slow.
Yeah. If he had either of those solutions, he would have done it. There's no way you suffer a Rashida to live.
But still, HQ wide open. Again, Cody probably would have diverted first turn if they have it. Trashing a boom, again, archive memories. Now, every turn you interact, you have to worry about economic warfare into hard-hitting news. Simon Moon is ahead on credits. 13 to 11.
So a single Econ Warfare and a hard-hitting news lets you trash the turning wheel.
Yeah. No, they can clear all the... oh, yeah, right. I see what you mean.
Yep.
Unless they have a Deuces Wild.
That's true. One's been played, so you just hope they don't have the other one.
Yeah. Ice onto HQ again. Fairchild 3 makes it hard for the diversion, but there are a couple end the runs, wrap around, another vanilla. Icing up also Maryland. Not so much that the protection of the Maryland's important as much as setting up a fully operational, and Cody just going to take a step back there, getting down to Earthrise Hotel, get some card draw. Amakua's stat is really important, right? Because now you're forcing Kenny to pay for the exposes.
There's a question about how much you care about the exposes.
I think if you get
especially-
Amakua as your only breaker in this matchup, it's huge.
Mm.
Server
Being on
2
3
protected.
points is tough.
Yeah. And we know what's the agenda list, right? Like, there's more Vacherons in the list, and you need to find this early. Otherwise, it's just SSLs and false leads, no punitives. So you could win in 2 steals from this point on. Patap coming down to capitalize on that Maryland campaign. Server 2, not sure what it could be. An austerity policy probably would have been fired that turn. We got Mamba Temple, Cybernetics, and Rashida. Not too many options if it's not an agenda. False lead score, that's a really big deal now.
Okay, wait a second. Did someone just discard Muracho's gang member?
Yes, there's 3 in the list.
Hello?
Those game members in the deck.
I would be surprised if this card is actually functioning well in the tournament. Again, as soon as you play that, they just de-res the vanilla. Not a lot of value, but again, some of the outfit lists, something with bigger ice, it can be a cool surprise. But that vanilla is going to flank all 3 of them.
Tech.
Yeah. Boomerang on HQ. I imagine we might get a diversion here. Fairchild 3 might take something else, and it's an embezzle, actually. You know there's an archive memory. His operation's a pretty safe hit. The Gatekeeper eating the Boomerang. It's now 0 strength once that Amakua does show up. But this needs to hit, obviously. Otherwise, the credit totals are going to be so lopsided.
You know there's an archived in hand. It's operation, right?
Right.
Oh, you hit hard-hitting news and an MCA austerity policy. So at least one of those is gone, but you did not hit the archive memories.
So
Right.
hand is archived MCA. Hijack router!
Sick. You can always run archives to pressure 3, otherwise keep that as a remote. That's probably the austerity policy. You want to click that away to rob Cody of clicks with false lead and austerity policy. How do you clear the hard-hitting news? You don't. Luckily, 1 trash so far.
You really need some econ here. Yeah, you just have to stay out of the hard hitting range.
Do you
Cody-
check the archive?
I don't know. When we're
Like-
thrown out.
Yeah, I like this line. Like, just don't run.
Interesting enough, Class Act is actually one of the defenses against if you are tagged and you don't have the clicks left, you can just install that and have more than 7 cards in hand. Now, there are multiple copies in the deck. Rashida exposed and Server 3 austerity again in one more turn. Not that there's many cards in hand, but Keddy can threaten out 5-3 from hand. That Rashida might help him find it. It'll be not this turn though, the following. This is huge. That false lead is the biggest part of this deck.
Yeah, the trick is that the false lead combined with the MCA austerity policy means that every single click you take has to be super deliberate. And so like
Ooh.
Cody can't
With tempo doesn't matter anymore, I guess.
How does Cody make money out of here, right? Like, going to be on 2 credits.
Things.
4 credits after the Patef's firing on the Rashida. Kenny definitely going to hit that austerity policy. Has the ability to score a 5-3 from hand. And then they're on game point. We played 1 Bravado, 1 Trick Gamble. Archive Memories just for an unseen card. Maybe checking was right.
that was a huge flood at the beginning, right? Like there's no other reason he puts out a naked Vacheron.
So that's a 3-5 to score out of hand next turn, right?
Yep.
With the archive back.
Yeah, totally. And SSL obviously continues the credits to Simon Moon's side. Cody is going to need to get some money fast because as soon as he starts interacting again, we know, well, maybe not having the hard-hitting news. Maybe they spent the second archive memories. Maybe they still have one. It's only 2 of each punishment card. 2 boom, 2 economic warfare, 2 hard-hitting news, 2 archive memories. Server
Andre,
3.
do you have that image file that shows the top 16 broken down by nationality?
No, I've actually never seen that.
I know
I think
Simon's from the United States.
everyone's American right now besides Sid, who's in the winter finals, who's from, I'm pretty sure, Ontario.
There were
He's
2
from
non-US
Vancouver.
players. It was Sid.
Oh, Sid's from Vancouver. Oh.
Sid
Is
and
he from
Soccer
Italy?
Canadian. There was one from Italy. It's the one with the 2 zeros in his
Yeah,
name.
Arundel is from Italy, and then Jose San was from Spain. I think everybody
Oh,
else
okay,
was.
cool.
Oh, and Saka was a Canadian.
Soccer was Canadian national champion, actually.
Yep. 5 advancements out again. Cody is going to be left with a full 4 clicks, but we're now on game point. Again, now that it's just more credits. SSL investment is going to pay out that pad tap if Kenny wants to take the credits. But again, like Cody just can't interact. False lead.
Sure gamble.
It's too hard.
Yeah, sure. Gamble would be OP play here. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay.
Chat
Now you,
confirming.
now you check. Make sure.
And
think you
still
popped the
here,
hijack
if there's double economic warfare, it's so hard. Yeah, the hijack router does seem to do more work on the
Pop the
pop. Not
hijack.
even.
Missed this chance.
Oh yeah, it's not a replacement effect. I guess you can do both. But looking at the archives, that's actually a really big deal. 2 booms in there, 1 archive memories. So the chance of actually getting lethal meat damage is kind of low here. Right? Like you need either the last hard-hitting news and the archive memories, but if you use the archive memories, you're never going to get the boom back. Is there preemptives in this list? No! Whoa, that's huge!
Yeah, that's very valuable information.
We're smashing into this. Mamba Temple gonna res something here. It is a big old Fairchild, but we can get through that with data sucker tokens. This embezzle is gonna go through. I have no doubt we're calling operation here. If this isn't archive memories, there's no more recursion, and Kenny's gonna have to score behind ice, and the ice in this list tops out at Fairchild 3.
Yeah. It kind of melts.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah, that router actually here might have been really good, robbing 3 more credits, but keeping the remote tax is also okay. We haven't played a fully operational just yet. Let's see what the call is here. Last time we got 4 credits, trashed 1 card. Operation has to be the right call here. There might be assets
Operation
though in
Ice,
there.
I think. It might be. There's.
I think
Seen a
Operation
lot
so
of
you can
ice.
deal with the archived. Hitting it archived! The biggest embezzle we've seen so far.
We pulled the slot machine and hit all 7s.
Yo,
Yeah.
that means there's no archive memories. The only tax left in the deck is a single hard-hitting news with no punishment besides the tags. Like besides trash resource. Turning wheel up at 4. Now the biggest issue here is that Kenny can start just jamming, right? Like Vastrons. You have to steal every one and you're still not winning the game.
And the turtle gives you so much remote pressure. Like, you break all their ice.
Wraparound's the only issue.
You can run archives twice and break wraparound. Run archives once.
Yeah. Data sucker's good. Economic warfare for value. Kenny understands his outs are so low here. That double embezzle and criminal doing its work. You have to figure out a way to purge. There's no Cyberdex
What do you
Fire
mean
Suite. There's no Jeeves even.
Was that the third economic warfare?
Second.
Yeah. Yeah.
First actually we've seen.
Oh.
No, that's his second.
Oh, no.
economic warfare. There's no
Yeah, the
economic
other one's-
warfares left.
The other one's in archives face down. Embezzle apparently doesn't trash face up for some reason.
It should. Right?
Yeah, it should. It definitely should. Bravado smashing into R&D again, 6 to counters. That's easily through the gatekeeper for 2 data suckers. You're going to get 1 back and 2 credits. Cody looks like in the lead. I have no doubt with now they're on 5 credits using the Mamba Temple. You could either trash that or run the austerity policy, get your clicks back.
Gosh, did you all know Data Sucker was a good card?
It's
I've
like
heard.
Data Sucker Amaku is just really good against the ice suites that are being played. I think this is like why the freedom list was so good in APAC is because you just happen to be really good against a bunch of the current ice suites.
We're dumping some wheels. And this is the biggest thing that we've seen where open decklist changes the game. False lead. Now Cody's technically on game point. 1 SSL away,
SSL's
1
live.
Vacheron, and some time. But again, open decklist, Cody knows nothing matters. Run anything.
Yeah.
This is such a
I'd
big
run
deal.
archives, pop the hijack.
Oh, we got to do better here. Just do better.
Cut out the middleman.
Yeah, it's going to get a turning wheel counter back. You're going to get through all of this for only 5 credits, which you will return. Again, that hijack router means it's impossible to install a new remote without clicking for credit. Oh, they just undid something. They got to run it back. This is wild. Data Sucker, just enough to get through the Fairchild 3. That's going to be 3 credits. You could trash a card if you really wanted to save something. The Gatekeeper, just 2 more. Again, res earlier, so it's 0 strength. Now the Gatekeeper on R&D is the same story, right? 2 credits to get through, no Data Sucker tokens necessary. And Cody doesn't have a lot of multi-access, mind you. Apocalypse is technically online. Not sure if it's entirely necessary.
2 pad tap dollars is just brutal.
Fully operational.
That's going to be really useful.
Draw 2. Simon Moon
I
needs-
would probably. Yeah.
Kenny
Just-
needs money to get out of this. And
Hey,
how
he's
many
got-
doofs do we got left? We got 2 more doofs left in the deck. Class Act is going to find them relatively quickly. Fully operational drawing goal. 4 cards, gaining 2 credits. Kenny at least has options. I don't see how any of them could directly convert into a win condition besides that austerity policy. But with Data Sucker and Amakua at 5. Nothing stops that from being trashed. I guess a Bravado would be the best case scenario to eat that remote and gain money at the same time. Only one left. Server 4, hijacked router. Let's go.
And he paid $1 in.
You to make that new server between the hijacked router and the
Yeah, it costs 2.
the 419 tax.
I think hijacked router instead of mining accident is such a 6 card as like an anti-acid spam card.
Oh, it's so smart. It was such a good meta read. Cody saw the writing on the wall with acid spam going to be a star player in this.
Mamba Temple and server 4. That temple could give could be res for free. We want an undo here. Looks like we want to use the temple. I'm not sure how you can do that. What would they be thinking about to play around a falsified? Right? Like so they could snap res it once they know what it is. But there's nothing that they can put the money into. I guess they just res it for free, so now it plays around falsified. It's not unreasonable.
Or getting the money hijacked. No, I don't even know.
Yeah, they have to run archives for that, but yeah, sort of.
Cody leaving the Mamba Temple around just so that he can pump up the turtle just in case that's a gatekeeper.
Yeah.
All right, and we're through again. That's going to go down for 3 credits off of the austerity policy. Now, there's no more recursion. We're down 2 austerity policies, 2 archive memories. Those are not coming back. Kenny's getting closer and closer to just having to build a remote and jam behind it. But there's no way for them to do a value purge. As soon as they do go for that purge, right? Like archives is open, server 4 is open, Cody is leaving that open. These 2 face down cards are the embezzle. I'm not sure why they are face down, but that's just more data sucker tokens, more Amakua tokens.
Yeah.
Now, Cody is running out of money to some extent. Like the pad taps aren't triggering, but here you could run a R&D for 2 credits. You could run HQ for a few more at 5, but Kenny just jamming in here up on 10 credits. Or sorry, 4 credits. Cody's up on 10. Clicking for 2. Again, the hijack router also is a really big deal. You can run archives, pop it. They're down a 1. Yeah, sure they have the temples to res, but if you're ever worried about them scoring out, those temples only give you res costs. Dirty laundry. Checking the remote here.
Cody
You can res something big here. This can be a Fairchild 3.
Yeah.
But you still get through all of this. It's only 4 credits. You get 3 back.
Yeah, this is a good value proposition.
Like that's run there anyway, basically.
Nice.
Now, the big thing here is that Kenny has access to so many cards that they can put in server 2. The only agenda that could be unadvanced is the 2 false leads that are out. So, like in theory, I don't know whether Cody has to run this unless there's advancements on it. It's just a Maryland campaign. That's good for you as the core.
Every turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cody falsified. There you go. No snap res. You have to pay 2 real credits if you don't want to wait. So Cody up on another advancement counter, up on 13. Could go R&D here for the single. The biggest issue here is if you have a Vashron, you still need to wait, what is it, 4 more turns? So you want to get that sooner than later so you don't have to still just fight for board state. 2 credits through the gatekeeper. Building up turning with counters. Single axis. A lot of trashables. Rashida down, not bad.
Yeah.
And Kenny's going to start on 2 credits here, so even building a remote, but it's definitely a good operation here. Fully operational 4, 3 credits all overall, 2 draw card. Only 12 cards left in R&D.
I think it's tough because like he's in the backup win con position, but the backup win con is like not working right now because of Turtle Data Sucker and like the hard hitting boom line is just off the table.
And that's the final fully operational. Simon on 12 credits. That's definitely something to res ice, but 2 Fairchild 2s are already down, or Fairchild 3s, excuse me. That's the higher end of it. I think the only surprise that maybe Cody has to worry about is a wrap around the turn after a purge, which can be solved by just installing the Mackler that Cody has.
Yeah.
So I've no doubt, that's Kenny's best option out is wrap around a remote after a purge, but still very difficult. Now, icing up the Bumba Temple does mean that they could maybe lock out the turtle at some point. Single access, nothing.
There's only 12
Labor
cards
rights
left in R&D.
Labor rights going to trash 3. I think it's a Muertos gamble. It was a Muertos, a gamble, and a Deuces trash. Putting back in a diversion, gamble. Diversion not doing too much.
No,
It's a
good. It keeps him down.
it's a free way to get a turn counter, but with 2 temples, like, what are you keeping them down from?
Well, they have to advance their agendas. I guess,
There's
I
also-
see what you mean. Yeah.
There's also an
It's
APOC
tough.
left.
Oh, that's so true. And this is the part that Cody isn't prepared for. Now that everything is iced up, there should be no way to get data sucker counters besides like maybe a vanilla is the easiest way out, but nothing else is low strength. So Cody's going to go for a purge here. And Kenny's going to go for a purge here. If Cody can't get real breakers out, which can be pretty expensive, this could get away from
I see
him.
2 cards here. 2
Yeah,
cards off the turning wheel.
What if it's
I think this
Vacheron?
might be a APOC turn.
Oh yeah, APOC here would be so important. Oh, they didn't even do turning wheel. Yeah, it might actually be an APOC turn. It looks like it is. Oh, that's amazing.
So he's going to dump it into HQ, right?
Yeah, I think you dump
Yeah.
HQ, you still run archives, right? Like they can res all this ice for free, but how much ice is in the deck? Like we're looking at here 9. The deck can't have that much more than that. The deck has only has 11 ice.
This is
This is
All-
brutal.
there's 2 more pieces of ice besides what's on the board, and none
Turning
of them
also
are,
probably hits an agenda here. Like, yeah, there's the Vacheron. You knew
Oh,
that was
there
in
we
there. Doesn't
go.
have to
That's
sell
good.
though. It doesn't even matter. Kenny
Not-
getting this far off.
You know,
off
like, Kenny's so good.
Kenny is good, and he played through this well. He obviously started off on the back foot with that naked Vacheron, but Cody's play was really smart too. He didn't overextend at the beginning of the game like I know I would have. So just like really smart, patient playing and keeping pace with the court
Yeah.
the entire time.
Yo, I hate to pin this all on tech cards, but like, what way did Criminal have to interact with that deck if they don't have embezzle or like no one home? Like the embezzles were sick. Losing all the operations early means there's no punishment, and you saw how much of a struggle it was for Cody just to attempt to interact with MCA austerity, false lead, economic warfare, hard hitting news.
Yeah, Pat, your embezzle alt's going up in stock.
Yeah, look at that.
No, embezzle seems to be like a very embezzle does seem to be like an integral tech part for the criminals right now, just because like it's hard to outvalue the criminals in like pure like money, and so you need these like operations like punitive or like dedication ceremony that are like doing these busted things, like hard hitting for example. So having and like a tool to be able to trash them out of hand is like super valuable.
Yeah, definitely. It's the combo breaker. It's the like that's why freedom is like so valuable right now too, right? So embezzle being there purely to break up combos is really has good utility. Of course, it is just one of those cards that tends to find agendas when you don't want them.
Yeah, well, I
Yeah.
mean, like it's true. This is true now. Just like do the good thing is always a good line. So like hit the operations with the embezzle, easy.
Yeah, just rip the agendas off the top. Pro Netrunner.
Damn, I'm good.
Yeah, we have an all West Coast final, if I'm not mistaken, Sid in the winner brackets, playing some interesting decks. It is another meat damage based Asa, which again with those embezzles might be interesting to see how that lands. On the other side, Sid is on sorry?
West Coast is winning. It's just a matter of which country's West Coast.
Yes.
Yeah, 1 second. Like very clearly, the narrative here is the lone Canadian defending against the American rabble. Just so we're
Yep.
clear, by the way.
We'll make sure that's clear.
Canada, but man, like America is like sucks at Netrunner. Canada won the
Whoa!
This is true. Canada won their national championships. Canada's about to win their continental championships. Like it's a bad look.
And you know,
right.
US is actually the underdog you root for right now. Just saying, like, fight the good fight on the way back. Cody, you got it.
Yeah.
So looking at the matches, like what do we got here? That Asa group that we've seen from Sid is fascinating. It has punitive, it has 2 tiers, it has Helheim servers, a lot of spice to it. I'm not very familiar. I have to look at what the Hoshiko deck is. I imagine it's pretty standard on Sid's side. And then Cody also has some like really weird includes in the 419 that made the distance, right? We saw, and they're not doing a lot right now, but we saw 3 of Muerto's gang member. We're seeing that hijacked router. The embezzles are really fun. We're seeing those across most Leela lists too, but definitely some cool stuff. And I think, Cody's just running like Chris Ferg's, the Euro-African Continentals winning deck list, might have a chance at winning 2 in a row, 2 Continentals.
I mean, in all fairness, Eric, the narrative with APAC was the foreign invader coming in and beating everyone, so Canada's not always the good guy.
Yeah.
Wait, is Greyfield still in this? Are we totally wrong?
Yeah, you're
Wait.
missing a game. You're missing a game.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, Greyfield. The Craziums
So-
are still in here. Oh, that's
Grey-
huge.
It's lower bracket finals, right? Greyfield
Yeah.
Coder.
Indeed, we
Oh, I
have
apologize.
No,
Yeah,
no
that's,
worries.
that's bad.
we have Greyfield running, so I'm gonna be bringing up the deck lists in a second. And this is what you get for being so trigger happy about all the different metas doing stuff. I'm just enjoying a lot the banter here because you're basically spicing it up a lot. I think a lot of people in the chat are enjoying this a lot. So thank you so much for very very entertaining commentary. But I hope we're not gonna start any intergalactic wars here. Speaking of wars, no, you're doing just fine. Speaking of wars, we're gonna have Encoder versus Greyfield. Encoder on Corp, Greyfield on Runner. I'm bringing up the deck list right now. They're making the table as we speak, and we'll be starting shortly.
Yo, talk about spicy lists. Greyfield's runner, who I believe it's what they're playing in this round, is also like
Insight
it's
and
well dressed. It's Insight, Top Hat, very cool stuff. We got the pad taps, a single boomerang, and we've seen this Asa matchup from Greyfield's side so often. Sometimes it's more of a struggle. Asa has ways to deal with Insight, Top Hat if they can set up a Lakshmi. They do have full information of what agenda that Top Hat is going to hit. It can be hard to keep the board down. Hoshiko now does get benefits from checking things early in the game to get that card draw going, but definitely a fascinating matchup.
I will say that this Greyfield list is a runner you see do well in a tournament. You play your like local meetup and you never win any games with it. This is that kind of list to me.
Why do you say that?
Because it's just like, this is obviously the list of someone who has like honed this over like 100 games on JNet and like
Right.
knows it by the back of the hand, and like anyone like tries to pick it up and make it work and it's just like not gonna work. Like
Right on.
that's a good list, but it's like, come on, with triple insight Top Hat.
Well, I don't know. I think triple insight Top Hat, and that's why I really like watching Greyfield. It's so easy for someone who maybe picks up the list to be like, okay, that's how I win. But again, we're in a world without Mad Dash. We're in a world without freedom through equality. You need 4 accesses for that to be good. And if you're just doing that single-mindedly, you're going to lose on board state. And Grey has been doing a really good job at keeping both objectives in mind, and maybe only throwing out the insights when either things are dire or where they're comfortable and 1 or 2 steals away from winning.
This
It's
list is
another
good.
tool, but it's not the only tool.
I think it's gonna have I think it's gonna have a problem against the Asa list in the sense that the tour guide on R&D is a good answer for the insight.
Well, that's
Right.
why the one Adore Greyfield teched for this. No
Right.
virtuals, but again, 2 for 0. Now it's all about finding that Dory. I know Greyfield has done some mutterings in chat about putting that 1 card in the deck and can't find it. Obviously, that will happen. We are Anarch, so we do have 0 to try and find those pieces soon enough. But it's definitely very important you get that down, or you find that as long as if the tour guides get out of hand.
Yeah, I think Encoder is very much on like the sort of Euros classical version of Asa.
Yeah, it's the same list.
Yeah, it's tough. I've never seen this Hoshiko list been played. The Insight actually is a better card than I think it is like on paper. I do think it is going to have some problems. It is the one of Odoi, but like you really need to find the one of Odoi. I don't know if you necessarily like should mulligan for it or not. Besides that, you gotta just have like the same outs that, and you don't have turntable. Like I don't know who do you think's favored in this matchup, Andre?
I don't know. The start obviously matters a lot. Like if Cody can get a really good start and begin that board state, which, combos into keeping a cybernetics core alive, combos into the fully operational. They can definitely go a lot faster than the Hoshiko. I think the early zero is super important. Again, yeah, finding that one of is pretty difficult. Also, like, Insight is a slow card. It's half your turn. The Omar Rebirth we've seen coming into play in every single matchup. There's no viruses, I don't think, on Greyfield's side, so you can't even do. Some people will do like Rebirth into Freedom just to be able to trash some of the assets cheaply. But we've even just seen top hat like 1 to 5, pick your favorite number. Omar into R&D, guess, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get lucky.
I think you have a problem because you don't have a lot of money. I don't think the Hoshiko deck has enough money to be able to like trash the board consistently.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think that's true. But I think Grey only has to hold on for so long before they can pivot to the other win con.
Like Omar Insight.
Yeah, or Insight top hat, stuff like that. Server 1, Cody kept his hand. Grey went for the mulligan. I love this early face check. Now, the Gatekeeper's, I think, the worst case scenario here. Hagen, you don't mind. Fairchild 3, you could take your whole turn for sure. But the Gatekeeper giving Cody that draw, that's basically like 2 Rashidas in a row. If that is a second Rashida, or a Rashida, excuse me, in Server 1.
No, I think early checking when on 5 is like a really good play, especially as Anak.
Mm-hmm.
Like Gatekeeper's like quote unquote the worst here, but even then, like I don't think it's that bad personally.
No. Curiology checking on Server 2, generally posing as a Maryland campaign. There we get the confirmation. You could trash this early if you want. It really depends if Server 1's a Jeeves or a Rashida. Cody didn't res it, so it's not going to be recurred, but great, just taking the credits. A very big point here this turn is you want to work for that access for Hoshiko to go digital. Mm-hmm. I've had worse, and daily cast, no 0 just yet, but Hoshiko will draw one more card before the next turn. And there we go. That's exactly what you want as your start. Rashida, Gatekeeper, a Maryland for drip. Cody's in a good spot.
Yeah, and getting the second Rashida from the Gatekeeper draw is pretty nice too.
Cody got a lot of
I think
options here.
I think not trashing the Maryland might indicate that Greyfield's just going to go for like a run Centrals line. Because like I think if you are going to sort of like push the board down, you might trash the Maryland early. But he might just be making the call of like, I don't think my deck can handle the board. I'm just going to like pressure Centrals, which is like definitely a line. I think Insight makes that a lot better.
Oh, Cybernetics Court into Violet level clearance again. I think Cody's getting the best draw you could ask for this early in the game. Boomerang, though, on HQ. We can get some accesses here for sure. There's definitely multiple agendas in there, and breaking those up early against Lakshmi, it has some value. We'll see if Cody wants to res here. Then we'll shuffle the Boomerang back in the deck, and hey, that's actually one of the better ones to res into a Boomerang. It's going to be 3 credits from Greyfield. That's good HQ ice. It could be hippoed later down the line, but Cody's probably holding on to 2 agendas, maybe 3. Yeah, speaking about trashing the board, we've seen Greyfield doing a really good job prioritizing even unres Jeeves. That's a Lakshmi from hand. You can't trash that 1 credit short. But Grey has definitely been trashing the Jeeves to ensure that doesn't get too out of hand. It's very important to know. There's not a lot of recursion. Server 3, it's a Jeeves. 5 credits to trash. That's going to stay. And a Pat Tap coming down, going to capitalize on that Maryland campaign. And we are off. That Jeeves lets you triple click, triple install even if you want to. Triple credit into fully op. Might be a couple too many cards if you want that option. Jeeves is online. We're going to go for that triple credit. Jeeves giving you a click. Trash the Pat Tap. Hashiko needs to work for her money. Again, accessing every turn. Technically trades a card for a credit. It's like a drug dealer. And do SFT off the top.
Oh, that's a good rip.
Really important. Grey needs to count to 4 here. 1 agenda down. If they can get to 2 agenda score or 3 agenda score, Insight top bat can definitely just snipe out the win. We've seen 2 whiff Insights though so far this tournament from Grey. Full whiffs. Maybe even 3 full whiffs. Server 4 coming up. Osa's doing his thing. Finding ice for R&D as well. Triple install. Jeeves getting another click. What's that? Credit? A fully op? A lot of options. Just another card. Cody, 4 credits is enough. Again, Mumba Temples might be on the table. Server 5 checking. Probably a Temple, maybe even a Maryland. It's another Maryland. Grey with 12 credits on Liberated, not trashing. Gamble.
I mean, I understand that because the fully op, you can't really contest the fully op now, and it's just going to make so much money.
So no breakers here. Drafter might be a bit bad. Reinstalling Rashida. Grey would still have a click to check, but Cody could do double install with Asa. Also returning a Violet level to hand, but 4 credits means they can res everything besides... I think there's another Fairchild? No, just 1 Fairchild, excuse me. So Cody thinking here, because if they do res, Server 4 might be open. It could actually be an SFT with Jeeves support. Unseen card, no steal, no trash. And here we go. It looks like they really valued this remote server. They're not resing R&D. And it's just a Lakshmi. You want to protect that. That's a tour guide, some subs. 4, in fact. Dory, where are you?
Can someone scroll the chat in the spectator game?
Yeah, Vesper got it.
Vesper?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you for everyone who pointed that out.
So Maryland shuffled, which means the top card of R&D that Greyfield accessed is no longer the same, unless that wasn't the turn they scored the SFT, right? And Lakshmi up on counters again. Greyfield doesn't have Imp, but they do have the Adore. Okay. One in the deck, paying off beautifully. 2 to get through tour guide.
That's big. That's big. I think
so big.
Greyfield's in a good position. He is going to have a problem here. He needs to get a turning wheel and start putting Central's pressure that he can convert into scoring the agendas.
Yeah.
Because Encoder's board state is very good right now, especially with the Ice Jeeves. Finds the one time.
Yeah, 1 out of 4 Grey. That'll be good enough. Hard mode engage. Cody's right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you want it now, right? Like, obviously he won those past games and he didn't need it then, so now it's showing up when he needs it.
Liberated just cranking up another 8 credits. Cody has some work to do. The best ice that you thought in this matchup is now just on HQ, not on the remote. Gatekeeper still a lot of value again. Even the Hagen, it's pretty all right. We have no breakers besides that singleton Adore hitting the table. Nothing in the heap for heap breakers. And Cody hasn't even played a single fully operational just yet.
No, it's definitely kind of like a fully operational waiting room. We have to think about what the cards are in his hand if that's not fully operational.
Agendas.
It could be more assets, but I think it's probably agendas. We've drawn a lot of our deck right now, and we haven't really had any filtering. And there's only 1 successful field test has been scored.
All right, we're double icing that remote server. 5 credits does ran a lot. I think also we haven't seen any temples, which server 6 might be. Maybe that's a Maryland coming back. Jeeves off the triple install. Vital level clearance perfectly denied. Cody doing the math. Boomerang on the remote. We're checking it. Again, 2 credits for the tour guide. That Boomerang will get through anything. A Hagen here. The Gatekeeper, you'll get the cheap res, but the high strength, but it won't matter, and it'll be low strength for the rest of the game. Wow, when your tech lines up on that one of Adore inclusion for the whole tournament, tour guide, you're 3 for 2. Server 4, not an agenda, right?
Yeah, Adore is one of those interesting Nisei cards where it's like, it's not a great sentry breaker.
It's not bad.
But then, well, it's not great. But in as like a tech card in standard, it's great as like an answer to tour guide.
Well, yeah, it's not a general breaker, but it's a great tech card.
I would argue the opposite. Like, if you're dealing with big sentries, this is way cheaper than MK Ultra. Obviously, you don't have that heat protection, but I don't think it should be entirely discounted. That was a Lakshmi though in server 4.
Okay, we could
Cybernetics court. Yeah. I respect your opinion. Maryland ticking up. That's a server 6. We know that's just another copy of Cybernetics court. You can't keep resing those and get bigger and bigger hand size. It is unique. But that Boomerang is also a 1-of in the whole deck, so Cody hoping that they didn't have a 1-of into another 1-of the Adore into the Boomerang, but they do have it. I outside of StimHack, if that's a Gatekeeper, that's a pretty safe remote. Maybe hoping to pin down the Boomerang on the remote, maybe the overinstall, but the recursion in this deck is really low. 2 Lakshmi's out. Those don't come back unless you have a Vitruvius counter. Looking poorly for Cody. Needs to set up some sort of austerity policy play.
That's both Lakshmis in the bin.
Yeah.
So we don't have any archive memory in this list. The only way we can get cards back is Vitruvius counters that we use the Jeeves or Biotic on. This is a real... this is really good for Encoder, but this is a tough spot right now because you're kind of wondering with Adore, you can't really keep them out of the remote, quote unquote. So this is really going to come down to can the Hashiko get the breakers and the money just to keep contesting?
Yeah, the money is drying up right here, just like you're saying. 0 down is going to be some economy. Top bat as well. Want to install that before 0 rips it out of hand potentially. Paperclip in the bin, but Cody, their turn seems a bit more efficient when they play fully operational to draw 2 cards and gain 8 credits. We're scoring out an SFT. No, Vitruvius will counter. We do have recursion. Insight.
Here we go with the insight.
So there's no more Lakshmis, which meaning insight into top hat is straight safe all the time. We don't know the ice in R&D. This could be rebirth, but we'll see the top 4 again. Rearrange the 4 cards, show them to your opponent, put them down on top of the deck. We've seen some whiffs on this. 3 whiffs in a row, if I'm not mistaken.
It's interesting that you insight now, which means that Greyfield thinks he can get into
It's another
R&D.
whiff. Gatekeeper into Temple, to Maryland, to Quest. How does this keep happening? Now, this is huge, right? Like, Cody now knows the top cards of the deck. Obviously, Greyfield does, but R&D protection for a couple turns doesn't matter. Cody checking server 4. There's the Hagen. You can boomerang through that. And then you can pay 2 for the tour guide. We don't know what's in server 4. It's been waiting there for a turn. Might be another Jeeves.
I think you see no agendas there. That means
policy.
You gotta think that there's agendas in HQ.
That policy is pretty good. Again, not a lot of recursion. I think this deck is on 2 policies, maybe 3. Let me pull it up.
It's on 3 policies.
Oh, actually, just 2.
No, 2 MCM policies. So right now, I think if you're Greyfield and you see that the insight whiffed, you have information now.
Yeah.
There's probably a lot of agendas in HQ.
And you know what? Paperclip in the bin. I guess it's Stimac or bust, but Hagen into Tour Guide is not looking too bad if you want to jam an agenda here. You know the top of deck. 2 credits again. That's only going to be 1 credit after Hoshiko pays for the card draw. And with another ice there, Stimhack might be a bit like Gatekeeper is no answer in hand. The Boomerang did go back into the deck and shuffle, but it's a lot of clicks to get all that stuff rolling. Now server 4 could also be an austerity. Ice on HQ.
This is kind of the problem I thought that Hoshiko might run into, which is just your economy stalls out. The ace presents so many threats every turn, especially with Jeeves, that it can be really hard. Like, really, your economy can just stall out like this.
All right. Fully operational. That's more cards. Again, 9 is the magic number if Cody does want to discard. So here you can get some more credits, which, again, you might need for server 4. I don't know if we know what's in server 7, but I'm pretty sure we would have seen a temple by now. That's 6 credits, 2 cards. Pay 1 for all that. Fully operational.
Econ is in a rough spot right now.
It's really bad. Like, there's no economy card you can play out of this besides the last Dirty Laundry.
It's like Rebirth, right? You're looking for Rebirth here?
Yeah.
Or another
But,
Liberated?
like, you have to Rebirth HQ, right? Like, Cody actually probably wants to find an ice for archives, but maybe wants to go faster than that. Oh, wow. Another 4 advance. If that's a Vitruvius with an over advance, you can now score out food from hand pretty trivially if you find a single biotic.
And have the money.
Yeah. Which they do, right? Like, with Jeeves, it's just 9.
We're going to insight. Yeah,
No,
so
you
it's
have
all
to play
fresh
2
cards.
biotics from hand.
Well, with Jeeves, you can fast advance out of 5-2 with a single biotic.
No, that
Yeah.
No.
Biotics.
That's
no,
right.
that would get you 4 advancements. So you need to play biotics.
So that's what, 13 credits? Stimhack straight into R&D again. I think these not necessarily have to be fresh cards. That's kind of the magic with Top Hat. You can just say a lower number. Stimhack not going to get. Ooh, wow, hitting SFT. I think that was just a random pull.
We saw the SFT off the insight.
Oh, there's an insight late earlier. Oh, so excuse me. Yeah, you're right. SFT was the 4th card down. So now we know it's Rashida into Maryland. Excuse me. Thinking Cody has some options here for sure. But if you want food, yeah, you're going to need Biotic, Jeeves. That's 8 credits on just Biotics. You need 5 more for advancements. That's 13. Cody is 2 credits short. There's no red level clearance or any magic in here to get clickless credits.
I think you can safely click for 4 credits as the corp here.
Yeah, unless
the GFI and the remote.
Unless Cody doesn't have the Biotic. But you probably can just jam the remote, right? Like we saw Stimhack.
How many biotics does he have?
1 in the deck.
Oh, yeah. So it can be rough getting there.
We haven't seen any Stimhacks played, have we?
They just Stimhacked R&D.
Oh, you're right.
In terms of Stimhacks in the list, there's only 1 more. I don't think anyone was hit on damage so far, so... Wait, I thought they Stimhacked R&D. Where's the Stimhack? They just labor rates it back in? Yeah, they labor rates back into Stimhack and labor rates in another insight.
Okay, I was having a fit too, Andre. I was like looking at the archives. I was like, what? Wait a second.
So there's actually 2 in there. We have a card in server 4. Again, if that's food, you're threatening out Biotic into Biotic.
Yeah,
wait, can they just do this?
Yeah, you do it 3 times, right?
Yeah.
Did we miss this? Advance, Biotic? Yeah, they can do it. Whoa. Yeah, they have it. That's it.
The success.
They need the money.
The fully up gave them money they needed to be able to do this.
And then they needed to do the extra biotic in order to play the thing in the first place. fully
Both
up.
Vitruvius counters getting used.
And when the economy of your deck and the card draw of your deck is tied up into these fully operationals, like most games we've seen, the core plays all three because of course they do. There's only 10 cards left in the stack or in R&D, right? Man, Cody pulling out there, 1 credit left. That's good stuff.
Excellent. Oh, that's
Cody
excellent.
doing work.
That was good. Yeah, it's interesting. So like, it's that first insight whiff was pretty brutal.
Yeah.
For the runner.
Gray doesn't seem to say in chat that they feel like they were favored against Asa. Did not expect the whole meta to be like that, but hey, they got really far still. 3rd place.
Oh, it's
really good finish.
Getting the 3rd is an incredible accomplishment in a field of this size. I think, it's tough. He's Gray's kind of right in a sense. There's only 9 Asa in the entire field of 117. Like,
and more than half of them are at the top 16.
More than half of them are in the top 16. 3 of them are in the top 4. So, in some sense, he made the right call, right? Like, don't bring... If he thinks Inside Hoshiko's really good against everything else but bad against Asa, he made the right call. It's just the Aces seem to be rising to the top.
Imagine that, like, that Doroid did some work. Obviously, it was not enough to carry Greyfield. I guess Tour Guide and R&D would be the biggest issue there, but, like, imagine they didn't have a Doroid. Like, that Tour Guide is... I don't know what they do. That remote is just locked by this soon in the game. It's wild.
Yeah, it's, like, tough because Leela has enough disruption to be able to get an HQ more often, like with the embezzles, the inside jobs, and the boomerangs. And Freedom has the ability to trash the board. This is like the Reg Anarch problem that the Reg Anarch problem can have against Asa, where like you don't have enough sustainable economy to be able to trash the board all the time, which means the tour guides spiral out of control, and suddenly you can't get into the remote.
Yeah, we got to rewind to that stuff I said a bit too soon, maybe 25 minutes ago, about how we now have a final. Sid versus Cody. It's the West Coast, I believe Vancouver versus San Francisco. Again, Sid 7 is in the winner's side of the matchup. They only have to win one side. I think they have the choice of what side they want to start on. Is that correct? Or is it actually just a seeding thing?
I do not know.
On the opposite, yeah. On the opposite side, we do have a very interesting 419 with an Apocalypse twist, some D-Res effects, some anti-Asa spam list, and then we just saw the strong Asa. But we have 2 Asas going to face off against each other. One of them a bit more lethal than the other, but definitely both very efficient. And then we have a Criminal and we have an Anarch left. We have quite a finals here. Again, Sid only has to take 1 game. Cody has to run back the full 2.
Is this true? Did Sid say... I thought someone told me Sid said this was his first cut.
Oh my gosh, really?
That's true.
That's such a difficult cut, yeah. I mean,
it's like... That's a relatively new name.
The very first tournament I won was US National, so...
Oh wow, okay, I didn't know that.
It happens sometimes.
Yeah, he's from the Vancouver meta, which is like Keith, like Thick, who is an Nisei dev, and then like a Dumb Brick are the only people I know from that meta. But if it's super cool if that's like your first cut, like to get be in the winner side of grand finals. It's really incredible.
That's super cool. Super cool. So we might have 1 game, might have 2 games if we want to run this back. These games are now going to be untimed, if I'm not mistaken. It's not that we have to worry about game net. They have been weeded out this far into the tournament. We have Asa lists. Those are generally pretty quick.
Yeah,
so
it's not game net
too much. It's not game net. Oh man, this is wild. I don't know if so. Unfortunately, like we don't have a physical bracket. It's been being done on paper. We just have Cobra. I don't know. I guess it is possible to check whether these opponents have matched out so far in the top cut. Let me just roll through the rounds we have in Cobra to see if that's the case. I don't know if that actually did happen just yet. No, they did. So this matchup did happen. This is actually the matchup that knocked Cody down. This is on round 3. So Sid was playing the runner against Cody's Corp. So I think that's a Hoshiko against Asa. And obviously Sid did take that win. So Cody understands what the matchup looks like, might have a bit of doubts based on how that went before, but I have no doubt both of these are very strong decks. But Sid also might have some more confidence being the player that did knock Cody down into the lower brackets.
There's a lot of interesting things about this cut.
True.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say there's a lot of interesting things about this cut where, like, if you look at Euros, the game nets got knocked out way sooner in the cut. I think a part of that reason was because there were more Leelas in the cut. And I think Leela has a good game net matchup. but in this cut, there's more Anarch, which struggles against the GameNet decks, and so now you see that like GameNet placed at the higher end of the cut instead of the bottom end of the cut.
Legitimately from what we've seen, or at least what I've seen, it feels like nobody had a really good, strong play against GameNet. If you had like light game economy, you had like Caddy Jones, Rozecki's early, like that's what mattered the most. But like so many of those games were decided based on who could get to how many points by what time. Like few of those games actually went to 7.
Oh yeah, this is a.
I spoke with Kizra about their deck, and their Freedom was actually running Cotties specifically for the GameNet matchup, and we saw that with Kevin Tame versus one of the GameNets earlier in the round, ending with something like 50 credits. Cotty is a really solid include if you expect to see those games go really long.
It's just like obviously a bummer of a draw against Asa, against Titan, against the outfit. It's still pretty hard to play. So like it's a slot that you might not have full confidence in. But again, if you're running into the exact opposite, where people say it's a fast meta, every click matters, and then you play against GameNet, where you might actually spend a couple turns clicking 4, like it's a world of a difference.
Yeah, the GameNet's interesting, I think, in some sense because it is a response to the fact that runners are going at an all-time breaknet speed to keep up with like Titan, Outfit, and Asa. And the GameNet kind of preys on those decks because what it says is like actually we're not playing for speed, we're playing for value. And the NBNI suite is just so taxing right now between GameNet, Slot Machine, and Toll Booth that it's sort of like weird. It's like the one meta deck that's playing like a game plan that is completely different than every other corp right now.
I totally agree. Here, I'm just going to bow it for maybe 30 seconds. I need to get some more water before these rounds start. Again, we might be in for 1 game more, might be in for 2 games more. They're not timed rounds. Again, I don't think that changes too much, besides maybe they can spend a bit more time thinking between their plays. But yeah, give me 1 second.
Very exciting. Are both players taking a break before the finals?
I'm trying to see what's going on Discord. They're prepping, but there's gonna be we're not gonna be starting straight away, I believe. Although they seem to be pretty pumped and excited for it. So yeah, I mean, of course, everybody's really eager to see what's gonna happen with this. Sid is taking a very, very short break, and I'm gonna pull the deck list again up. We will have first Sid corping with the shield. So like already it was mentioned on stream, Sid only has to win this first game with this Asa against Encoders 419. This looks pretty exciting. Those hijacked routers, that's a wild include. And the Muertos gang members, we've seen them appearing every now and then. Well, what can I say? Interesting times ahead. What are your predictions?
About how the matchups are gonna go?
Yeah. Like, what do you think? We're gonna see 2 games. We're gonna see 1 game.
I mean, like, I think it's tough. It's tough because I think how well I think the 419 is favored versus the Asa against Sid's Asa. I do think that there's a question for me right now of how favored is like Sid's Hashiko versus Encoder's Asa. Because I think that like it's going to be the same problem we saw in the last game, where like you can just run out of econ. It's interesting to note that Sid has Udware, which is going to be pretty good against tour guides.
Yep.
And like I'm going to be quite honest, I don't have a lot of experience with the tier punitive deck, which is like apparently been doing quite well. So I think it's going to be a tough call on like where that matchup's going to go. But if I had to guess, I'm going to call it 4-9 favored.
Yo, actually, I got this stat wrong, I think, all day, but I was saying there's only one list that ran double Chrysium, but actually, like, this Asa list is running double Chrysium grid, which does provide a lot of pressure against criminals. Like, they have embezzles, they have the diversions. Getting that stuff on HQ is good. And the list also relies heavily on Turtle, and when you're dealing with, like, a tier, which is high strength, let alone Helheim servers, like, at any point in time, if the criminal feels comfortable running a remote, you can commit cards and make that out outside of Amaku a data sucker strength value. And if you hit a Hagen, even like with the Helheim servers, that's the Amaku gone. Like there's some pretty cool tricks that Asa Group has access to. The sandbox makes purchase better, but there's no virus suites, which I think is what you would ideally want. But that's going to be a fascinating matchup. The criminal does have embezzle, doesn't have any other meat damage protection. I don't know actually if there's a Citadel Sanctuary, but there's some wild options.
I think it's been really exceptional to see like some standard card. Like I think really exceptional to me in this cut to see some Nisei cards that I think the sort of hive mind had like written off as not standard viable, as like being played in this cut to good effect. So I'm thinking like Tyr, for example. I think most people feel that historically that Tyr is like not a great piece of HB ice. It's just so expensive. But now we see in the winner side of Grand Finals someone who's using Tyr to great effect. Similar to like something like Odore. So it's really cool to see like these Nisei cards that we sort of hadn't thought were like good in standard being like used in decks that are performing well in tournament play.
Is this the first Hoshiko list that we've seen in the top cut that's actually running DreamNet? A card that seems so naturally at home in Hoshiko?
I want to say yes.
Also, Sid has tech. Like, Sid has imps, which an early imp, if you need to deal with the cybernetics core, if you want to deal with anything with a high trash cost, like, that's kind of cute. Obviously, you need to draw it, but it's definitely pretty valuable in the matchup. Also, it is one of the few ways that you can deal with a Lakshmi Smart Fabrics agenda. Again, throwing it to the bin means that the runner can't score it, or sorry, the corp can't score it, but it sometimes just buys you time. It's still definitely something you have to play around.
It's interesting to me. I mean, like, it's tough for me to evaluate this Ace deck because, like, I think it's good, but like, it's just so foreign to everything I know about Netrunner. Which is like, I don't play Punitive, but I've never played Tyr before.
So I would agree with you, Eric. Like, if this were any other ASA list, I would be heavily favoring Cody's 419, but because this is such a left field ASA list, I have no idea how this game is going to go.
We're starting.
It's interesting to me that we're on Tyr, but we're not on MCA austerity.
Yeah. There's a lot of 5/3s. The agenda sides, the agenda choices on the corp side are, I would describe as maybe being a bit salad. Like there's food in there.
GFI?
There's one GFI, yeah, which probably doesn't matter really to the list in terms of scoring options. I guess with Vacheron, that's a different conversation because we've seen so many games where it goes to the end of the R&D and then you just don't have enough time for Vacheron. So time actually matters in this matchup where Cody needs to get those Vacherons early because by the late game, you might not be able to win soon enough. Early Rashida behind an Asa Ice. Ice also preventing the diversion of funds. Turn one. We're off to the races again. Welcome to the winter finals of America's Continentals. It's been 7 rounds of Swiss, 133 players to get all the way here. Sid is in the upper bracket, needs to take one. Cody needs to take back 2 games in a row from the lower brackets. And we're charging in. We've seen so many face checks here. Tyr not resable. Wow, Rashida goes down.
Yeah, that was a
So
bluff.
I think that's a drafter.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you just want to keep ice for diversion, right? Like if you res that, I don't know how bad it is. Slot machine. It's an interesting tax, and guys, for centrals does not prevent a diversion, but you're going to see on the top of the deck they have a boomerang coming up with Dirty Laundry into Bravado. You're going to get 3 credits flying each way. Single axis punitive counter strikes, open deck lists. That's not going to be the double take you expect them. Muertos, shut down the casino. You did res that for free.
Huh.
So Muertos is interesting to play against, right? Like imagine they did res something like a massive like a tier, and then you can de-res it for a fair shot 3. Yeah, like that's huge.
Muertos
Maybe
means that Tyr cannot be your only piece of ice on the board.
The thing is that's important is it doesn't have to be ice specifically, right? You can de-res an asset, a Cybernetics Court, but yeah, it just has to be something de-resed. So hey, Asa's out again. 6 credits. We know it's on HQ. The diversion could go through and is definitely going to land. We know the boomerang is coming up. Hey, we're gonna falsify it. Credentials guessing asset. It is a Mamba Temple. That's money for Cody. Dirty Laundry straight into R&D for single. It's not a Lakshmi list. We did see punitive in hand, but Cody comfortably ahead on credits.
This is good, but we're running out of cards. Like we need to draw some cards pretty soon, and just like
so that
class
that's
act
the boomerang.
good.
Server 2, just a temple again. You're icing that up a lot of times because of fully operational, but definitely ensuring that money matters when I think that's the only temple in the list, but you do have some big ice here. Fair shot 3s, tier is the upper end. That's 10 to res, 3 on refund if the face check connects.
This is a very low econ start from the Asa, which you don't want to see against 4 and 9. It makes the doofs that much like more vicious because then it means that they can doof you, run their remotes and trash your stuff, and then you can't. The fully operational is devalued.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. And if you do take a doof here, how do you even divert? Class act coming down for Cody.
That's great. You need the draw. You want to see draw in this matchup so badly.
Temple getting that Jeeves up. That means that if we need to purge an Amakua later on in the game, it's not the worst, but we might just see like triple credit here. Ooh, starting off with a fully operational, not even building another Asa remote. First, giving some options here. Repeats 2 more times.
So, because you're not installing things in the remote, you maybe you're flooded. Maybe that's what that tells us.
Yeah, I think so. Or yeah, like
Did he mold?
maybe. Oh boy, let me check.
Sid kept not flooded.
Yeah, Cody mold. Sid still has 2 clicks left. That Jeeves res was free, but it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to play 2 more operations to get the Jeeves click. But Sid now standing with 7 cards in hand, draw 2 off of that, gain 4. And again, like these might be big things here, but this is not a timed round, so they can enter the tank whenever they want. Daily quest exposed in server 4. We might get a snap res here. That means that Sid probably is comfortable defending that. And here we now, the Muertos gang members are looking a bit worse when it just costs a Mamba Temple D-res. Boomerang, though, on HQ, we're diverting. Not even wanting to deal with that slot machine.
I don't think you res the slot machine here.
No, I don't think so.
So you go down to 1, but you want to have like at least 3 credits to be able to protect the daily quest, so like a gatekeeper. Or...
Yeah. And you have 1 offshored with the temple, so you can res up to 5 credits worth of ice. I guess it's Hagen, really. Gatekeeper. Cody up on 13. Again, we saw Punitive in hand. Not too scary. Also, Embezzle is wide open here when it comes to Punitive in hand.
Oh.
Second slot machine. Oh, that's brutal.
And Apocalypse. You see Apocalypse in the queue.
It's bad. Now the Apocalypse is pretty trivial. It's just a slot machine on HQ to get off, and now Sid has to figure out which way they want to commit cards on central servers to protect it. Access to Chrysium if they can find it. But again, no real good way to protect it.
Yeah, you really wanted the game 3 there. Like credits, you're so broke it hurts to pay for the 3 and just to make the runner lose 3, especially when they're more like richer than you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he rolled the bones, right?
Daily quest coming down for 1 after the refund. That's also a card in a remote server, which helps or hurts the value of fully operational going forward. Now, Cody is going to get a value draw next turn with the class act, so they have to choose between the Earthrise and the Pat Tap, but once they draw after that, the APOC is definitely well in hand. Sid drawing up here. Not a lot of money. Another diversion. It's not coming down for a while.
I guess you can use the gang member on the APOC turn.
Yeah, you pop it for free card draw.
That's excellent.
Yeah, APOC guys, huh?
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. It's great. It's a great.
It's cool. It's very cool.
Well, it's just like a very cool. Like you can tell that like someone thought a lot about this, and like you see it on paper, you're like, why would you ever play gang member? But then you realize in games, oh, actually, this is quite good.
Now we have Vitruvius in server 1 with a Jeeves. That does, in theory, threaten a counter, but with 5 credits, like there's some pretty bad blowouts here. A diversion means you can't really res anything under 2 costs, especially if you contest that temple first. But there's only 2 more diversions in the deck. We know that's not on the 3 cards on the top of the stack. Cody has some options here. I feel like if Sid scores out the Vitruvius and goes down to 1 credit, like it's fine. The APOC is still coming. You can return 1 card maybe. Deuces to start. So that actually looks at 3 cards. So it's an APOC, an Earthrise, and a Pad Tap. They have to bottom one of those. And we know there's a tier on position 1 of server 0. That's a bluff if we've ever seen it. Charging HQ here again. We can res the slot machine for 1 credit. Cody, in theory, can do the APOC this turn. Yeah, that's bad. Oh man, that's such a good deuces. Right, that deuces is huge.
Yeah. Encoder saying, "Yep, this seems like it's going to be APOC, right?"
Now, maybe it's better to get that off early than later, but Sid, it's going to have to a lot of work. A global food from hand. Now, this actually is interesting because Punitive is online here. If you go for the APOC, you're going to be down at 4 credits. You're going to have to land 2 Punitives, which seems, impossible. Vitruvius is going to end up in the bin.
There's no archive memory, and there's only 2 Punitives in the list, which means that you die exactly to double Punitive in hand.
And you don't have the money. So let's see if they pop the Muertos.
You can click for crit and play both. Oh no, because of the 4-9.
Yeah. No. Oh yeah, maybe you could do it. No, you could do it if you had both of them.
Credit.
Yeah, you can punitive credit punitive. No, because 419 has links, so you can beat 1.
You're 1 short.
Oh man.
Yeah, not happening. No double punitive this time.
Yeah, you could hedge fund out of it again, but we're talking about 2 cards in 36 to find it. We know there's a Vitruvius and a Tier in archives. Absolutely so much damage done.
You've stolen an agenda out of Andy.
Oh man, that would have been so easy.
Yeah, and as soon as Cody goes and steals that Vitruvius, punitive threat is completely turned off for the rest of the game.
Well, actually, Vacheron does throw that on its head.
Oh, very true. Very good call.
Right? And most of the agendas left in the deck, I think, is just 3 Vitruvius, 1 Sandbox, and 3 Vacheron. Now, wow, that Cybernetics Court is going to stop the discard. Jason was drawn up twice. Sid was drawing up twice there at the end of the turn, not discarding something. We know there's a Vitruvius in archives amongst a couple of their cards. 1 Jeeves down, but Cody starting comfortably on 9. Now probably wants to set up an Amakua. Easy counters, free farming, fully operational in hand. Pretty miserable on an empty board.
Needs that embezzle operation.
Ooh, labor rights. APOC probably coming back. Imagine diversion of funds. Maybe a turtle? Maybe a turning wheel? It's actually diversion, apocalypse, and Amakua.
Yeah. Those are the right picks, I think.
Yeah. Sounds
this is
good.
This is a tough position for Sid to be in, absolutely.
If Sid gets diverted here, it is so bad. Now, Cody did rewind their board state, right? Like, they lost the class act. They didn't pop the Muertos, so their draws are way less valuable than they used to be. Asa, hopefully finding some ice. We did lose a couple ice on that. I'm not sure how much is in the list.
And Cody leaving the Vitruvius in archives, knowing that there's little to no recursion in this list, so he can go grab it whenever he wants unless there's a Vitruvius counter.
Falsifying on the remote. We know it's a Maryland campaign not being pop res, so that's just money for Cody. Sometimes you want to keep that card to know whether you need to charge your remote, sometimes to get Amakua counters. We're just flying into HQ. That's a fully operational. You're seeing that again. Ice on R&D last turn. Cody drawing up, and there, class act again. There you go. That's huge.
That's backbreaking.
Yeah. How many class acts are there in this list? 1 or 2? Or 2 or 3?
I think 2. Let me check.
Yeah.
It's just
the 2, yeah.
Okay, so we found both of them.
Yeah,
the early draw is really lining up for 419. That early APOC was such a clutch draw versus this list. And then getting the labor rights back in to keep that threat alive. Yeah.
So, I know it's not a count siphon, and maybe it's harder with 8 cards in hard hand, but we know there's a punitive in there. We know there's a fully operational in there, and Cody has 2 embezzles in the list. Now we have an ice on HQ, so a bit of a different story, followed by a violet level clearance, perfectly up to 9. A remote server starting. It's another Maryland campaign behind a piece of ice.
Data Sucker, Amakua. This is a good archives run.
That's all you need. Now, it's not going to get an Amakua counter specifically because you're going to fish at the Vitruvius, but you do see some of the ice that was trashed. 1 Hagen is a big deal. 2 more on the list. You have to watch out that you never lose your Amakua or your Data Sucker. And we lost 2 Gatekeeper and a Tier.
So now the tiers are online. There's 1 tier left.
Yep.
It's
knowing those Gatekeepers are out is really big.
Yeah, that's huge.
Well, it's just like a threat. Like, it's kind of nice. You don't even have to have it on the board. It's just like the threat of being able to res it makes devalues like random runs not on your first click.
Yeah.
So Vitruvius is stolen. No threat of punitive to follow that up. Triple punitive not possible in this list.
It could with a Vitruvius count. Yeah. Point
Word
taken.
for it. Yeah. Sit on 13. Again, we know there's fully operational standing in hand. That represents 4 card draw. If you really want to push it, ice on archives. Ooh, that's a Chrysium, right?
Probably.
Interesting install there. I guess it's a free install. I don't know. The Chrysium on HQ seems pretty sweet with 3 diversions, 2 embezzles still in the game. It does protect the Data Sucker and Amakua counters. It's not a successful run. Oh, actually, does Amakua care about a successful run?
No, I'm a cool.
No, it
guy.
doesn't. So Server 8 coming out, Violet level clearance again. The card in Server 8 now, Sid has way more of a reason to prevent exposing, because if they don't pay that credit extra tax, our confidence scammer is going to get an Amakua counter, which, you know, Data Sucker Amakua is probably all they need. At least the central servers are a bit harder to get into. Boomerang. On
Sorry
HQ,
about that.
Bravado. That's all good.
So So there's 2 ice left in the deck. There's 12 base. 6 is in the bin. 4 is on the board.
That's a drafter. You could boomerang that if you want. Shuffles your stack. Maybe that helps you a bit with Classic. Maybe you bought him some things earlier you wanted back, but I guess labor rate's already. If that's a Vitruvius, oh boy, Cody on game point.
The odds of the tier being on the board is higher than them not being on the board.
Right, with 14 R&D left.
But
Well,
like,
there's
if you hit
6
tier, you
ice
can
in
click
the deck.
through it. Like,
There's
how
6
bad
ice in
is
the deck.
it?
6 ice left in the deck. 3 of them are unresed. 1's resed, which means that there's 2 other unknown ice in the deck. 3 of them on the board. Tier is more likely to be one of those 3 unknowns than the unknowns in hand or the deck.
Yo, I know this isn't real, but what's the chance that you don't want to put Slot Machine in your deck just so you don't see the apocalypse coming up? Because that feels worse than that ice feels good, right?
like you'd rather live in blissful ignorance.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm like, you gotta be real. You gotta be real about it and just take it.
You got to face the problems. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, you can always convert the concede. You always got that concede button. When I'm playing a deck that loses the APOC, I just concede. But I think this is tough for the Ace deck right now because you're just running out of ice.
Yes,
Yeah.
you really are. And that Amakua Data Sucker.
You don't have MCA austerity policy. Like, you can't score from hand, quote unquote.
Now, this is interesting, right? Because in terms of winnable agendas, actually, we might be a bit too quick to write Sid off, right? In terms of winnable agendas in this deck, there's only 2 more, Vitruvius and a Sandbox. The rest of the agendas that you actually have to stop scoring are all Vacherons. And sure, once you steal a Vacheron, you still have to win for a couple turns, but Sid is actually ahead in credits. And there's 6 more coming in from Maryland. Cody doing a Wikipedia check on what tier looks like.
I love that. I love that so much. He was thinking what I was thinking, which was, what does tier do again?
So you can click through this, but it does allow a mini MCS starting policy to go off. You don't need to click through all the subs. You can always take 2 brain damage, right? Like, well, that's fine.
Unless I get my math wrong, one of these ice on the board is tier.
Amakua gonna get fed on some Data Sucker counters. That's 2 sucker counters, 2 credits to get through here again. There's a Sandbox somewhere. Server 1 in theory represents a Sandbox, which is huge. It's one of the winnable agendas, and it's a Purge. And 4 credits. Single access, though. Punitive. No surprises.
It's important to note that punitives are still live. Like, they're still active because you can steal Vacherons and still get punitive out here.
Yeah, Vacheron is making the punitive nullification much worse than it normally is.
Cody only on 6 credits again. We still have 3 diversions in the deck. Diversion is going to definitely do a lot of damage to the credit differential, especially if they have to res a tier on server 9. But again, 6 credits from Maryland campaign.
Not as this turn, but you got to think about it. The Corp's making $6 from the Maryland campaigns.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of like sort of money. They're gonna go down to the bank and cash that check tomorrow, but they got that check.
Yo, chat is chanting APOC right now, but we do have the Chrysium in archive, so I think it's going to survive one more turn, but it's definitely a line here. Cody only has 2 more clicks. Did they check another central? No, they drew, so they have to set it up and draw the APOC that they labor rates back in. They're just going on HQ once more. 2 credits for an Axis. They are getting their Amakua up to strength, though, so eventually they don't need to rely on the data set tokens.
You can likely to die a double punitive here.
Yes. Oh,
Like,
we saw
this
punitive
is-
again. Probably the same one. Well, actually, I don't know. It's less likely to be the same one, I guess.
That's a
What's
really
that?
good point
What's
you
the
made,
math on that?
Andre, that there's only like so many. Yeah, like Sid's doing this, thinking the same thing I'm thinking. There's only so many agendas you can touch without blowing up.
Yeah.
2. We can count them.
2, yeah. We think one of them's in the remote.
And if that's a sandbox, that's a value purge again, right? Like, let's see what the
They
score
can't-
is. Like, one advancement either means Vitruvius or a slower
isn't
Vacheron because
heroic.
it seems safe. Like, this is wild. Or the sandbox.
Oh, if it's sandbox, this is a heroic comeback.
Yeah.
Holy
Here we go.
value purge!
Oh my god.
That destroys a lot of the tempo that had been built up between the Amakwa, and so now they're just going to have to charge up without gaining data sucker counters
Oh,
alongside.
we're gonna do this manually. We're gonna do 3 runs.
Yo, on top of this, if they do get a Jeeves on the table, like, you can do purge something, and that's going to give you 4 credits a turn, while like Amaku is bumbling around getting virus counters, right? Like, punitive is still live. Sid could jam a Vacheron here with full safety.
If you have the Vitruvius, you need to get that Vitruvius in the remote ASAP.
Yeah. You need to make the only agendas left punitive. Punitive available.
Do you wipe the taps?
No.
That's one more Maryland trigger. Or do you
I
just?
don't think the
I guess-
game's going long enough that taps matter.
yeah, but yeah, for punitive, you're right. But they still have to deal with a tier, and like they got to boomerang it correctly. Ugh.
I mean, you have tools as the runner. Like, you can deuces and, like, try and... Like, you deuces the remote, and then you know, like, okay, I'm going to boomerang the other one. The tier could be on R&D for all we know.
Yeah. Also, Hagen is the real threat on the face check. While they don't have enough counters, I think they need, what is it, 4 strength? If there's a single. I don't know what the math on Hagen is. It depends on how many icebreakers.
A Helheim server is also pretty good here.
Yeah, and Archives actually could be a Helheim service into like a Gatekeeper, into a Hagen. Like, that's really hard to deal with outside of obviously Boomerang, one of the best tech in the whole meta outside of Fem.
This is a
Hagen
super
would be-
tight...
Hagen would be at 5 strength, so you actually need 2 more runs for Amakwa to be able to deal with it alongside 1 data sucker token.
And we talked about this. Like, Helheim just says, oh, you did your really cute Amakua data sucker math. Get, like, dunked on.
Yeah.
No, Pat.
Yeah.
Hagen is 6 base strength, so they would need 3 more turtle counters.
It reduces by
Right,
1 because
I
of
said alongside a
icebreakers.
data sucker.
Yeah.
I'm assuming once Amakwa is at strength 3, he's going to run a central.
Sid, jamming into the remote again. Boomerang counts. There's no inside jobs in the list. We have to probably pay credit here. The Amaku counter seems so valuable. Fully operational. Let's get some cards. Pretty scary. Only going to echo
Wow.
once more.
Wow. So, you have the Vitruvius in the remote.
That's the hope. Yo, this agenda suite, like I called it salad. It's so exciting.
It is really exciting. It makes
I
this
think-
math really interesting.
I think it's really interesting because I think these are decks that are questioning fundamental assumptions about the meta and are succeeding.
Yeah.
Which is great. That's why I think the meta is healthy. Because decks like this are winning.
Yo, Silver 9, has to largely be Helheim, right? And if it's Helheim again, you cannot rely on Amakua. If there's even a Jeeves here, like you'll spend a turn purging. Oh, Embezzle, that's a big deal. Those punitives don't come back.
Yeah.
Again, that Chrysium grid that looks like it's on Archive, maybe it's a Helheim. That's positioning is a bit not where exactly you want it.
Are not high, though.
No, one time hitting the puny, please. This is Embezzle 1 of 2, though. Operation Call. Whoa, hitting the punitive!
So now we're on score out of the remote with Helheim plan, right?
But a punitive is a big deal, right? Because like Vacheron, you won't kill. You need a Vitruvius counter. There's only one more.
That should buy you 4 turns.
Yeah.
Sure, totally. Oh man, Sid can still do this.
Because you can't
Vacheron's a hell of a card. And again, there's only one Vitruvius that Cody has to be able to steal. Otherwise, they're going to have to wait 4 more turns while Sid's like, I guess I'll still jam. After 2 more credits, Cody's money is entirely the Pat Taps at this point. Helheim servers, you trash that. Oh, not? Whoa, I guess, yeah, you want the Amakua counter.
Money is more important right now, right?
What's the trash cost though? Oh yeah, 3 is a bit.
The 3, yeah. If it were 1 or 2, I think you snap trash. But if it's once it hits that 3 threshold, it starts getting unattractive.
So now server 9's a Vitruvius. Sid actually might wait to slow roll it. Now the Amaku counters are getting high here. There's a Purge as an option. You don't have to discard a card. Purge gives you 4 credits. Again, Punitive, you only have access to 1, but the Vitruvius with a counter seems a lot better now when you have 1 Punitive in Archives and no Archive memories.
Yeah, now seems like a good purge time because we saw how much tempo Cody has to invest in order to make that Amakwa Data Sucker combo a threat.
Yo, I don't understand JNet on this. Now the embezzle cards are face up. Maybe we're missing something. Yeah, there's a Purge. Now it's not going to give the Patep credits because we already did give them off the Maryland this turn.
Yep.
Cody going back again. If you can ice up, if you can ice up that cybernetic next court. Oh, is there actually literally no more ice?
Andre, there's 12 ice in the list. 6 are in the bin. 6 are on the board.
What? Oh, that was a misclick. Charged server 7 on accident. Wow. Yeah, you're right.
So
all right, at least no data sucker counters.
Literally no.
So you have to either think there's a Helheim in Archives or a Helheim in server 9. One of them has to be Chrysium. It can't be both because we've seen one Helheim in HQ so far.
Right, there's only 2 in the list if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 2 of each.
I think, oh man, there's a lot of lines. Like you can try and over-advance. If this is Vitruvius in the remote, you can try and over-advance it so that you can get a counter from it.
Ooh, Helheim on HQ? Now, if you can Helheim into the drafter, you can actually bring back a punitive.
Yep.
That's sick.
Yeah, it's just 3 Vacherons now.
Yeah. Well, no, we don't know what's in this remote. Like, we don't know that this is the Vitruvius.
No. All these, yeah, that's true. Sorry, that's true. The Vitruvius is either in the deck, the hand, or the remote.
That's all the options, Eric.
Well, it could be in Archives.
Yeah, okay.
There's a face down. Oh no, is there? Yeah, there's a face down.
Yeah, there's one. Yeah.
Come at me.
Cybernetics court. Now again, if you are throwing cards away to the Helheim servers, that is going to be more cards, like more agenda density here.
Yeah,
we're running the drafter. Like I don't know if Cody's respecting it. It's assuming that that's the Chrysium. Could easily be though the Helheim, and that means you can throw 1 card to make that a big drafter. We're getting a punitive back.
We're going down the Helheim.
And an install. That brings the Jeeves back, which means you can start doing value purges. It means you can like super advance of Vitruvius if that's the case. There's so much. This is a huge play. Punitive coming back so quickly. We could even get an Asa install, but again, there's no more ice, so value.
This might have just won this man US Continentals, and that's crazy.
Jeeves is back. Now that's such a big deal when you have the 1 Cyberdeck Sandbox court. Again, it's all about the single Vitruvius. Where is it? I don't know. Maryland.
No, man, you wanna put some magnets in your Vacherons. Like, yeah, you got to get this guy to hit Vacheron.
And now the Hellhound Summers is going down. Cody, no doubt regretting it. There's still an embezzle in the list.
Oh, you can, yeah, you're right about the Jeeves, though. This makes the Purge advance the agenda a lot better.
Or like the biggest Vitruvius, which is probably overkill.
The biggest Vitruvius quote. This has been a game. I think this is such a game that shows me why Netrunner is so great. Because it's just been so back and forth.
Very dynamic game.
Like, we thought I thought this corp was like in the dumpster like 6 turns ago, but here we are.
Punitive access from hand, no surprise.
Is he only accessing punitives?
Yeah, largely. A Maryland once. And throwing out the tech card there, hey, look, the hijacked router are probably not doing enough right now. Right, and Cody's economy's dried up. Chiefs are probably getting a value purge here, right?
Yeah.
Or no, we could advance 3 times and install a card. If you install a Vacheron, right, like you're in a pretty good spot. Oh, Cyberdeck Sandbox Purge. Advance. You don't even need the Vitruvius counter in theory, right? Oh, looks like it's not the Vitruvius. I have no doubt they would score it without a counter. That's something.
Well, technically, what this allows you to do is if they run HQ and steal a Vacheron and think they're safe, it allows you to advance, score the Vitruvius with a counter, punitive, and then pull the punitive back.
Yeah, but they actually might have 2, right? Like, there's only 7 cards left in R&D.
No, but I'm saying they have a punitive in hand. And so if they steal Vatron this turn, and that's Vitruvius
Oh,
in the remote.
no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Eli on R&D.
Yeah, that's wild. I totally agree with you. I'm just assuming that they probably have both punitives in their hand, considering how few are in R&D.
One punitive's in the bin because it got
No, but they pulled it back with Drafter.
Oh, they did. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, no, my bad. I'm behind the 8 ball on that one.
It's all good. Amakua up and counter. Yeah, they did see the Eli and the Deuce's Wild exposed. That's only 4 strength. Not even a bad face check into that. Sid's money, though, way ahead of Cody, but again, it's all about where that Vitruvius is. Is Server 9 a slow roll? Is Server 9 the Vashron? If Cody gets that Vitruvius, turning wheel counter, obviously huge.
This board state's so dynamic.
So we're just bouncing up the Eli. We're 1 counter short. I don't know. Can you? I guess at the point if you start, like, you just start bouncing up that click through Eli. But again, it's all about the Vitruvius. Oh wait, is there a preemptive still in the list? Yeah, there is one preemptive. What?
Gosh. Wow.
Turning wheel, that's a bounce off R&D, just the shortcut of hitting the end of the run. Let's see what Server 9 is. If it's a Vitruvius, oh my god, Sid has options. Value purge advance, score over advanced Vitruvius. It's happening! But this is giving Patap credits, but it's just value purge advance, not even. Ice R&D. Wait,
Yeah,
that's not all the ice.
I thought all the ice was gone. Maybe I miscounted in the list. One.
Wild. Like, Server 9's so safe. It's a Vashron. If you want to take it, you'll get punitive, and you need to protect that Vitruvius.
Oh, there's 14 ice, not 12. Okay. So there's
Okay, so-
one more piece of ice after this.
Oh, man. Even icing up the Cybernex court obviously would be, like, really impactful. Like, Cody's breakers are expensive. I think it's a Mockler for 5. It's an Amina for 7. A Begalter for 4.
Yeah, it's unattractive.
All right, advance. That's a Vastron. Time is ticking. Sid
has
jamming
to
to
be
Server 9.
Finally drew the Vitruvius, I guess.
I don't know. Is this Vitruvius even safe? Like, Boomerang gets through one of them. If it's an Eli or like a tier, you can click through it. I guess then you don't have Boomerang clicks. But like, if that's a Vastron, obviously, yeah, you're not threatening a win. There's no Biotic.
This is going to be a tense last turn.
Yeah. If this is the last turn, like, this could even just be a silly fake, right?
Yeah. No, for sure.
Yep.
Like, make Cody spend whatever resources he has left, right?
It could be another Vatron, and the plan is to like purge,
Yeah.
advance, and then next turn advance 4 times.
Yeah. I think that's probably right. Now, the Jeeves is technically weak here. The Purge is giving Cody 2 credits, but Amakua seems so important in this matchup. And now the big threat is here. Like, what happens if you face check a tier? How bad is it? It's probably not that bad, right? Like, you lose your Amakua. That sounds bad. Maybe even just your turning wheel instead. And obviously it ends the run.
If you face check a tier, alone Morgan in the distance sheds the tier for his happy ice.
Cody, again, taking some thought to this again. Wow, 6 points down. Sid found the sandbox, got all the way up to now just Vashron's left.
What is an
Such a-
archive?
This is a tough position as a run.
So there's one card down there, one that was Helheimed, and I think they just discarded one last turn? Maybe Maryland's? I don't know. We do have turning wheels. We can dump them to HQ. Again, it's all about the Vitruvius. And I imagine if they had it in HQ, they would have put in Server 9. So more likely in R&D than anything, but the face checks here can be pretty bad. Gatekeeper's an issue. Hagen will lose your Amakua. There's some really bad face checks that Encoder's going to have to brave. I think right now, only the thing they can get through is a Drafter.
Yeah. Very true.
Or clicking through Eli, I suppose, but there already is one you have to deal with. Embezzle.
Yes, trying to go for it again.
Whoa.
It also lowers the agenda density
That's
in HQ in theory.
This is wild. Again, punitive is a threat once that's off the table. Hitting Vacheron and fully operational. So punitives are live. There's a Vacheron in hand. Again, if you touch that, I think 2 punitives is going to be pretty trivial.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
the last embezzle. Last labor rights already out of the game a while ago. We're just going in for singles. Again, if Cody finds that Vacheron, I don't think they're going to be long for this world.
Vashron's a present with a live grenade inside it right now. He needs to find the Vitruvius.
It's a Vacheron.
Oh.
Cody.
What does Cody do? What does Cody do?
Click for credit isn't going to do it. That's rip.
Rip is accurate. I mean, you run HQ.
Yeah, you have to run HQ again. It's your only option.
Or
That the Vitruvius hand.
No, you could run R&D. You can run R&D. I think you can maybe if they don't res, but like it has to be a tier. I don't. No, that's not. Yeah, too many damage is going to hurt. Fit in the remote certainty, but that's a Helheim server. They can dump their whole hand here. There's no way you're getting in.
Seems like.
Yeah, Crazy Grid is the guest on server 9. Again, we don't know what's in archives. We've seen one Helheim so far. There's only one more in the list.
Rashida seems like a bad idea.
so what do you do with your last click? Do you try to dump it into R&D, see if you can get through?
I think so.
You check archives? Maybe Sid thought that it was safest there. Do you check server 9?
I don't know if you throw out the Vitruvius. We're running here. Putting the money where the mouth is. The thing is, like, if Sid spends 10 on a tier, like, the 2 brain damage means only 1 punitive needs to land. But it's definitely very expensive. Helheim servers, it just can be a gatekeeper. It literally can be anything here. A Hagen. That looks like it's it. Sid takes it? Helheim being res, we're dumping cards into whatever this is for the whole run. Just Sid flashy as hell, throwing out the whole hand. 18 strength gatekeeper. Yo, Helheim servers. Concede, Sid takes it. First cut, taking the America's Continentals, really well played, coming back from 6-0, climbing up.
You know, to me, that finals was amazing. Not only like that finals was amazing because it showed that a corp who's on the rope definitely can like take it back.
Yeah, that was such a dynamic game. There were back and forths. There was an early APOC from Encoder, which made it look like Sid was out for the first half of the game, right? And he managed to pull it back from there. Helheim doing the most, basically acting as like 7 more ice on the server. Just incredible.
And Helheim is every ice, right?
7 for being U.S. Continental Champion. The North American Continental Champion.
America's Continentals.
America's Continental Champions. We got there. We got there.
Oh man, this list is spicy brew that nobody else I think in the tournament was playing, let alone expecting. And this is a homebrew from Jason, I have no doubt. I've seen early iterations of this.
Everyone showed up bringing meta decks, and someone showed and this guy was like, you know what? I'm just gonna play Heart of the Cards, play Punitive Tier, and he won. Amazing, skilled player, incredible.
It absolutely incredible. Not just him though. Like everyone brought their home. Like this 419 deck is definitely a Cody homebrew, right? Yeah. The 2 Simon Moon decks were both homebrews. The Inside Top Hat Hoshiko was a homebrew. Like there's so much creativity going on in this largely undiscovered meta. We were stuck on 419 for the first 2 weeks of the meta, and it has showed that the bog standard 419 is too linear. It's almost not enough, and there are creative ways to solve that puzzle box.
I think the takeaway for me from this one is at the end of the day, what matters more is being good at Netrunner and taking the right lines and making the right plays, and not just bringing the quote unquote best decks.
Yeah,
and it's more important to bring something you know and something you think is good and something like you're like, this is my thing and I'm just going to do it the best. And I think for most of these people in the top cut, they bucked the trend of what we thought was quote unquote good and quote unquote viable in the standard format. And I think that's beautiful in a way. Like it's not only is it great to get a win, but it's great to get a win on decks of your own creation.
Yo, chat is popping off of whether there was a Vitruvius in the remote. We don't actually know. Maybe we'll find out if we have Jason pop in here. But the punitive was the lethal play, right? I think we had double.
Sid said it was.
Oh, perfect. Oh man,
yeah, shout out someone you played tier in your deck and you got the tier playmat.
Oh yeah, true. Oh yeah, the punitives were tossed, but yeah, I guess it has to be the Vitruvius at that point. It doesn't matter though. There was a concession, but yeah, seems like it is Vitruvius.
Is Sid going to come on for an interview?
Yes,
I hope so.
I'm just jumping in here to give you the skinny, so to speak. We are going to give them a few more minutes because they need to chill. I can assume. I mean, there's gonna be. This was quite the game. Coming back from 6-0 to win this. Yeah, huge game. So I'm trying to get Cody and Jason here to join us in the room. Of course, let's give them a few minutes to just chill, and we'll see if they can hop in at some point. But yeah, what do you think about this? This was amazing. I mean, I loved what Eric, what you were saying. Indeed, this is just absolutely smashing. And this is the first time. I mean, I'm pretty sure Jason's gonna tell us about it, but I think it's their first cut.
Yeah.
So
I think.
Yeah.
Andre,
Yo.
you've commentated all three of these Continentals.
To some extent, yeah.
To some extent, yeah. What we're going into Intercontinentals, yeah, I know. But so this is kind of like the end of the public access Continental tournaments.
Okay.
Do you have any sort of summary thoughts on how they all went?
We saw what was really cool is to see the evolution of the meta. I think APAC was definitely the most homogenized in terms of everybody on the same stuff. Maybe that's not actually mathematically true, but it felt like that. The top cut was a lot of Titan. From there, we saw the evolution of criminals going from 419 to the love of Leela when that did well, and then Leela became a bigger thing. I was really excited to see it's totally true, and these Continentals were open publicly to any region. You did not need to be in that region to play. But you did see some cool calls. Europe does have that fascination with Geist and Asa playing that to the top, the best that they can, and they do pull that off, and they do that a very good job. Americas loves that Reg Anarch, which did pull it off. You do see some cool homebrew lists.
I mean, it goes standard. Yeah,
it did, and I don't know exactly what you say. So much that's so cool right now is it feels like everything is to some extent viable. Homebrews are coming in, interesting cards are being read at top tables. There's just a lot of flexibility with that, and I think I don't know whether that is entirely the ban list, but the ban list was the last great shakeup we have, where more powerful tools land in more identities and more factions, and there's some creativity to be had with that. It's definitely been so cool to watch.
We are 4 weeks into this meta, and it is still so wild, so unsolved. Lots of room for deck builders and creativity to do really impressive, awesome things. And exactly what Roger was saying before about how the balance kind of needs to be tooled towards Corp just slightly because of the disadvantage that open deck list gives you. I think that bore itself out. Corp had a higher win rate than the runner in Swiss yesterday, and it seems like it was pretty even throughout the cut. We saw runner and Corp wins. Just really impressive all over. I think besides obviously the incredible gameplay that we got to see on screen, there's this tournament has also really shown the benefits of two other skill sets of Netrunner, which we don't really talk about in a very direct fashion: the deck building and the meta reading, which factor into each other. And those are both skills that have really borne fruit during the biggest Continentals that this year.
I think for me, it's been incredible to see the meta evolve. I think when this MWL dropped, I was not very optimistic about how it would.
We heard you. Yeah, that's an understatement, man.
So, no, but I think I did genuinely feel that way. And I'm quite happy to be wrong. I'm happy to be wrong. And I was wrong.
I don't mean to tease people for admitting that they're wrong on things.
No.
Obviously very important.
I was wrong. And it's good to be wrong because I want to play in a meta that allows for these kinds of decks to be tournament winning. I think that's a good. And so it only has me more optimistic for that Nisei has the tools and the abilities to be a good steward of the standard format.
So really well said, yeah.
Okay,
I think we're joined by some special guests.
Exactly, we have both of the heroes of the hour, so to speak, in the room. Encoder and Sid7, also known as Cody and Jason. I'm just gonna give you both over to the people who have been commentating in the game, who have been way deeper in the game than I have been here in the background. First of all, just congratulations on a huge achievement. 2 super duper long days full of great games, amazing stuff. Thrilling final, and yeah, well, congrats. And over to the people who are gonna grill you a bit, but don't worry, it's gonna be all friendly. We're gonna have fun.
All right. Respect, Vesper. Thanks for streaming.
Yo, first off, congrats to both of you. A really fun run, some really interesting decks. I just want to check, Jason, you here?
Hi.
Yo, what up?
Jason.
Congrats.
Hey,
Totally.
thanks, guys. Jason.
Congrats as well. We definitely want to ask you some questions. Do you have any just quick thoughts? I know that this just ended maybe mere minutes ago. How do y'all feel?
That the deuces into the run draw the APOC that was on top of the deck.
Real skateboard trick.
That was amazing. Yeah.
Oh man, I thought I had it in the bag after that and just ran out of gas.
Yeah, we did too. Like we after we saw that APOC come down and rip up so much of Jason's board state, we were like, oh man, the Asa, how's this going to come back? And both of you are such skilled players, and Jason, you managed to pull it through.
I think it's that realization that definitely dawns on the runner. Maybe Cody, you felt the same way going into it, but then you realize, wait, oh shit, Vacheron's a hell of a card.
Exactly.
There's still so much to be done.
Yeah, and once that Cyberdex was scored, and I was at 5 counters, I knew I couldn't break a 6 strength, so I didn't go for it. But once that was scored, I realized, oh man, there's one Vitruvius, or else I'm dead.
Yeah, that was
right. So I had to snipe that punitive in order to just not be dead, to be able to steal the Vacherons. But once that high line, I thought it was Crisium Grid, right? On HQ, just to bring it back to hand was amazing. Top-notch play.
That was kind of my hope, is that it would look like the Crisium, but the goofing turtles with the Heilheim is a really fun line with that deck.
Jason, someone mentioned this to me earlier. Is this true? Is this your first time you've played in the cut at a tournament?
Yes. Actually, I can give a shout out to Running Parallel, who ran a draft league a couple of months ago, and there was a top cut in that, but that was considerably smaller.
That's incredible. That's an incredible achievement.
Oh, thanks. I've played in like our top cut. I've not top cut. I've played in like our store champs and stuff before, but like the last store champs we had I don't think it was big enough for a top cut. So it's
Wow, that's excellent.
Yo, Jason, I've had the pleasure of seeing the deck. You're a very spicy corp brew. You've been dragging that through GNKs and absolutely stomping through a lot of people. Now, the earlier lists of this were on like Urban Renewal. How did you get there, and then how did you get to what it is today?
I don't think I was ever on Urban Renewal. It's always.
Am I making that up?
I don't want to call you a liar on the stream, but
I don't want to. No, it's always been like the 2 punitive punish. It's changed a bit since like I think I'm in one of your YouTube videos, Andre.
Yeah,
but
sure.
It's changed a bit since then. But the core thing of like get a 9-card hand and then dump it into a Helheim remote is still kind of the same plan. And it's kind of funny because like I think I got really lucky because that Lakshmi Asa deck appeared like in the last 2 weeks, like at the Europe Africas. So like I think I've been playing this list for like months, but people I think saw that get popular and were thinking it would be like the Lakshmi fast advance plan, and didn't realize there was punitives there to kill you. So I think I got kind of fortunate with that.
So that wasn't like a meta call as much as this was like your pet deck project, and it's what you know how to play to the best of your skill. Were there any other considerations coming into this? Were you actually considering a different corp, or just play what you know?
The corp was always kind of locked in. I just knew it so well, and it's just so fun to play. Like I'd rather play the fun deck that I know over the one that's like probably good TM. The runner definitely went through a lot more.
You
like
made the good TM deck. Just
You got there, dude.
I mean, I did dodge a lot of bad matchups. I didn't have to. I never faced like a freedom, which I think is really really hard. It's not impossible, but like they need to pay real credits to trash Cybernetics Court, right? Like,
yeah.
You know. Yeah, the runner went through more like techie iterations of like, do I need no one home or boomerang or whatever? But the corp was not. Yeah, I'm not sharp enough for meta calls. It was just kind of like the things that I knew how to play.
That's super cool to hear.
Yeah, your runner was a good good meta call in general. That was my only loss from both days.
Whoa.
Wow.
Again, the runner though, like I never had to go up against the like NetDad's game net, which I think I would have just smoked. I don't think I could have won that matchup at all. But I managed to duck him to hide from him until all the way to the finals.
That was the matchup I was fearing too.
Yeah.
Yo, on the other side of the table, Cody, I think it's been a year or so I've seen you jamming Muertos gang members into whatever the heck you can. We want to talk about that list because there's some spicy calls in there. Obviously, we did see that the hijacked routers, the Muertoses. What's that like?
Yeah, so leading up to this tournament, I've been basically just putting, I don't know, countless games of Haley into it. But I couldn't beat the Asa list. I couldn't beat it at all. So then I just literally yesterday threw together this 419 list, had a couple of really good games, beat Asa, and was like, yep, let's ship it. Swear to God. The 3x Muertos goes in because that's my pet card, right? And it can do work, but obviously it also is a dud draw. It did exceptionally well round one versus the outfit. On HQ there was Trebuchet, Force a Res, Muertos, do from down. It was just punishment. Muertos just kept derezzing. So on turn 4 I had 4 bad pub. It was all over.
Yeah, we saw actually a Los game with Muertos turn 1, exact same play, Trebuchet into it, and we thought this is sick tech specifically against the outfit. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we saw that land in any other matches. But can you talk about hijacked router? Obviously, 2 influences isn't asking for a lot, but what does that do to the game?
Yeah, so this was, I assumed that there was going to be a lot of CTM, ASA, and RP, right? And just, I think you get that down turn 1, and it just changes the whole equation, right? Corps really have to figure out a different line, and I just figured it would be a good tech. I basically said, look, I'm gonna just punt all the Glacier matchups. It would be very narrow, and for the most part, the meta call was correct. Although, admittedly, I think I only won 2 games on the day during Swiss in my 419 match. So it wasn't the best, but I figured it would be better in the cut, and I think that would prove to be true.
How did you feel looking at the stats for the tournament entries and only seeing 9 ASA? And out of the 9, 3 of them made it to the top 4.
Yeah, I mean, I was feeling pretty good. I think I was feeling pretty good with the runner going into it, and even so, it's it's a little mini doof there too. So it still plays in the Glacier matchups if you get it down early. Hijacked router specifically.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's kind of nice. It has that flexibility where you can drain them 3 creds on an archives run, and it's not a total dead draw.
It's worth pointing. Sorry, I kind of want to point out on that when he used the Muertos on me in that game. It was really he ran a slot machine and the second slot machine sub fired, so I got my money back. If that hadn't happened, it would probably be a totally different game, because lose the slot machine and then so even in this game, but for the but for the slot machine, but for the casino, it's really would work.
Cody, also on the ASA list, right? If I'm not mistaken, that's card for card the same Chris Ferg list that did pretty well in Euro Africa. Is pretty well is an understatement, but that's the case, right?
It's -1 CVS and +1 drafter.
Oh, right on. Have you spent a lot of time testing that, or did you pick that up just this last week when it was published?
Yeah, I've been playing that deck or versions of that deck, actually going back to Vesper's lockdown tournaments. I was playing that out of non-ASA and HBIDs, but basically the same type of format. So I've been pretty familiar with it and knew about the deck and was playtesting it actually up until BLM, and then I pivoted to GameNet right before that. But I did fairly well on the BLM tournament. So I've got a lot of reps with basically the same type of deck, and it was almost card for card for what Chris brought.
For either of you, looking at the list that you brought today, obviously they did astoundingly well, but is there anything that you learned on the way that you would enact changes to? I don't know, Cody, if you want to start. That seems like a hard question.
No, I like the hard questions. Keep them coming. So I think I probably would play Haley, to be honest. I enjoyed the 419, but there's just something about I don't know, just installing a bunch of shit. And I think that running out of gas mid game with 419 just like makes me go insane mid game. I just can't handle it. I hate Crim. Never playing it again.
Yeah, I remember you were a big Haley player when you and the San Francisco contingent came down to San Diego for our regionals last year.
That's right. You took number 1. I got second place there.
Narrow.
I guess I could say the change I might make. I thought I was being kind of clever trying to play this Hoshiko that actually isn't on liberated account, because the deck can like run a lot and be really efficient, but it's really, really weak to like that hard-hitting news because you're not able to just like build a big pile of money and sit on it, right? Like you're always making runs on low credit totals, so it's very easy for the corp to just like give you 4 tags and lose the game from there.
Yeah, the deck list that we've been looking at is a bit of a like it's not ordered by resources, but no one's called the no liberated accounts in this deck all day. That's wild.
I don't know how good it ended up being, but you get to run a lot. You use your clicks for running rather than clicking the beach party.
Oh yeah.
That's super cool.
Commenting on Cody's quote. Comes in second in a 140-person tournament playing Crim. Never do that
again. Yeah, no, I mean, it was just like I'm just so impressed with these lists. Like, I grinded a bunch for this tournament to help my friends who ended up being in top 16, and these are like not what we expected would do well, which is great. Like, I think it's cool that the meta is like diverse enough that there's room for like Titan to be in the top 16, which is like kind of like a bog standard meta deck, and then like also two Asa decks that are doing like completely different things.
How did you two feel about the meta? You can go first, Cody.
Sure, yeah. I think it's great. You know, I think that there's like a bit of a rock, paper, scissors just thing going on, right? And it forces people to really play what they want to play. So I expected going into this that it wasn't just all going to be Leela, Titan, like GameNet, and it was going to be a diverse field. And I think that's really great, right? Because there's, I think there's just like competitive, like really lists for every faction. And I think it's a good place to be. You know, when I first saw the ban list, I was like, I don't know, just like screaming from the rooftops that like, you know, Corp's going to lose, like runners are going to have so much power, like unbanning zero, like what is this, right? And I was like kind of bummed at first until I started seeing some more results, and like actually the win rate on Corp is still really high, and I think that's right where it should be. So overall, I'm pretty pumped on the game. I think everyone's doing a good job at Nisei, so I have no complaints at all.
Awesome. Well, what about you, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, it feels pretty great. I can echo a lot of that. It sometimes feels like there's maybe a bit of a rock, paper, scissors, but I don't know. Even the bad matchups feel winnable. Like I would have said I was unfavored against that against Cody's criminal, but like I don't know, if you get a little lucky and do it right, you can like nothing feels totally unwinnable. And like there's so many just like crazy brews that made it really far. Like the whoever the individual was on that Omar list, like pretty brilliant. Or the insight Hoshiko, like it seems like if you can, there's really room to like come up with something cool that no one's seen before.
I'm not going to harp on this point too much. I just did want to bring it up. I think it's pretty incredible. Canada picking up 2 wins in the Continental tournaments right now. I just got to get it out of my system.
There's no way Eric wouldn't have said that.
Very quickly, I just want to. Oh, absolutely. Very quickly, just saying, you know, Canada, we're a region now. We got players. We got ball players. So watch
Canada
out.
is competitive up there with like West Coast U.S., the Cincinnati area in the U.S., the NYC folks, Boswash. Yeah, good job. As Eric very infamously said earlier, the meta is healthy, y'all.
The meta is healthy.
Yo, Cody, I just want to bring this up because we caught it on stream. How did it feel when you said GG into a clot?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. I felt just invincible in that game, and obviously, like, just almost threw it. So when it happened, I knew I still had a line, and out there, and I wasn't like stressing or I would never want to take that back, of course. So, I was like, my heart jumped down probably out of my ass. Like I was just like, oh my God, I'm going to lose this game. And then I quickly like found the line, and unfortunately he was low enough on credits, and I knew that remote was solid. So, I still had it there, and there was a forking path, right? That's a classic ASA. There's like, I had the MCA ticking, I could still score it out like with Biotic in hand and Jeep. So like I had a bunch of outs to still, right? But that would have been a big punt.
Yeah, the roller coaster emotions is definitely really fun to watch too on the stream. So you definitely had a good line out and you figured it out. Well done.
With the two of you making top 8, obviously, you now qualified for Intercontinentals, which happens in a week. Do you think that you are going to sort of like change and adjust your lists? I know, Cody, you talked about moving on to Haley, but like Jason, for example, you won on these lists. Do you think you might change, or do you think you'll just like lock in the same list because they did so well today?
You have to understand, though, first, Eric is just scouting.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. I'm building the profile right now.
So what's the format of this Intercontinentals? Is it a top cut or is it Swiss? What are we talking about?
Actually, if you don't mind, I'm going to jump in very quickly here and tell you as much as I can officially. So the OP team is going to be announcing this officially, of course, soon. Organized play team from Nisei.net. But I can tell you right now that it's going to be 5 rounds of Swiss and a top 8 cut between the 24 players.
All right.
And it's a great way to segue into this because I can just bring up this slide as well. But yeah, you can keep talking, of course. And the question stands, of course. Eric asked if you're going to bring the same things or what are you going to do?
Yeah, like, are you thinking about changing, or do you think they'll just like, I'm just going to bring the same decks?
I don't know.
You only, if you two answer this, Eric also has to answer this question.
Yep, good point.
To be completely honest, if I play next weekend, I'm going to have to seriously make it up with my partner, whom I've been ghosted this back-to-back weekends of tournaments. Is like, it's a big ask.
Jason?
I haven't thought about it too much, but my instinct is I don't know if anyone has a good answer to the ASA yet, so it's probably worth playing again. The runner could definitely use some work and be something quite a bit different, but that's with only thinking about it over the last 30 seconds. So,
yeah. To be fair, I don't think anybody should play this 419 list. Like card for card. Come on,
yeah. That's at the top of the Netrunner DB post, right?
But someone, Kevin from our meta, he keep telling me, be the meta that you want to be. So for the next week, if people playing Muertos, you're welcome, everyone.
Yeah.
Fashionable.
Yeah, Eric, you got to answer this one, though.
Oh, okay. Well, let it be known, I'm a ride or die freedom boy. So that's already locked in. I got that list tattooed on my back. Corp, it's pretty hard. I mean, I hate HB as a faction, so there's no way I'm playing this godless Asa deck. It's probably going to be like Titan or something.
Right on. Again, we can't say enough. Congrats to both of y'all. Bringing some really spicy brews and playing them at a very high caliber for such a long time, so consistently, just to make it all the way over here. Definitely a huge congrats to you.
Runner. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yes.
And again,
so, I've got two things I'd like to say. So one interesting thing that I played 5 Leelas in the Swiss, and all 5 of the games, R&D was exposed. Turn 1. Agenda ripped. 5 in a row, 5 straight. That's Leela for you.
Oh my god.
Yep. And secondly, I just wanted to shout out my local meta. I've been playing for 3 years, and just showing up in the game store. Everyone's been super great, very supportive throughout all of this. The entire San right from San Diego all the way up to San Francisco. Shout out to everybody.
Appreciate it, Cody.
Sorry, if I could do the same, I wouldn't have gotten this far without the help of all the guys back in Vancouver. It's a pretty small group, but there's between a Dumb Brick and Theek and Ruzan and Solomir have helped me put some of these decks together. I wouldn't have gotten nearly this far without their help and their testing and stuff. So it's sorry, I had to get that in.
No, of course.
If you don't mind, we actually had a story in the chat from Fresh Vibe saying, "I want to take credit for helping make the Craigslist deal to acquire the Netrunner cards that would eventually produce the champion." So, would you mind commenting on that?
So I guess I managed to convince some of my friends that don't play Netrunner to watch the grand final there. So that Fresh Vibe sounds like he's my local friend who. Oh geez, this is too much story for what it's worth.
Fair
But
enough.
I bought a 6 months into playing the game, I bought a whole collection off of somebody for like $600. But it was like taking $600 to a strange address and exchanging it for something. So my buddy came along with me, and I guess he's in the stream chat right now.
That's cool.
Safe.
A great story, really. That's an amazing story. Okay, well, I mean, I'm happy that you got the cards out of this and not anything else, and that you're here with us today. And indeed, to both of you, like Andre said, huge congratulations. This is a great achievement. This was the biggest Continental tournament so far. We'll see if next year brings us bigger numbers. But yeah, you have to be now resting and preparing. And I don't know if you're going to do it Rocky style or kind of, I don't know, some sort of a martial arts style. Going into the mountains and meditating, or are you just gonna hit the gym for a week? I don't know. Like, are you gonna be smurfing on JNet? No idea. Don't give us just the scoops. We will meet you again next weekend for sure, and then there will be probably more stories to share, more interesting games to share. But this is shaping up to be super exciting. I'm really looking forward to the tournament next weekend. Dear folks, we're going to be wrapping up slowly because people in the chat are kicking us out as well to get hot drinks and whatnot. I don't know. What do they know about the temperature of our drinks? But a final round of shout-outs and kudos. And first of all, I'm going to start because I'm a terrible person. To the finalists, I already said what I had to say, so congratulations to both Patrick and Andre for being here for 99.9% of the stream today and yesterday and some weeks before that, because you're just, I don't know, like, you're just passionate. And do you ever stop? No, you no, I'm kidding. But like, thank you so much for sharing your time and energy and enthusiasm. You're absolute legends for doing this. And you've been amazing hosts to a ton of people. Eric, thank you so much for taking the time as well. And I know it's soft scouting, but still, you've been doing an amazing job commentating as well.
I only agreed to do it because of the scouting.
Right, that's the deal. That's the deal. If you don't make top 4 next weekend, I don't know what we're gonna do. It's like, you'll have to write an article on StimHack about this not being a good method of scouting. But yeah, thank you so much as well for being a part of this and totally putting Canada on the map, because nobody really knew where Canada was for Netrunner. So thank you for doing this.
Thanks.
And then to all the other people we had over the last few days. I mean, I actually was going to put like a whole list of all the people on all the streams, but we're going to do that for Intercontinentals. Once Intercontinentals are done, there's going to be a huge credit roll and it's going to be scary. But just for today and for yesterday, huge thanks to Koga, to Ice Cold Jazz, to Tradon, to Reality Check, also known as Serenity, to Orbital Tangent, to Neuropanzer, to Princess Space Kitten, to Ajar, also known as Raja, for coming over, for sharing their time, for giving us great commentary, great takes, hot takes, cold takes, whatever temperature takes you like, because you might be in different climates, whatnot. We're getting very global here. So much energy and effort put into this. Also to the Nisei OP team, to which I'm apparently counted still. I'm not a member of the Nisei OP team, by the way. If somebody asks me one more time on stream to make judge calls, I'm just gonna leave. I'm gonna hit the disconnect button and leave, just saying. Officially. No, but like Akira for running 3 tournaments for 3 weekends at a huge number of players like a champ. Also Mike, also Inactivist, also known as Luke, and Princess Space Kitten, and El Zilcho, and Austin, and all the folks behind the scenes who didn't really get too much spotlight or anything, but they've been running this effortlessly, or well, probably with a lot of effort, but like smoothly and without any hitches. myself kind of included, but also excluded. And thank you to everybody on stream being patient with things not working, things not popping up, things not, not sounding correctly at first and so on. You're totally awesome as well. Now it's everybody else's round of shout outs. I don't know what else. You should totally advertise something. Advertise it.
Vesper, I just want to say that you do deserve all the accolades. Akira is asking you to pull up the Intercontinental names on the stream.
Oh, yeah.
Besides that, you have been here maintaining the stream across all 3 Continentals. You were an integral part of the Black Lives Matter tournament across all bizarre different time zones. So definitely have to thank you too. Thanks to the players today, like almost 150 players, over 300 across all 3 Continentals, some of whom I've had the pleasure of talking with on stream. The game dev and the balance teams all combining together cooperatively to make a meta that is just incredibly fun, exciting, back and forth to watch. Makes me really remember why this game has such a special place in my heart. So thanks to all of you, and thank you to all the viewers.
I can definitely echo all the sentiments wholeheartedly. Firstly, for Nisei, for putting all this stuff together, putting in so much effort. Again, volunteers that are doing this just because they care so much about this and the community. They've been absolutely just smashing it out of the park. And we've had a very good opportunity to have all of this happen again. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to Vesper. I have some idea what it's like to run streams of this quality for so long across so many weekends at such weird times. Absolutely killing it. Just doing the best job. Huge shout outs again to all the players. 300 is a huge number. If you weren't participating in this, it wouldn't exist. And I'm glad that you can share this sort of joy also with all your friends. Also, thanks to everyone watching in chat. That's huge. That you can participate in this as well. Thanks to everyone I got the pleasure to commentate with, and that's largely it. Thanks. This has been so good.
I think I want to just thanks for having me on, even though I basically violated every Nisei terms and conditions rule and every rules of good manners. It's been quite a pleasure to come on and commentate, especially with my co-commentators who have always had insightful things to say. The decks I've seen are great. The players are great, and I think it's events like I've been playing there for 8 years now. It's and the reason I keep coming back is because tournaments like these and events like these really always just bring out the best in the community and motivate me to be involved in the community and help out and participate. And so being able to participate in events like these, play and commentate, and be around lovely people who are putting so much work in is really I'm very lucky to be in this position. I just want to thank everyone for having me.
Awesome. Thank you so much, everybody. This has been an absolute pleasure to run. And you know what? I'm actually going to go to sleep 5 hours earlier than yesterday, so that's going to be great. But anyway, once more, thank you so much. I'm going to be hopping off of Discord now. Everybody deserves a huge break. Once more, congratulations to Zid7, the reigning champion of the Americas for 2020. Well done. Absolutely amazing games. And we'll be seeing you next weekend. And I'm just gonna hop off Discord now and tell all the people about the things I should be telling you about. So now it's just my show, and now I'm gonna start by... No, actually, I'm not gonna say much. No, of course I'm kidding. I have some things to share with you. I have some information. I don't have any scoops. I'm sorry. Scoops would have been cool. That would have been absolutely lovely. But a huge shout out, I forgot, of course, because I'm a terrible person with a short memory, basically, all the people running the side streams. You've been doing an amazing job. Whether you were doing it in Italian, German, Spanish, English as well, because we had side streams as well. Am I missing any languages? Italian, German, Spanish? Well, maybe I'm missing something. Well, anyway. To all the people, and there's the long list of you. You will be also in the big role, in the big credits at the end of Intercontinentals. There's going to be a huge slide with tons of text. Get ready to it. I did say Italian, Akira. Please don't think I missed Italian. I can also say Italian 5 more times. But yeah, if you've been streaming alongside, thank you so much for doing this. You're absolute champs. You're absolutely awesome. You're absolutely great. And just to give you one more time this slide, because this is the important thing. This is where things get serious. The free weekends we just had were kind of, they were just a warm up, and all the hundreds, and I mean hundreds of people playing, they know, what the story here is. They know how much blood, sweat, and credits was put into this. But now we have finally the roster for the Intercontinental Championship happening next weekend. This is, of course, still a thing in the making. So these names are 99.9% complete or, certified or confirmed. But if for any reason, because 7 days is still a long time, if for any reason, or 6, well, let's be honest, for any reason, if that roster changes, we will be updating, of course, the players participating and whatnot. Like the OP team, the organized play team at Nisei is on top of everything. They know what's going on. But for now, huge shoutouts to the following people who are going to be playing next weekend on a Saturday. I believe it will be around, I don't know, well, I don't have the time, but it's going to be kind of midday for me, which is great. I'm super happy it's not going to be 3 o'clock in the morning. And it's going to be, again, 5 rounds of Swiss. Oh yeah, thank you, Akira. 11 a.m. UTC, which is for the fun people like myself. So let's say if you're anywhere in Europe, and that's going to be terribly geographically centered because I'm a terrible person, it's going to be around 12, or as in noon, or 1 or 2, depending where you are, more or less. But midday Europe. And if you're in other time zones, and you might be, it's going to be a bit later or a bit earlier for you. All the information officially will, of course, appear on Always Be Running if it's not already there, because Akira is just clicking things faster than I can even think about them. But anyway, we will have those 24 people participating in 5 rounds of Swiss and a top 8 cut. That's the format we're going to go for. Of course, standard. They will be able to play different decks if they, of course, want to change their IDs. You already heard some hot takes here by people who have won certain things or have been finalists in certain things of a large caliber, so I'm pretty sure they know what they're talking about. Anyway, so without further ado, let me just read it out because I think it's kind of cool. We're of course going to be using their usernames here, so their full names are going to be appearing hopefully as well next week. Sue, Whiteblade111, who was here on stream as well. Thank you so much, Eric. NB Kelly, who is jumping in for Longy. Longy unfortunately cannot make it, but I think the thing was that NB Kelly actually made the slot empty or available for Longy in the APAC top 8 as well in the cut. So I think it's a fair deal. I think it's Mike, right? Yeah, I keep getting it wrong and I'm always sorry for that. QVM, an activist representing Nisei, woohoo, from Australia, all the way from Australia. Shadow Shot, Bridgman, and Labas. Labas, the terrible person that totally wiped the floor with me with that Earth Station. Like, seriously. I still remember, but it was a great game. I learned a lot. Chris Ferg, Captain Nice, Cable Carnage, Mortivore, Rotom Appliance, Pinzel, the reigning world champion. I'm going to keep mentioning that because Pinzel is an awesome player. Tradon, Sid7, today's champion, Encoder, Greyfield, Simon Moon, NetDad, Isengine, Stoppable Force, and last here, but absolutely not least, The Kid, also known as Beckett. Huge congratulations to all these players. I hope I did not get that wrong. If I did, of course, Akira's gonna come over with the big correction stick and just, correct things by hitting me on the head with a stick, and I'm gonna get corrected. But yeah, Always Be Running will have all the information. This is an invitational, so you will not be able to participate if you haven't played in the Continentals, obviously, but it's going to be quite something special. I have no idea about the prize pool for now, personally. I have no idea about the raffles we're going to have. I have no idea about anything or about the color scheme. Really, no idea whatsoever. Looking forward to figuring this out. And also allow me to be a terrible person and plug 2 things finally after that are going to be happening after the Intercontinentals. We're going to be restarting lockdowns, and that's a private thing of mine. So if you're interested in lockdown, in the series, in the format, it will come back. And we're going to be restarting Fight Club, which is another cool series, another cool format by Princess Space Kitten. And that's going to be cool. Yeah, like hopefully we're going to be talking a bit more about it next week. But first, of course, the Intercontinental Championship happening on Saturday, 11 a.m. UTC, the Intercontinentals of Nisei 2020 coming your way soon. I should be clicking through to some other slides here. Once again, huge congratulations to Sid7, that final game today. That was quite something. Huge thanks to everybody on stream still sticking around and listening to me babble. Huge thanks to everybody watching throughout the day. You're awesome. Congratulations to all the raffle winners. You're amazing. You have so much skill in winning raffles that I have to learn from you, because I tried several times and I got absolutely nothing, which is great as well. We will see you next weekend, all of us, for the Intercontinentals. A one-day premium top Netrunner and whatnot. Loads of fun, shady plays and amazing cruises event on stream here on the Project Nisei official Twitch channel. Take it easy, rest, hydrate, and I'll talk to you soon. Ciao.